choices, standing up for the families that took a loss. This something that we find important. Rep game strong, chest up. Little homie, keep your head up. You can be whatever you want. Get rid of the fake and it will lead up. All my life I strive for greatness. I'm manifesting my time with patience. People try to copy us, but respect is earned. It's not an obligation. I love the fam and they love me back, and that's why I always have the backs. I give a voice to those people who would never.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot to unpack here. I hope you are revved up for tonight's live. What is going on? Make sure you're hitting the like button as you are coming in. D, what's going on? This is an interesting situation for sure, and it is sus to us. That's a fact. What's going on, everybody? Let's hold up. Let me make sure I got this. Pull this bad boy up. Allegedly, no, not that one, not that one. I got a lot to unpack. I just unzipped some files that were sent to me. There's a lot of stuff to look at when it comes to this case. So grab a snack, grab some tea. There's a lot to go through. There's a lot to go through. Okay, there it is right there. I just want to make sure I click the right one. There's a lot to unpack here with this story, though. There is a lot. What is going on, Steffi? Steffi is in the building. I see Penguin Packs. Donnie, I'm down, baby. Beetlejuices. Said Beetlejuices. We got a lot to unpack here, though. Shout out to everybody who is pulling up, by the way. Make sure you hit that like button. Make sure you share to Twitter, whatever platforms you guys are on. I will be opening the lines as you see the banner above. Maybe I should take it down for a minute as we go through a few different things that we didn't go through yesterday. There's been a lot more to come out with the situation. The family believes that this is foul play, allegedly. The family, but I did see one comment from one of the victims' family members, and they said they didn't do drugs. So it doesn't make sense. We are going to unpack a lot of this here today, though. Let's get into it. Midwest, what's going on? Tara in the building. Jennifer Gilly. Nice to see you, Jennifer. Addie, welcome. I've seen a lot of you saying, when are you going live? Well, I've been buckling up to go live for a while. I was just waiting for a lot of these different files and yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, no, I was waiting to get a lot of these different files. My bad. Somebody came in and asked me a question. Country Diva, what's going on? Welcome. Diane, welcome. She said, let's go. Let's get it. Tease brewing. What's going on, JB? Sky Blue, welcome. KK Nicole's. I just learned about this case yesterday. Weird and tragic. It is very weird and tragic. Kels, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for supporting the channel. I really do appreciate it. I really do appreciate it. What is true? For 11 months, you've been here longer than that, but I appreciate your dedication. Miss Italy in the building. What's going on? Just got back from Chicago. It went up for Duck last night. Yeah, they all got 50 plus years. All of them. They deserve that. They all got 50 plus years for what? Killing someone. Setting up in downtown Chicago. Mystic Mel, what's going on? All right, let's dive into this.
Family is pressing for answers after 3 men were found dead outside a Northland home. Kansas City police identified the victims today: Clayton McGeaney, David Harrington, and Ricky Johnson. Now it's Johnson's family who is speaking up today, sharing their grief and questions with KSHB 41's Alyssa Jackson. Alyssa.
It's been a tough day. It's been a tough week for that family. Ricky Johnson's parents agree that the circumstances of this investigation leave a lot of questions. While they grieve the unexpected loss of their son, they're also fighting for answers about what happened. After days of not hearing from their son, Ricky Johnson, his father and stepmother knew something just wasn't right.
Monday, I sent to his phone and I was going to go down and make a missing report on him.
Ricky was one of 3 men found dead outside of a home in the Northland, only after a fiance of one of the victims went to search for herself.
But as a father, you know when your kid's gone. There's some kind of feeling that comes over you.
His mother was able to get enough words together to describe the last several days.
What's going on, Carissa?
It's been a nightmare ever since.
The family says their son was outside in the snow for 2 days.
You're grieving, but you're also mad because you don't know all the circumstances, but you've been hearing bits and pieces, and what you're hearing isn't good. That they were left out in the cold.
Nope.
And then they had to wait for their bodies to thaw out for them to do an autopsy. That's something that you don't ever want to hear.
Losing their son leaves a hole in their family they never expected.
He was just a good man. He had his quirks, but he was a very lovable person, and he loved his children to death.
But their grief isn't stopping them from pressing for the facts.
And from police, what do you need from them moving forward?
I need them to do their job. I need them.
And she said, I need them to do their job. Now, this is the voice of Norma Chester.
To find out
By
what
the way.
happened. I need them to find out what in the world these boys were doing out in the backyard.
I'm not going to stand back and let it go. I will go until the day I die to get this figured out what's going on.
Alyssa joins me.
He said, I will go to the day I die to figure out what is going on. He wants answers. And a lot of the family members think the same thing. If you guys are coming in here and you want to figure out this story, please hit the like button, share the video. We are going to be revving up a little bit on this case tonight because I'm seeing way too many family members yell foul play. The circumstances within everything surrounding this case. We have a fucking U-Haul at the house over the weekend. We got a lot of weird shit going on, and we're going to go over that during the show. I do have a lot of different screenshots that were captured, and there's some videos to go over. There's a lot of stuff we need to talk about because it's super sad. Why are all of the family members yelling foul play, but they're saying it's 100% not a homicide investigation? It just doesn't. Something's very wrong here. It's either the police are holding something close to the vest, which that's what I personally believe, and that's why they're just saying that. They're throwing that out there. Oh, we're not investigating it as a homicide, just to leave that doubt. I'm hoping that's what they're doing, and probably what they're doing. Not in chat much. Always, I appreciate it, Leslie. Thank you. But this one's super weird. This is super weird. Doesn't make no sense. Make it make sense. How are your three buddies dead? One on the patio, two in the back, and I do have pictures of this home fully furnished. We're gonna look at that too, because I'm trying to picture where one of the fiancés had to come over to one of these guys and break in the fucking house to find her dead fiance, or one of the other people call the police and then they come and find the rest. And he's walking out allegedly in a robe with a wine glass, from what I heard, allegedly. I don't know that to be 100% a fact, but that's what I'm hearing. Eddie Martin says, this is wild as fuck. Ain't no way in hell they just died. Someone had something to do with it. I kind of feel the same way. What was laced? What happened? Was there something laced? They say laced drugs. And the reason why I talk about that also is because a family member said they heard that. Then the other family spoke, another family member, a mom of one of the victims, also came out and said, I'm hearing the same thing. So there's definitely some chatter going on here. This is so sad, Laura says. It is. You don't expect to get no call like that your loved ones are now dead. Yeah, you're not expecting that. So were their drinks spiked? I see there's some screenshots concerning around that topic, and we're going to talk about that.
Now here at the desk, Alyssa, there have been a lot of questions about this case. First off, do we know how the victims died?
As of right now, this case is still active. So
as
far as we've been told from police,
they're on Twitter.
There haven't been an official cause of death yet, but our investigative producer did submit a request this afternoon for autopsy reports, which could take some time because this is an open investigation, as I mentioned. So KCPD did reiterate today that there isn't any initial indication of foul play.
And have police made any arrests in this case?
KCPD would not confirm that with us today because of the nature of this investigation being active and in its beginning stages. But as soon as we have that information, we'll make sure to update it in our newscast and online at kshb.com.
Alyssa Jackson, thank you for that report.
Okay, so that's the one and that we didn't see yesterday. And this was, as a father, family wants answers after their son was found dead in Northland. Now, where's this other one that I wanted to play for you guys before we dive into this furnished crib right here, right? Look at this bad boy. The different pictures that we got pulled up here. All right, here it is. Let's check into this because she
Go all
talks
Canada
again.
on
I'm pretty sure it's Jennifer that talks again. Let's hear.
you again, because tomorrow in my hometown of Winnipeg, north of North Dakota, the
Alls we know is
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
high temperature will be 0 Fahrenheit, the high. And the overnight low will be -5. And that in Canada, in Winnipeg, is what we call Thursday. It's not a problem for us up there. That's standard op. I grew up that way.
Are you saying, Lori, are you saying that you think that they were locked out after giving something? Do you think that they were spiked with something and then locked outside to fend for themselves? Or I don't know. I've seen some very good speculation to this, like were they some type of lab rats or something? Allegedly. I've heard
That's
some
like
wild
an
stuff.
average winter day. We bundled up like Kenny from South Park and off we went to school and work, and we knew how to survive it, but we also knew this. It could kill you if you mess around. So don't get drunk and pass out in a snowbank because you can literally die. Which brings me to Kansas City. It's a place where I don't usually think that kind of thing can happen, but never say never. Because police there say 3 friends, die-hard Kansas City Chiefs fans, got together at their buddy's house 2 Sundays ago to watch the Chiefs take on the Las Vegas Raiders. And that was
No, please. Banfield, it's actually the Chargers. They played the Chargers. See, even people get it wrong. They played the
last
Chargers.
anyone heard from them. From David Harrington, from Clayton McGeeney, and from Ricky Johnson.
Backyard.
For 2 whole days.
Range.
Friends and family just kept calling and searching for these guys. Until one family member decided, hey, let's go check back at the house where they watched the game. And wouldn't you know it, they found all 3 men dead, frozen.
What's going on, Mom?
On the back porch and in the backyard. Weird, I know, but here's where it gets even weirder. The buddy who was hosting the football night, he did not have much to say except they froze to death.
Again, if you guys are just coming in, we are just getting started on this night. Yesterday, we were live for like 5 hours. It only felt like 1. This case is absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. And the things that I'm seeing from the family members that are being said amongst each other, I've seen a comment to the magnitude of Jordan allegedly killed them. I've seen a comment, ladies and gentlemen, I've seen a comment with my own 2 eyes from family members. Allegedly, Jordan killed them, or friends, friends and family members having a conversation about this. Now, I find that odd. I find that odd that they're saying that.
Again, there is a scene from The Shining in his backyard. They froze to death. So the families of those 3 men rightfully want more answers. And that is where Malik Jackson comes in. He is a reporter at Kansas City's Fox 4 News, and he's been on top of the story since it broke. Look, I don't know how the police are investigating this case, Malik, but I would be really suspect if all the host of the party could say was they froze to death. And
okay, so do you guys remember the couple clips that we watched yesterday? This gentleman right here, I'm pretty sure he's a Kansas City reporter. He is up. I think he's a Kansas City reporter. I've seen him on the other 2 interviews that we watched yesterday here on the channel, right? So this guy right here that's about to speak, he has a lot of knowledge more into this case because I think he was on the day 1 interview of this, or day 2. But he was definitely involved since this is, happened, since this transpired. Outdoorsy, welcome. What's going on, Brian? Nice to see you. Jenny says, I feel like drunk or high, my girls would have my 6. Drunk or high, you have moments of clarity. There were big dudes that aren't going to take a lot of drugs to take them down, that are going to take a lot of drugs. Yeah, so you're saying there's going to take a lot of drugs to take them down. And another thing here is, why you didn't text to see if your friends made it home. Y'all didn't have any banter back and forth after the game. You didn't have any conversations. You didn't check to see if they had made it home. And I talked about that yesterday, but doesn't a good friend check to see if their friend made it home? If somebody is that good of a friend to you to the point where you're over at their house, and I see people that are calling in right now, and I do have it on Do Not Disturb for the moment while we go over a couple of these videos. I'm gonna turn it off and let you guys call in here in a second. But I do find it weird that 3 of your friends are dead at your house and there's no, and I got, like I said, I got a lot to unpack within these screenshots and things that were sent to me, because during the whole time that they were being searched for, allegedly he was active inside of these searches. From what I was reading, which is another odd piece of this puzzle to this whole case. But why didn't they beat on windows, call someone, walk around to front of the house for their cars? It's a great question. I Am Too Bear says the fence was open on the right side from the yard looking towards the house. Again, listen to what he's about to say, though. This is very important for what he's about to say. I've heard this interview already, but I want you guys to hear it. And maybe you have already. And maybe you have, but I do want to go over it.
Not much more. What am I missing?
They could have.
Yeah, it's a story that we really don't understand. It really doesn't make sense. And for full transparency, we've reached out to KCPD, the Kansas City, Missouri Police Department, and they seem to be bewildered too, because as you were speaking about being from Canada and the temperature being low, it has been cold here over the last few days with this Arctic blast that moved in. But that particular Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, the high temperatures were over 40 degrees. So it is really interesting how they would have frozen to death. More importantly, they're at their best friend's house. So if they're at their best friend's house outside, if they get cold, theoretically, you'd think you could go inside of the home. So
Yeah.
there's a lot of questions, Ashley.
And look, we saw the pictures, and it's pretty clear these are not elderly people. They're not disabled people. They're not kids. They're 36, 37, and 38 years old, prime of their life. The homeowner in this case, has anybody said like that he might be a suspect here? Like, is there at least an investigation where something sounds hinky, so we're doing something about it?
So there is an open investigation, and right now police haven't named a suspect or even a person of interest in this case.
That's another thing. One family member, fiance, said, "Fuck this. I'm breaking in and saving my fiance." Why does she think he was there to break in? Why does she think he was there to break in? I'm saying, look at how you would freak out and then find it's true.
Just yet. We do know that the day that this story, that Fox 4 was able to break this story, that we were able to make contact with his family, and that's how we figured out that he was telling his family members that his friends froze to death. But over the last weekend, a viewer sent us a tip, and there was a U-Haul outside of the home just this last weekend. So it begs the question, where is he? And the only person that could answer that is him right now. But no suspect. There's no person of interest that the police department has enlightened us about at this point.
Okay, you are a great reporter. You were able to talk to the mother of David Harrington. Her name is Jennifer Marquez. How is she digesting what the police are saying to her?
I mean, it's difficult. She just doesn't understand how this could have happened. As we talked about at the top, it just really doesn't make sense. And she's in that state right now. And speaking of state, she lives out of state. So she's in Arkansas. I actually spoke with her again on the phone today. She's making her way up to Kansas City, but this was her oldest child. He wasn't even supposed to be born. So she calls him her miracle baby. And now he dies in this weird.
I'm sorry, but my gut, and I could be wrong, but my gut tells me something's wrong here. U-Haul seen at the house over the weekend. What a U-Haul scene? Well, like what's going on here? Wow, this
manner, and she wants answers.
This is
we spoke exclusively, with her last week, and here's what she told us. Take a listen.
Everybody's furious. Nobody believes this story. None of his friends, none of the families, none of us believe it. Only the police. Only the police are saying that there's no foul play. Only the police.
She said.
Only the police are saying that there's no foul play. Only the police who contacted me today are saying that the story that is saying makes sense.
Thank you for watching. Go.
You see? Yeah, I mean, And then here.
There are still so many unanswered questions after 3 men were found dead outside of a Kansas City home
Here it is
last
again.
week.
And she said only the police. Now, why are the police not holding him for failure to report a dead body 3 times while they at the minimum investigate? You heard what she said. Only the police are saying that it's not foul play, and that's the only answers that they're getting. But they're not taking those answers. My husband's brother died this way in Cleveland, Ohio, drunk and passed out in the snow trying to walk home from a bar. That's a bad way to die. That makes no sense. It doesn't make no sense. None of it does. Maybe the door automatically locked when they went in or when they went out. Carissa says, dude never looks outside. I know when my neighbors get home, 3 of your homeboys, bodies on your porch, and you don't know?
Hold up. Wait a minute.
David
Something ain't
Harrington,
right.
Ricky Johnson, and Clayton McGeeney reportedly went to a friend's house, all got together. These buddies got together to watch the Chiefs game, and they never made it home. That was on Sunday, January 7th. And 2 days later, after no luck with getting hold of the man who hosted the gathering, the fiance of one of those men broke into that house and found one of the bodies on the back porch. Police found 2 more in the
So there's your timeline. What is so Sunday, January 7th, 3 men went to friend's home to watch the Chiefs game, ladies and gentlemen. Tuesday, January 9th, victim's fiance discovers one body on porch of the friend's home. And then police discover 2 additional bodies in the backyard. And then Wednesday, January 10th, police announce no sign of foul play. Friend is not a suspect.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
They announce not a suspect. So who would be a suspect? Right? It's like, what if they announce not a friend's not a suspect, but this is a whole ass suspicious scene. Like, what was there nothing there for them? I mean, are you guys waiting for the toxicology reports? Why was there a U-Haul at this house? Was he moving out? Seems like he is.
backyard. The homeowner was reportedly at the house and spoke with police. He was not arrested, not been named the suspect. By the next day, police ruled out any foul play, affirming that this is a death investigation and not a homicide case. But they have not revealed what led them to that very conclusion. And joining us now, we want to bring in Natalie Kay. She was friends with David, Ricky, and Clayton. Natalie, words are failing me here. I'm so sorry for your loss. Thank you for speaking with us this
I didn't see this one with the friend. This one we're watching together, brand new with the friend. After this one, I will open up the lines and we will continue to go through different things. I have a folder full, 2 different folders full of stuff. I have one of the fiance's TikTok pages, and she's on there saying, I just want justice. I'm so sick to my stomach. No one deserves to die like this. Now, I'm pretty sure that this person, I'm almost positive that this person this person has a daughter with one of the victims. Now that's what I was being told by Delana, that this person with this TikTok has, a daughter with one of the victims, and she has several TikToks, about 5 to 6 videos, I think. So we'll dive into that too.
Thank you. What has the last week been like for you after learning the news, and how are you holding up? I know you're close with these 3.
Yeah, thank you for asking. I feel like it's, obviously it's 3 people,
Thank you,
so this is
Carol.
a
I
huge
appreciate the
loss.
support.
A lot of family and friends have a lot of questions that unfortunately haven't been answered yet. And I think at this point, most of us are really just hoping to be able to get some of those answers and understand.
And they do have a lot of questions. I mean, look at them. All right here. All of their they have questions for days. They have questions for days.
Some of the inconsistencies and what happened here so that we can, have peace and understand, what happened.
Yeah, and I think for all of us following this story, whether you knew them or you're like me, you're following this story from afar, something doesn't add up here. I mean, 3 guys don't just get together and freeze to death while they're watching a Chiefs game, which is what the guy who lives at that home told police. What's your gut check telling you, Natalie?
Um, I think it's important to note that these men were all friends. And so I think initially, no one wanted to speculate that anything intentional or malicious had happened. I think that's fair to the fourth party to state, but I think at some point something went terribly wrong, and unfortunately, there was a party here that was alive and well, and I think that there was a lack of regard, maybe out of fear of consequence, out of fear that it might implicate him. I think that to make a blanket statement that these men froze to death is unfair.
Yeah.
I don't think that that's the case, to be very honest. I mean, I'm not the scientist here, but I feel to imply that
She said, "I'm not the scientist here."
3 adult men
That's fire.
with access to a home and access to their vehicles would, all simultaneously freeze to death in 39-degree weather at the same time is highly.
Did also, before we finish playing this interview, did anybody else, were you able to come across this 3 birds thing that was posted allegedly by his sister? Again, has anybody came across that? Now, I know we did see it in a TikTok video yesterday when we watched it on stream, correct? There was a video where it had 3 birds laying on the back patio and they were all dead. Allegedly, it was from the sister. I don't know that to be true. I wanted to corroborate it. I know that one of my admins said that they did corroborate it. I want to see it again. Where's that actual page? And it was posted on Instagram. If you could post that for me, I want to see that. I want to see that one without.
Highly unlikely.
Yeah. What more can you, when you say this fourth party, I
your
believe you're
shadow
talking
ban
about
right
the
now.
guy who lives at the home who told
Yeah,
police
yeah.
that his friends froze to death. Can you share any more insight about their relationship, how they knew one another? And also, have you been given any more details as to how he didn't know these bodies were in the backyard, or why he didn't report that they were in the backyard for days on end?
I actually did not know this man personally, was friends with all of the boys, but I only know of him. I've heard he's a very intelligent man. I've heard he is by no means stupid. He's a scientist, I know that they had all been friends for some years. And I think the big questions everybody has are, the inconsistencies in the story. How can you be in your home for 2 days and not know that, all of these people who they were adults, they were responsible for themselves. But at some point, Tuesday, he was made aware early in the day, messages that he did read, that, at least 2 of these men didn't make it home. So at that point, you have to ask the question, would you not get up and look outside to see if their cars are there?
That's what I'm saying. That doesn't even make she's on point with that.
Make your way through the house, reach out to any of these friends that were looking for them. And unfortunately, he didn't do that.
Yeah, something just feels off about this whole story. And
Thank you for watching. Go to News.
Yeah, I'm telling you, this whole story is off, and she's on point with it too. I'm telling you that right now. This whole story is off. Nothing. It doesn't make sense. It really doesn't. It doesn't make sense. None of it does. And I'm about to open up the lines too right now. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. This whole story does not make sense whatsoever. And if you go and look at this house, this furnished house, let's take a peek at it. Now, you're going to tell me, I can't tell if this is the front. Is this? Yeah, that's the front. It looks like, huh? There's a little view of the house itself, but you didn't see your friend's cars outside. You didn't see none of that. You mean to tell me for 2 straight days, and you even knew about the search? Let me pull this up to 1 second. This is fully furnished house. This bathroom doesn't help. So here's the basement. Is that a furnished basement? I guess so. Backyard right there. So this is the backyard. I heard these were all newer shots too. Yeah, I didn't see this one in the other pictures either. I didn't see this little thing right here. Overhead. That's a nice little lay of the land, I guess. Okay, you can see the gardens right here. You can see the gardens and everything. Welcome new members. I don't know who did that, but thank you. That guy Tense, welcome to the Rap Game family. I appreciate it. Make sure you guys call in. I do see people trying to call in. And that one just ended. Was 775-423-210. Try again. I just refreshed it. $423. What's going on? You're live.
Yeah, Doug from Tennessee.
Doug from Tennessee. What is going on, my man? Can you help us put this puzzle together? Because I'm a little bit lost here, and I want to hear your thoughts on this one.
Scientists. Okay.
Okay.
I want a new drug.
Okay.
And that drug did work. They all went out. Because that trank stuff that they got going on now, it's some bad stuff. You go out for a couple of hours, at least an hour, and you don't know what you're doing. So they could have got a hold of some cocaine with trank, fentanyl with trank, or it could have been a scientist with a new drug.
Doug, now explain this for me, Doug. All right, Doug, you're chilling tonight. I'm coming over. Me and you are watching the Cowboys game tonight, right? And I'm at your house. We're kicking it. We're having a few brews or whatever. We're smoking, whatever. And I'm leaving. Are you gonna, if you found out that I'm missing from your house the next day or anything like that, are you gonna go look out to see if my car is still, parked by your house? Are you gonna, you know what I mean? Are you gonna check around?
I'm scared. I'm scared to look around because that new drug that I invented caused the death of my 3 friends. You're a scientist. Scientists invent stuff. And a new drug, it was popular, would be good. He'd be a rich man. And just like somebody who invented that shot. They make a lot of money off that shot now. And it was a scientist who invented the shot for this dang virus. And they rich. And if you come up with a new drug and you try it out on people, and if it don't work, you play that Willie Nelson song, On the Road Again. And you get on. I'm gone. It did work. But who invents stuff? Who invents drugs? But scientists, people. Scientists put stuff together. They make our pills. They put stuff together to make pills. It's chemists, scientists. That's who does it.
And I'm pulling up some receipts across the page right now with names blocked out for the purpose of keeping people's identity safe. Dogs were confirmed to be at his parents', but apparently he didn't leave his room for 36 hours. This is one of the wife or one of the baby mothers to one of the victims here in this case. KCPD doesn't care. I got tons of different things. Again, this is Adam Butchman. I did reach out to him. He says Jordan Willis killed my uncle. He didn't freeze to death. He was laced. He needs to do time. This is all allegedly. Again, I don't know any of this to be true, but again, Jordan Willis killed my uncle. Adam Butchman says he didn't freeze to death. He was laced. He needs to do time. For all 3 of those poor souls, Adam Butchman says. Also under there, he adds. Now, somebody responds back to him and says, I'm so sorry for your loss. In my opinion, I believe he needs more than time. With him being a scientist, I believe that he did do something to them to test out a theory. This man deserves to suffer. Now, I mean, we do need to have some evidence. We can't go out on a blind, rodeo and convict the guy, but we definitely need evidence. It's definitely suspicious that 3 of your buddies were found at your house dead, in my opinion. It's very suspicious, right?
Right, but they brought their own drugs. I didn't give them nothing. But he might have given them something, but he said they brought it themselves.
Okay, so
and it just didn't work out, and so he packed his bags up and he got them.
What about this, Doug? What about one of the moms going, my son don't do drugs. He hasn't done drugs. How does he go over here and he's doing drugs? I mean, I get that, but if a parent, sometimes parents know their kids more than a lot of people think they do. And sometimes, you know, kids are good at hiding things from their parents. So I understand both sides of that, but I want to believe that mom that's saying my son's not a druggie. He worked a great job. He did this, and that doesn't mean that he couldn't have been doing drugs. I know that for sure. But you know,
yeah, but you got to look.
I'm trying to fill out mom. You know,
you don't have to smoke it. You don't have to. You can drink it. You can eat it. He could have laced some brownies. Anything. It could have been in the fruit punch.
Could have been in the fruit punch or anything that they were drinking that night.
Eating, drinking, anything. He laced any kind of food with it.
Do you think that it could have been some type of test or something, huh?
Yeah, make a new drug. You know,
yeah, but
if I invent a new drug that will get you high, and the law's not going to be able to detect it, or I put it on some Cheetos, and you can eat a Cheeto and get off, you're going to be a rich man.
Look right here.
Look,
do you see this right here? This is under a video. This was sent to me also. This comment on TikTok under a video posted by one of the victim's girlfriends. This is only an allegation, but it's interesting that this is her belief. I will be anxiously awaiting ME reports and toxicology results. And here she is saying, you guys can see this across your screen right now. You see what you see? I mean, it's wild.
But what if the toxicology report's not going to be able to find it because it's a new drug? Something he invented.
That's a good point. That's a good point, Doug. You are making some good points.
Yeah, he invented something. He tried it out on some people, and it didn't work. And he told the cops they brought their own drugs. Yeah, you can't charge that man. And he might have thrown whatever he had laced out on the porch with the bodies, and when them birds eat it, they die too.
See, gotta see this bird post. It might be in this folder that D sent over. There's a lot of, and this again right here is a girlfriend of one saying Jordan killed them. Allegedly. All these are allegations, like it said up here, allegedly. But she is saying Jordan killed them. This is 3 days ago. 4 days ago now would be. Let's see.
I mean, if you got a new drug, you got to have people try it out on.
And here's our victims right here. It says justice for Clayton, Ricky. It has all their names on there. And saying they're not going to give up. This is friends. These are our victims here. Wow. I mean, go into a friend's house, Doug, and he doesn't even check. He doesn't even check on you.
No, because he's afraid they're going to put him in jail. So he had to think up something quick. He had to get rid of the evidence. That's why maybe the birds might have died. They took off the evidence when they eat it.
Before I let you go, Doug, what's your takeaway from all this? What is your takeaway with everything that's coming out right now that you're seeing?
You can't trust nobody. You can't trust nobody.
Agreed. I agree.
I go to a bar. If I don't see that guy open that beer, I won't drink it. Don't bring me a beer that's open. You understand what I'm saying?
Absolutely, because it could be spiked.
That's it. And you wouldn't think your friend's going to spike nothing you're eating.
And you see these things that a lot of the friends are saying. I'm saying that with Jordan being a scientist and seeing some of the work that he has done, he has tested different things with humans. And again, and as we're reading these things, guys, this isn't random people on the internet. This is actually people who went to school and are friends that are speaking about this and talking about. I'm saying that with Jordan being a scientist and seeing some of the work he has done, he has tested different things with humans. I'm saying that it could be a possibility that he was testing a theory he had on his friends, and unfortunately it cost them their lives. I could be very wrong, but that is my opinion.
Same thing I'm saying.
Absolutely.
It went wrong. And all he got to do is say they brought their own stuff, whatever they took, it killed them.
Here's another one right here. Kansas City Department. Here we go. Kansas City. Here, I'm going to put her message right across the screen so it could be seen at a wide variety by everybody's eyes in here. There is 1,061 people in here. Do you see this all these family members are saying that this is suspicious? I mean,
yep.
And Helen, if you're in here and you're listening, you called in yesterday and you made some very good points about if your child was on drugs or anything like that, you would know this. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I understood where she was coming from, but why would all of them be screaming, this is foul play? Why would, it just doesn't seem as if it's not foul play like the police are saying. It just doesn't seem that way. It's odd that 3 people are dead in your yard for 2 days after a game. It's very odd.
And if he said they had some cocaine laced for trank and something like that, that trank puts people out for a little bit, but when they take it, they turn into zombies. And if you fall out there and you don't get no help, you're dead.
I mean,
look at Philadelphia. And people have been over, cranked over, and I tranked bad stuff. But I just got a feeling it was something he was experimenting with, and it went wrong. And that's why he's gone. He probably in South Africa or somewhere else, in Jamaica or somewhere.
Now look at this. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. She's saying we can't find Ricky's keys, wallet, or phone. I mean, come on. And she's saying that the police aren't listening. Like, what's going on here? She's saying, I agree. We can't. I don't know what she's talking about. I agree to, but she's saying, I agree. We can't find Ricky's keys, wallet, or phone.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Yeah, it sounds like he just took everything and got gone.
I don't know, Perry. That's a good question. How long has the mad scientist been friends with them? It seems like as if they went to school together again. I do have I have some of his stuff right here. For instance, this is the guy. Somebody told me they took the LinkedIn down and all that, but thank God we were able to get this and have it.
I mean, if you think about it, the person who invented putting fentanyl with this, they're making a killing. They're putting they're making a fortune. Mm-hmm. And it takes people. You got to have a scientist. You got to experiment on people. And it didn't work. And now he's gone.
You don't see this here. Like this dude said, wait, Jordan, who graduated PHHS in 2004. So these are, again, friends. Friends and people who grew up around them.
Yep. Look here, brothers. I got a new drug. And if it goes over well, it can't be detected. And we'll be rich. We'll be rich.
Tracy said birds died.
If the law couldn't detect it, and you know how to invent it, you would be rich. Everybody wants a new drug.
Why can't I want to know more about what she's talking about here? Adriana Juarez seems as if she's not being heard. She is saying, you know what I mean? We can't find Ricky's keys, wallet, or phone. What is up with that? Why is his keys, wallet, and phone missing? Were they able to find that since? This was 3 days ago, by the way.
Because somebody picked it up and hauled boogie with it.
How is this not suspicious? How is this not suspicious, Doug? If there's pieces, you know what I mean? To the police, I'm saying to the police, not to you. How is this not suspicious to the police if she's saying we can't find Ricky's keys, wallet, or phone, but police are saying this is not suspicious? This is that investigation was Ricky's keys and wallet or phone in the vehicle. Obviously not, because I'm sure she got to it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, was that the only people that were there? There could have been more people there. You know, it might not just been them four. It could have been a whole bunch of people in that house. You don't know. I mean, it's a tragedy that people that take drugs, and it's a risk.
I'm
But
reaching out to her.
everybody wants a new drug. Everybody wants a new drug. Just like marijuana. Everybody wants more potent marijuana, more potent, more potent. And that's the way people are. They want something better. I want something better.
I just
Heroin user.
wrote to her on TikTok. I told her we are on YouTube live right now, and if she wants to call up, if she wants to call in, I want to, you know, we're helping push this out there. We are helping push this out there. This is sus to us. Obviously, you're here for a reason because you feel the same exact way, and or maybe you don't feel the same exact way. Maybe you do think that this was just an overdose. He didn't know that his friends were in his backyard. He didn't know that they made it home, but yet knew about these search groups 36 hours before and all. I mean, there's just a lot of weird circumstances surrounding this case. And that's why we're all intrigued by it, because it doesn't even make sense to why your friends are missing and you are you're aware of this. You don't go out and see if your friends' cars are in your driveway. Did you leave this house from January 7th to the 9th? Did you stay in the house from January 7th to the 9th? What, you know, those are the type of things we would want to know.
But he's gone and they'll never know.
In case, buddy, you got to think about this. What if there's surveillance around the block? But if the police aren't checking for that, you're losing time. You're losing valuable time by not going to get surveillance.
There's all kind of people with videos that have been proven.
That's the mom that was saying that. What else do we have here? I have tons. This is just one folder. Do you see what this guy's saying right here, Doug?
Yeah.
This guy says right here that the man's been a psych, and this is all alleged, ladies and gentlemen. If you're coming in here, it's allegedly. If you haven't heard it from law enforcement, it's not true. Again, this is just things that we were coming across on the family's Facebooks and different things that we heard, and it's intriguing to see all these different things like this. The man's been a psycho since high school. I am not a licensed psychiatrist, and this is not a professional diagnosis. Always hated him, and he knows it. That's what one person said. Another person said, you're like the third person who has used that word to describe him. So
I believe I want a new drug, but I'm going to let everybody else get to it.
Absolutely,
Doug. And thank you for taking my call.
Absolutely, Doug. We always appreciate your input, man. I feel like you bring good input every time I talk to you. Thank you for calling in. Thank you for being a voice in the community, brother. And I look forward to hearing from you every time I go live, man. It's a highlight of the live. Shout out to Doug. Everybody show love to Doug in chat, man. Love and light, brother.
Bye-bye.
God bless you. Shout out to Doug, man. We love Doug around here. See, call in, though. 219-885-9693.
Something ain't right.
We're going to put the damn foot on your fucking neck. We're going to keep the foot and the pressure down on your necks because this shit is sus to us, and there better be some damn answers in that toxicology. We want to hear. But make sure you call in at 219-885-9669. What is on your mind? Talk to us. This is sus to us.
Hey, my name's Eric. I live in Michigan. So what I find weird about this whole situation is that out of all this stuff that cops can find to latch onto to, arrest somebody, why haven't we taken them in for, at the bare minimum, failure to report a dead body?
So you're saying at the very least they should report him with they should charge him with that?
Maybe not charge him, but use it as a preliminary investigation to look into it further. I mean, if he's in a jail cell, he can't get rid of anything.
It's going to be hard to prove, Anita Backrub says.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be hard to prove, that's sure. But, I mean, if you have him at the house with 3 bodies, that's not hard to prove. He admitted they were there. He knew they were there. He knew them. There's a lot attaching him to it. So like I said, at the bare minimum, why not put him in a cell, investigate it further? Because if he's as smart as everyone's claiming, he's probably gotten rid of everything already.
Yeah, but if you got to think about it like this, though, will the toxicology reports, will shit like that show something being put into their systems from, you know what I mean? Is something going to show up?
I mean, it all depends on how it's done. I mean, certain things aren't going to show up on toxicology because certain things are more physical than they are going to be part of your nervous system or respiratory system.
Did she leave? What the fuck?
Yeah, it's wild.
But maybe they should start with searching his search histories, call history, stuff like that. I mean, it's stuff they're probably already doing. Like I said, I feel like there's at least a lapse in the fact that they're not investigating it by confining him to some degree or something. We don't know what they're doing, but like I said, hopefully the toxicology report does actually come out and does prove something, because just for him to get away is kind of nuts to me. I mean, I was a firefighter. My family's full of cops, and this is something where at the bare minimum they would have tagged him with something.
Mm-hmm. And I just reached out to Adriana. She's one of the, I want to say, fiancés to one of the victims here, and she's saying Jordan killed them allegedly, and not only that, others are saying that. So you have a nephew speaking out, you have a mother speaking out, you have a fiance speaking out. There is a lot more others speaking out from family members involved with these three that are saying no. My kid, no, he didn't do drugs. He didn't do drugs.
Well, what's crazy is you have all these other cases, like they don't have a body, they can't charge somebody. In this instance, they have 3 bodies and no charges, which is just nuts compared to every other instance where, I mean, I hate to say it, but I'm not going to put it out in the universe, but if I had a dead body in my yard, I'd probably be in jail right now, tonight, until they figured out why the hell there's a dead body in my yard.
Especially if they were friends, though. It's like, this is a situation where, this is a situation where your friends are at your house. So you not knowing where your friends went from your house, or even, did you see them leave that night? Did you, you know what I mean? Like, that's the things that, Jordan,
exactly.
Did you see him leave? Did you see him leave, buddy?
I mean, I got cameras on my house. I'm always checking everything that goes on around my house. I got cameras, I have 360 coverage. Yeah, if I had 3 friends over, and even if just one of them I lost contact with, I'd be like, where the fuck is he? What the hell? Look for him. But let alone 3, that's just, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't math.
Absolutely. And not only that, I know from where I'm from, I don't even know growing up, but we always made sure or found out if our friends got home safe, even if it was by a quick phone call. Did you get home? Oh, okay, cool, brother. I'm glad you got home safe. Because that's how we always were. For me, I mean, at least for people that I know and that I'm friends with, I make sure they get home safe. I do. I make sure they get home safe. I make sure I know they got home safe. They do the same, vice versa, back to me. So that's what a good friend would do.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, especially if they were drinking or using weed, anything. I mean, I smoke pot. I'm a stoner. But if my friends were smoking pot or drinking, the bare minimum, I probably wouldn't let them leave. And if I did, I'd make sure they at least made it out of my fucking driveway and home.
Wow. I see a family member talking about, we didn't even get to see him for Christmas. Says, cousin, my family was sick over Christmas. We didn't get to see him on Christmas. That would have been the last time we could have seen him. My kids are upset. We are upset. I want answers now. It's like everyone has said, this does not add up. I'm sorry for the loss of the 2 other men involved, and my heart goes to their family, as well as I hope that all of us can get answers together and get justice if it is needed. But I am sure it is, as this makes no sense at all, and it's just messed up. I love you, Ricky. Rest in peace. And we all love you and are always going to carry you with us. So this is another family member speaking out of Ricky's right here. They're upset and outraged.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna let you go, but all I gotta say is, at the bare minimum, I want justice for their family, because if it were me, if it were my family, I'd want justice for me and mine. So the bare minimum, they deserve justice. They deserve some sort of answers.
100%. And where are you calling in from, my brother?
Michigan.
Shout out to you from Michigan. Thank you for calling in and sharing your voice and being a voice in the community with us, man. I do appreciate that. Stay safe. God bless you and your family. Lock your doors, and hopefully I hear from you again soon, my brother.
Sounds good. You as well, man. Have a good night.
Thank you, brother. Shout out to him. Very, very good phone call. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. We want to get answers for this family. And the only way I feel like we can get answers for this family is by keeping this story going out there, by making noise. We have to make noise for them because they definitely, you're right now, that they believe that your loved one was murdered. Why can't they find Ricky's keys? Why can't they find his wallet? Why can't they find his phone? What is going on? 928, it's never too late. Talk to me.
Hey T, how you doing tonight? This is Tracy from Arizona.
I'm doing good, Tracy. How about yourself? I'm trying to figure this out. This family is going through a lot of heartache right now, and it just doesn't make sense for them. And I can understand why it doesn't. You know, them three found dead at a location where there was somebody there that was alive is absolutely insane. And the fact that a fiance had to go over and break in just to find her dead loved one that, you know, she's going to marry is absolutely horrifying.
It is mortifying is what that is. And just going through the loss of losing my son, my heart goes out to them families. Like they lost theirs the day after I lost mine. So my heart goes out to them. But I'm going to tell you something, you know, I'm looking at the response from the cops on this. Okay, this is very telling to me because in my off time, I do a lot of research, you know, on these occult organizations, and I'm not trying to go get macabre or anything like that.
Yes,
all I'm saying is that most of the law enforcement are all Freemasons, all right? And this right here all smacks of some foul play with that kind of thing. It doesn't make a darn bit of sense to me. And just the fact that it was during a football weekend and all that, these people do this ritualistic stuff during that. It just does not, none of this is adding up. None of it. And so to me, this is they're covering up something. And I want to know what kind of secret society that homeowner guy is in, because that's the way it's pointing to me on that one.
So you think, and what do you mean by like secret society? When you say secret society, are you saying like something where, you know, somebody has some people coming through and they're testing different things on them, or is that what you're talking about?
Or a ritual gone bad? You know, you just never know, because look, you got, you know, I'm gonna be real careful and respectful of your channel. I don't want you to get flagged, but you got them skulls and bones. You've got all these others, right? It's a whole mile-long list of all these secret societies, and everybody knows that when it comes to entertainment,
yes,
the movies, the sports, all of it, they're all in on all this nonsense. And just this nonchalant, oh, they froze to death. Come on, how stupid do you all think we are? These people that's in these black societies, there's people like me that's watching you. We're watching everything you're doing, and we're coming against you in the spirit in Jesus Christ's name. You're not going to continue on with the things that you're doing. And these things like with the CPS and all that, you know I probably sound like a crazy woman talking to you right now, but I'm telling you, this smacks of some kind of a ritual thing gone bad. I'm telling you.
Let me catch up the chat. I'm catching up. I want to see what chat's saying to what you're saying. Let's see. Cops never say 100% sorry, caller, for your loss. There's some people saying Mason, this pisses me off so bad that they acting like there was no foul play. Yeah,
exactly.
That's what I'm saying. No foul play.
Yeah, they're covering something up. I'm telling you.
This one I can't. I can't say. You know, I can't say that you're wrong here on this one. You know, in Idaho and following these different cases, they all have their own unique fingerprint. And this one right here stinks bad. This one stinks, right? I mean, out the gate, you got 3 people found dead, 1 on the porch, the other 2 in the yard, and there's a living person there for the 2 days that, and he's active in the search groups.
Yeah. You see what I'm saying? There's something fishy. That what they got caught was in their own ritualistic game, and now they're squirming trying to cover it up. I'm telling you, there's something that had to happen with that, like that.
Something does stink here. Now I don't know if it's related to colds or anything in that manner, but something stinks here and it's not right. I don't believe this was a sacrifice, Lisa said. Mandy says if you think she's crazy, you're uninformed and need to get hip to what's really going on in this country and world. So I mean,
Amen, Mandy. Thank you, girl.
you
Thank
have
you.
you're gonna get a mixture of opinions, and it is what it is. You know, it is what it is.
Mhm.
I always respectfully agree or disagree with whoever.
Mhm.
There's no problem with that. Now, what you're saying, I don't know. I don't know. That's a new angle for
Yeah,
me, and I don't know much about the Colts, and I haven't dug deep into those. So I can't really say yeah, that's 100 because I
you
haven't
know,
did deep research into Colts, like a Colts,
well,
group.
and furthermore, it could have been a hazing or a initiation gone bad. You just never know. But
Mhm.
to me, in my gut, this is where this is pointing me at. And just the fact that the cops are acting the way they're acting, everybody knows that all the law enforcement agencies are all in this stuff. They're elbows to eyeballs deep in this stuff. They're all Freemasons.
Mm. Mm-mm-mm.
Yeah, get to digging. You'll find out, T. I'm telling you the God's honest truth
My
here
dad talks
about
about
this
that.
stuff.
My dad talks about the Freemasons and
Mhm.
the he's very deep into that, but I just never really understood it because I never did deep research into it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's
So,
all Satan worship. Every bit of it, brother. Every bit of it.
but
Mm-hmm.
what I think he poisoned him. I mean, it's just super weird that finding these different and I still have a lot more screenshots to go through, but these are just screenshots that I'm pulling up that you're seeing across the screen with I agree we can't find Ricky's key. Why can't they find Ricky's keys, wallet, or phone? And this again was 3 days ago, and they were found
Evident.
on the 9th, right? They were found on the 9th. This was 3 days ago. So where the hell is Ricky's keys, wallet, or phone? Was that taken? Was
Exactly.
that thrown somewhere? Was that disposed of? How is that not
Mm-hmm.
suspicious if you can't find those?
Right, exactly. See, so that they're somebody's got some evidence they're hiding away. They don't want something to come out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this in here has got me mad. It makes me mad because these folks was innocent or whatever happened. Ain't nobody deserves to die or even die like that. You know, that doesn't make no sense to me. It stinks to high heaven.
Yeah, I don't think she sounds crazy, chat. No, hell no. I don't think any. Nope. Nope. I can't say that something sounds crazy that I've never did research into without doing my own research into whatever's being talked about, like the Masonic shit that people talk about. I don't
Mhm.
understand it because I haven't researched it, so I can't speak
It
on
is
something I
a
don't know about.
deep, ugly rabbit hole, brother. I've been down in it since 2016.
Now,
And because
you think this connects to it?
that is what I am absolutely feeling in the bottom of my gut. That it has something to do with it, whether it was a ritual gone wrong, or one of those hazings where they take in new members,
Mm-hmm.
all that, and just happened to be going on a Chiefs game.
Mm-hmm.
You look at them colors. Red means blood and human sacrifice in these cults. Okay.
Okay.
And the fact that their symbology, if you go to looking at their symbology, their symbology gives them away. It tells on them, right? And you go to looking, okay, so it was the Chiefs' plan, and then all of a sudden, then here's these boys. They all show up. They probably have their game gear on, all them same colors, all this and that and whatever. And then here now you got the cops acting funny.
Yeah.
You got the cops acting funny after this? What in the world? What are they covering up?
And Ricky Johnson here says Ricky was my son and I love him so much. What did God did? Hold on. What did God did is awful, and I'll never forgive him. And I will see him and see if he can stand outside. My heart is broken. This is Ricky Johnson. Somebody, I want to say the dad. Yeah, Ricky was my son, and I love him so much. What did God did is awful, and I'll never forgive him. And I will see him and see if he can stand outside. My heart is broken.
Oh, see, yeah. Mm-hmm. I'd be out for it too. You know, if I knew somebody had some foul play on one of my kids, man, they'd have to hide from me. I mean, I'm a Christian, but I'm also a mother, and us mamas turn into grizzly bears when it comes to our kids, whether they grown or not.
Yeah, I'm just a lot of screenshots here that I'm going through. These are, I mean, and it's insane just seeing the things that are being talked about and that the family members are talking about. And I want to stand with the family members and say, why would they even say this is sus? I don't think that they would just come out and say, hey, this is sus if it wasn't sus to them, especially with the accusations of drugs being involved, right?
Yeah.
And it's going to be suspicious to anybody. If you look at a house and you go, hey, you know, 3 people went over here and hung out with this guy, and they were found dead 2 days by somebody's fiance that had to go over and break in the door because somebody wouldn't answer and had to go find their own loved one. And this person is walking out nonchalant in a robe with, he's got a little glass of wine in his hand, and he's just, oh yeah, my friend, they froze to death. You know, like, what the hell is that? Allegedly, they froze to death.
Yeah.
Like, what is that? What is that?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. There's something to this. It stinks to high heaven of this occultic crap. It does to me anyway, but I know what to look for.
Ricky Johnson said the guy's name was Jordan that did this. Everybody needs to know that he was just walking around drinking when they arrested him. Sorry, son of a bitch. This was 1 week ago, by the way. Let's full screen that. Again, everything that you see here is allegedly. I do not know if this guy, you know, physically had harmed any. I do not know. That everything that you're hearing here is allegedly, and that's for the callers also who call in. Everything is allegedly. We are speculating. We are trying to help this family get some answers on why their 3 loved ones ended up dead by watching an innocent football game against the Chargers. To go over to a friend's house to catch this football game. These guys were avid fans. I looked at their Facebook pages. They've been to the Kansas City Stadium, from what I was able to see. These guys were well-liked, had friends. It just doesn't add up. And any final thoughts that you want to say before I move on to the next caller, ma'am?
No, that's it. I just, thanks for taking my call and taking my input. I just had to say it, T, because, when weird stuff like this goes down and everybody's nonchalant and it's supposed to be okey doke, there is something behind this. And so I just had to call you to say that.
I appreciate it. I appreciate you. I appreciate you calling in and sharing your voice in the community and being a voice in the community. Thank you. God bless you, ma'am. Lock your doors. Stay safe. And I can't wait to hear from you again. You have a blessed night. If you think of anything else, you call me back, okay?
I will, T.
God bless you. Bye-bye.
You too, honey.
Shout out to her. Lock your doors. 219-885-9693. We want to hear from you. 360, you're on the show. Talk to me.
Hey, how you doing, T-REV?
What's going on, my brother? How you doing tonight?
Pretty good. I had just one thought, or maybe 2 thoughts. One is that it is strange that the guy wasn't at least arrested. I think any of us, if someone shows up at your house, police show up, there's 3 dead bodies there, you're going in. But I wonder if they maybe saw something and then they said, well, they had a conversation. They say, if we take this guy in right now, what we have here is all we have. So why don't we let him think that he might get away with this? And let's see what he does for the next week. Let's watch what trash cans he goes to. What does he do at work? Let's get in touch with some people at work. And let's get them working for us and tell us what he's doing at work this week too. And see if they can't maybe get the right amount of evidence they need to really stick it to him. There's no way they don't think he did it.
Yeah, and they're going to have evidence to even come out. And maybe that's why they're saying 100% not being investigated as a homicide, because there's nothing that's indicating towards it being a homicide, right?
Right. So the police now are using social media, and they're using us to put the word out. So this guy's like, "Oh, cool. I'm not a suspect. This is it." And so it's a psychological game that they're playing with him right now in order to get a little bit more info on him. I would say that he'd leave the country, but they're definitely watching. If he gets anywhere near an airport, they'll pull him over and bring him back in.
And the interview, did you hear the interview that I played earlier where the specific male that was up there, he's been following this case from the jump. He says that there was reported U-Hauls at his house this past weekend.
Yeah. And so I don't know. I mean, what you read is maybe, on there, but I don't know if it's true, but I did read in some article that he had been planning on moving.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that was maybe something that was already in the works, and it just kind of coincided with this. But like I said, I don't know, and I don't know how someone else would know either that this guy was moving. But I did see a report of that, although I don't really believe it's true. I mean, I don't know how they would know unless they know him really, really well. Which gets me to my next point, is that these family and friends, dude, they know what's up. I have a son. His buddies are hanging out. They do, I don't know everything that's going on in their crowd, but I know that there's a couple of his buddies that are always sus to me, right? I'm like, all right, man, I hope this guy one day, I hope, he's got time to change. This kid could be, don't be too judgmental right now. But if they found my son over at one of those sus dude's house, I'd be like, yo, man, I've always thought he was a shady dude. I was giving him a chance to grow up. But if you're going to ask me, yeah. So I think these family and friends understand a lot more than we do. And they probably know this guy personally. And, maybe the reason there weren't more than 3 people over there is not a whole lot of people like this dude. So
No, there was more. There was more people there allegedly, from what I'm hearing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, from what I'm hearing.
Okay.
From what I'm hearing.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's.
I also, another thing, I looked up the time on this game. This game took place during the day. So I just keep picturing all this happening at night.
Yeah.
Game started at 4:20, so it would have probably been over right around dark. And obviously, you're going to hang out and party after the game. No one leaves right away. So it quite likely was dark, but I just thought that was kind of interesting that it was a game during the day. So some of this partying was going on during the day, which doesn't mean anything. I party during the day too. I don't, discriminate against time.
I'm trying to figure out. Did you read the screenshot I put across the screen right now? Now I don't know who's talking from this account, but it's a Ricky Johnson account, and it says the guy's name was Jordan that did this. Everybody needs to know that he was just walking around drinking when they arrested him. Sorry, son of a bitch. Now, this same person that put this up also said, let me find the one, Ricky Johnson. Not at this time, but I have, what did they say? I got to read this. Do you have any documentation on him being arrested? I'm David's cousin and would really like to see anything that is in relation to charges of his death. Now, this Ricky Johnson account says, no, not at this time, but I have a lawyer going to keep me informed of court date. This was 1 week ago. So I'm trying to figure out who that is behind that. D, were you able to figure out who's on that Ricky Johnson account?
Yeah, that's some interesting stuff there.
It's definitely.
I wonder when he mentioned his friends being frozen. So, like, if he answered the door and said that, then he knew.
I mean, and look
what. But if they walked out back and they said, "Hey, man, you got people out here," and then he was like, "Oh, well, they must have frozen." That's kind of an important. Like, at what point did that conversation take place? Did he open the door and they were like, "Hey, man, we're doing a welfare check on these 3 dudes. You seen them?" And he's like, "Yeah, man, they froze. Or did they say, do you mind if we look around, see if we can't find these dudes? And he's like, sure. It's been a long weekend. We party like hell. He's got like a wine glass supposedly in this thing, you know, this scene of this kind of pudgy looking freaking Playboy coming to the door.
Right.
Anyway, yeah, so that's kind of important too. You know, at what point did this guy say that?
Adriana
Did he say
just
it when he answered the door?
no.
What?
No, go ahead. You're good. No, I was like, Adriana just responded on TikTok. It looks like right after I said something. I'm sure she's probably here now. Again, and
yeah,
you know, she wants answers. I mean, I'm seeing these different screenshots that need answers like this. You know, I agree we can't find Ricky's keys, wallet, or phone. I find that very interesting. I find this interesting. I
wonder
find
if the police have that stuff, the phone and all that, and that's why she can't find it. It wasn't actually on him, and they're kind of going through that stuff right now. I don't know. I don't know if you are entitled to that. Like, say, for instance, if, you know,
thank you. I told her, I said that our platform is open for her. If she needs to put anything out there, any information, my platform is open to all of the victims' family members surrounding this case of any information that they want you guys to spread around, because it's important that they get the right answers and that this police department is held accountable to give them those answers that they need. There's a lot of answers that need to be answered here. That's clear. You know, it's super suspicious. Again, I'll probably say it 1,000 more times, but it's super suspicious that there is a living man where there's 3 dead, and it for 2 days straight after these people were at your house. You didn't sleep for 2 days. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, where were you during those 2 days?
Yeah, and the time frame from when the fiance broke in to the police getting there is pretty short. I mean, the guy was there the whole time she was breaking in, allegedly. I mean, he had to have been, dude. It was only like 15 minutes prior.
Mm-hmm.
So here's someone break in his house. You know, he's probably like, oh, please don't come upstairs. Please don't come upstairs. She didn't come upstairs, so he's like, cool, I'm good. And then boom, the police show up, 10 minutes later or so?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so he was there the whole time during the break-in, you know, and let's just assume he was just completely wasted, right? The police got there, this dude's still like on a bender, right?
Right.
They would have probably been like, all right, let's just take him in. Like, we can't talk to him in this condition. Like, I don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, they're following him around right now.
I wonder
trying to
if
figure out where he's going. Trying to figure out who he's messing around with, what kind of like shit he's doing at work.
Right.
Probably already called his boss and is like, hey man, like, you need to tell us what kind of work this dude is doing and what kind of chemicals he's messing with.
He's right. From what I'm reading right here, the family says we are going to hire a detective. I've hired a lawyer to follow everything. This Jordan is going to get what's coming to him. I will never give up. Everybody, please donate to our GoFundMe so we use this money. They're looking to go after this. They're talking about hiring private investigators, etc. Like, they're going ham. The streets are talking, Nancy D. Yeah, I'm with you, Nancy. The streets are talking. Any final thoughts that you want to give on this situation, man? What captivated you to this story in general? What made you say, man, this is insane? I got to look at this.
Well, I at first I thought it was some folks who could not afford heat, because I didn't know the whole story.
Right.
So at first I was like, oh my gosh, my first thoughts was, oh my gosh, this happens so much. This is horrible. We've had 7 people here in our area just over this past freeze that we had that died from exposure. And so you know, my sympathy for that is what drew me first, was just to read and like, oh my gosh, you know, that's too bad, you know. But then obviously as you get into it, you know, my jaw dropped to the ground. I was just like, this is insane. And then, you know, I saw your comment that you were going to be doing a live yesterday on it, which is really informative and got a lot out of that.
Yeah, man. You know, we're able to get, and the big part for me is seeing the families and pulling up these screenshots of the families' conversations on Facebook that we were able to find ourselves, and the conversation and friends speaking out of people who knew this Jordan and people who knew our victims here in this case. Everybody's screaming sus. I have not seen one good comment that said, shut the hell up. Jordan would never do. I haven't seen that. Allegedly. I haven't seen it. If you've seen it, let me know. But I have not seen one that says anything other than this is sus when it comes to these family members speaking out on their platforms. I have not seen one.
Yeah. And I believe they know what's up. I believe they have known, and they probably didn't think that the dude was this fucking criminal. But they probably had their thoughts about him, you know. But hey, man, I'm out of here. Let everybody else get their words in on this. Thank you very much, man, for doing your lives and keeping it going pretty much on a daily basis.
No doubt, my brother.
Awesome.
I appreciate you calling in and being a voice in the community, man. I look forward to hearing from you again. Stay safe out there. Stay vigilant. It's a dangerous world we're living in, brother. Dangerous times.
Right on. Take care. Peace.
God bless, brother. Peace. Shout out to him. Great phone call. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. We want to hear from you. What is your thoughts, opinions, and theories? Is this sus to you, or is this just an accident? Did this guy have friends come over and they all three just collapsed that night? You know, regular instance, nothing. They were given nothing. They just all walked outside and happened to be locked out there and froze to death. They didn't go to the vehicles. They didn't warm nothing up. I'm not buying it. 207 sent from heaven. What's going on? Talk to me.
Hey, T-REV, it's Kimberly. How are you today?
I'm doing good, Kimberly. It's nice to hear from you. What's on your mind? Talk to us. This case is driving me up a wall.
Is it not? It is like so crazy. Like, I don't know if the guy has done anything for sure or not. But it's pretty suspicious that he would not be there for 2 days or not answer the door for 2 days before his friends were found. And how would all three of them be gone and not, you know, if there was no fight to be put up? It had to be drugs. It had to be, something had to be laced. He had to, in my opinion, he had to have done something to cause their death. He had to have. It doesn't even make any sense. 3 grown men, 1 maybe pass out in the snow, 2 that's going a little far, but 3 no freaking way, none whatsoever.
It just doesn't add up, right? It doesn't.
It does not at all. I mean, I'm aggravated about this case, and I'm aggravated that the police aren't like on top of it faster than they should be. Like, have they interrogated Jordan yet? Has that even been mentioned?
Yeah, that is a great question. Did they interrogate him? I have no idea, but from what I did read, it said that he was cooperating the day of. So I did find that interesting. I did find those words interesting. He was cooperating the day of. So is he not cooperating now?
That is my understanding, that he's not cooperating now. Like he lawyered up.
So he's probably not cooperating now, but now where we're stuck at here is waiting for toxicology. You get what I'm saying? We're waiting for everything to come back.
Yeah.
And that's 4 to 6 weeks, sometimes maybe even longer. So,
and that's where the truth is going to come out, I think.
Yeah, the guy was a scientist. In fact, somebody asked in the chat, was the guy a scientist? Hold up. Let me drop all these screenshots for you real quick and we'll pull them up. Tons of screenshots I got pulled up. Hold up.
Oh,
Right here. This is okay. So this is the guy. This is what he has. This is the certificates and stuff right here. And he does have a website too. I don't know if you guys were able to see the website, but here for Meg that's asking in chat, somebody said that the LinkedIn was deleted today. I don't know much about that. I'm curious.
Yeah, I don't know. That's, hang on a second. What's that?
Hopefully you guys can see that.
So he has experience in vaccination design. And well, that's interesting.
Yeah, you see that there's everything that you need to see. That's the guy. And then he has this website right here, which is about meet the IAVI scientists applying new and emerging technologies to one of the toughest challenges facing HIV vaccine researchers today. And then, I guess he wrote everything that's in here.
Oh, this is the first time I'm seeing this, so that's interesting.
Yeah, this is his website, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pretty sure this is his website.
Well, I jumped on late, so I don't know if you posted this earlier. I didn't see it.
It was in the last live. I actually had this pulled up on the last live from yesterday.
I wasn't able to stay on the complete live. I was on there for a while. In fact, I talked to you, but I was on there for a while, but I had to, of course, get off. But grannies have their days with grandkids,
Absolutely.
And they're more important to you, T-REV. And I don't mean to say that in a rude way, but they're more important.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. So they're fun. Yeah. So I didn't see this. Where'd you pull this up at?
This was sent to me, actually.
So it's from the IAVI Corporation?
IAVI, translating science into global health impact.
I'm going to have to further check into that because that's very interesting to me.
On you. Yeah.
So I wonder.
It's an interesting read too.
Is it?
Yeah, it is. It's definitely an interesting read.
So I'm curious. I've been listening for the last hour or so, but anyway, so I'm curious if some of the thoughts that others have had that he came up with something in his lab and he wanted to test it out. Maybe he tested it out on rats and it worked for them, but it didn't work for humans. I'm just curious now. Oh my goodness, I did not see this. I'm going to check more into this. I will call back, but I really don't have much help. I will.
It's interesting.
Definitely.
It's a very interesting read. There's a lot of different things that he talks about. Like it asks him, what do you hope your work as a scientist will accomplish for high-risk populations or globally? What motivates you to get up every day and contribute to global health research and development? He talks about different things. And so if you go in here and read this is his words. I'm a hybrid scientist. I came from the wet lab, chemicals and potential wet hazards with very little knowledge of how consumptional biology works. There's a lot of stuff he talks about in here. You got to go in here to read it again. This is his website. This is the guy, allegedly.
I will, absolutely. But you know what? Now this makes me think that maybe he knew of a chemical or put together something. I'm not saying he did. I'm just saying maybe, hypothetically, he put something together. And then he also had something that could deactivate it. And he didn't get into it in time. He didn't get the medicine into him in time. You know what I'm saying? Like the narco shot for, what is it, fentanyl? So what if there was something else he'd come up with and then possibly had a deactivating resource and he didn't get to him in time or it didn't work? I just wonder now. I'm gonna have to read that. I'm gonna have to read that. I don't want to like put things into people's heads, but I'm very interested in this case. I'm very interested in why 3 friends from a chemist's house would be found dead in the snow of all places.
Right. In the
It doesn't
snow of
make
all
sense.
places, 1 inch of snow.
Yeah.
1 inch again, you know? So it's
Yeah, 1 inch, but it was freezing up there. Like the temperatures were outrageous.
right.
So, huh. All right, well, T-REV, I'm going to get off of here. I just wanted to kind of call in and say, hey, I love your job. I love what you do. You awesome, awesome, awesome. And I can say that 50 times and it wouldn't be enough. But
Yeah,
I'll
thank
let
you.
somebody else call in. I just wanted to. I'm glad you pulled that up because I will be looking at that IA. What was it? IA. Hang on a second. I got to pull it back up.
Mm-hmm.
IAVI. IAVI. I'm going to write that down right now. Yeah. So, but thanks so much for all you do. I really appreciate what you do for us, for all of us. And I love that you get us involved. You know, you take advice from other people. You take, you listen to us and you take the time, to, be as part of your show. And I appreciate that.
I personally think that's what makes it the best, in my opinion, for what I do anyways. In my opinion, just having fun. I'm not saying the best out of everybody else. I'm not in competition with nobody, but just doing what I do with y'all. I don't care about diving into others' politics. I just want to dive into these cases, get down to the bottom of it, see if we can help them get any answers at all. And if we don't, at least we tried, and I know I tried, and we're trying in numbers. There's 1,000 people in here. Everybody is seeing this story. We're captivated by it. It's super sus to most of us. I'm gonna put a poll up here in a minute just to see. I want to see the percentage of people who think that this is a foul play case, and the percentage of people that just think it's an accident gone wrong and this guy just didn't check his backyard.
Yeah. Did you ever hear back from the one kid's mom? You messaged her or whatever. Did you ever hear back from her? Like I said, I had to jump off, so I wasn't even sure.
Did I hear back from who now?
The one of the kids that passed away. Did you hear from their mom? Didn't you message their mom yesterday?
I messaged multiple people.
Oh, so you haven't heard back from anybody?
I heard back from one just now, like 26 minutes ago on TikTok. She may be in here right now.
Oh, okay. I missed that, I guess. Well, I'm kind of in between making dinner, washing dishes, and coming out and listening to you in between each. So I only get a second to sneak out, but I still have you on, and I'm still listening. But sometimes the kids overrule me.
It happens. It happens.
Yeah, I love it though. I love it. I would never complain about it. Hey, babe, I'll let you go. Have a great night, and I'm going to continue listening to you.
God bless you, ma'am. God bless you and your family. Love and light. You already know. Lock your doors. Stay vigilant, and I'll hear from you again.
Absolutely.
God bless you. Shout out to her. Beautiful phone call. If you want to call it, it's 219-885-9693. I still want to hear from you guys. You see this? I mean, the families, Kansas City Police Department is not doing their job. Jordan, man. 337 sent from heaven. What's going on? You're live.
Hey, what's up, Trev and Rep Gang? It's Mama D.
What's going on, D?
Hey, I am so passionate about this case. For one, I'm from Kansas City. That's my hometown. That's what I claim. I'm a Chiefs fan all the way. But these 3 healthy 30-something-year-old guys are frozen to death in the backyard. Look at the pictures of the house. The cars were outside in the front yard. People have wallet, keys, and stuff missing. There's 2 exit points from the backyard. Plus, there's a lot of windows. I'm just like, this makes 0 sense. I'm so passionate about this. These families have 0 answers. there has not been very much coverage on this at all. There were 2 stories from the local Kansas City News about it. Three old men dead from being frozen to death. Come on, that makes 0 sense. Listen to these families. Something is up more than what they're saying. And I'm sorry, I'm just talking 100 miles an hour,
No,
but
D, you're fine. And I kind of want now that you have called in, and a lot of people, you sent me a lot of these screenshots. Actually, you sent me all of these screenshots. You put them into a zip file, and I'm able to pull them up here across the screen. And this Adriana, actually, she just responded to me on TikTok. I told her, hey, on YouTube, we're 54K strong, and we stand behind you. I'm live now. If you want to call in, I'm more than willing to help you get answers. So even if she doesn't call in, I wanted to leave that option out there for her to see that, because I see that she's seeking answers, and that's who is saying right here, Jordan killed them allegedly. It's all allegedly,
yeah.
but she
And
responded.
had the TikTok that I think she put out, I don't know, maybe 5. I'll have to look back because I only heard about this since yesterday. Kansas City is my home. The Chiefs are my people. And 3 friends from high school way back when are found dead in the yard, and the owner or the person that made, not the owner, the renter, had a party, and 3 people that were at his party are dead in his backyard. Make fucking sense. It makes 0 sense. And the cops aren't saying anything. There's no press release. There's no there's no there's nothing public except for what we just heard from yesterday. It doesn't
And
make
what
sense.
were you able to find out here? I'm curious if you were able to, when you were doing this research and you found this particular screenshot that I have up that says, I agree, we can't find Ricky's keys, wallet, or phone. And that's why I would like to talk to Adriana. Just are they still not to this day able to find his keys, wallet, and phone? This was 3-4 days ago from, I don't know if you saved this yesterday, so would it be the 4th day today? But either way, she said that within 3 to 4 days ago that they can't find Ricky's keys, wallet, or phone. And that's suspicious.
No, yeah, you're right. That's today that I heard from DM messages from the family that they don't have a key, wallet, or phone. I sent that, and they didn't know that a week ago either. You know what I mean? So
How was that not suspicious? There's not, and good. I got a note that has there been a police presser? No, the only thing close to a police
there's
presser.
not. No, I looked up in the sheriff, the county, the local police. There were 2 like local news releases that came out a week after. After that, nothing. And then now, I hopefully we can spotlight that, because the families don't have answers. There's been nothing public released from the police department or nothing. Nothing. It doesn't make sense. 3 grown men did not freeze to death outside in the backyard. It didn't happen. These guys, I'm from Kansas City. I'm gonna say that we went to Chiefs games. I've been to Chiefs games, like snot coming out my nose and frozen at that time. It doesn't matter. If you're fans, you're fans. These 3 guys did not walk outside and succumb to frozen temperatures. If you're from Kansas City, that doesn't fucking happen. That's all I gotta say about that.
And I have the picture pulled up at the house right here. The one that you sent, you said to go to, you said they're newer pictures and it shows it fully furnished inside. It shows the basement. I got this backyard pic. There's so many. Yeah, it does.
Yeah, look at all the windows. You look at all the windows. Okay, so supposedly, allegedly, this guy had the last of his guests leave at 11 o'clock p.m. that night, and he went upstairs to the second floor, and he didn't notice anything for 36 hours. Okay, so that part makes sense. When you look at the house, you never went to the kitchen. You did not leave your room for 36 hours, and you ignored all calls, messages, everything from the family for 36 hours. And it took a fiance to break into the fucking house, find a dead person on the back porch, and 911 was called. And 15 minutes later, you came out in your boxer shorts and a empty wine glass. What the fuck is going on? And it's 3 men. If it was one man, that got real fucked up and died in the back, I can understand. But 3 friends that you knew since high school, I'm not buying that. None of that story makes sense.
Wow, look, and
Anyway,
this is
I'll
what you
let
were
other
talking
people
about.
call.
I see what you're
I'm
talking about with
sorry.
the windows, D. I see what you're talking about. So in this like little patio
Look at
room
the
here,
windows.
yeah, I agree. Look at all these windows. You
You
didn't come downstairs for 36 hours. I'm not believing that.
No, look at those windows. That whole first floor is full of windows. Full of windows.
Oh yeah.
It does not make sense.
Look,
And
you can
yeah,
see the
anyway,
patio from this
I'm
angle. That's actually a good angle right here. Look, you can see from this angle, you can see right out. Wow.
all through there you can see right out. You can't get a drink of water. You can't walk through the entire first floor, without seeing out a window and looking at the bodies. And there wasn't snow that covered them up because it didn't snow like that. And it wasn't frozen like they're saying. I'm just saying none of that makes sense. But I'm gonna let other people call. I'm passionate about that. I'm a Chiefs fan. I'm from Kansas City. I have mutual friends on Facebook with some of these victims, and some anyway, it's just bullshit. This guy did something to these people, his friends that he knew since high school. Why would he be sitting in his boxer shorts, come to the door with an empty glass of wine after the fiance found a dead person?
Right.
Why didn't he answer the door then?
The fiance
That
finds a dead person in 10 minutes, but you don't find a dead person within 36 hours.
yeah, a fiance, when she broke in, she found that person in 15 seconds or 20 seconds or something. There is a post about that. As soon as she broke in and announced herself and went through the house, she saw the person on the back porch. I
Now,
don't
wasn't
know if
it
that
okay?
was
So it was a
her.
person that was found under this right here. Were they found under this furnished little piece right here? The first victim?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. That little overhang or little patio. It's
I have
not
it. I
even,
have
it's
it up.
not a
Maybe
porch.
you might be on a delay, but I have it up right now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't look at that. But anyway, how did he come out 10 to 15 minutes later in his boxers with an empty glass of wine, but he didn't make any kind of movement when someone breaks into his house, announces they're here, she's gonna get her fucking fiance because she knows this dude did something, and then she sees one dead body on the porch. She didn't know about the other two. She just was trying to get her man. You know what I mean? Like, we got something lost there. But I'll let other people call in. I love you, Trev. Love you, Rev Gang.
Thank you, D. I appreciate you. Thank you for. I know you've been digging in this one for the last 24 hours, like real deep. I know you've been into it, and thank you for everything that you sent over. There is a new that one you were like, oh my god, it's a new what was it? This one right here that I had pulled up. I think Leisure shared it. It's a new updated article. So I want to dig into this new article right here that we got. You remember
Yeah,
she
that
dropped
new
it in
one was
admin?
just a couple of hours ago from Lisa. So that's I mean, and it headlined the dude that hosted the party. Allegedly, you know what I'm saying? Like, just look at the facts. It's not that hard to figure out that something is fucking foul play. And I don't care if KC, Missouri Police Department doesn't think it's foul play. Maybe they do. Maybe FBI is on it. Maybe there's all kinds of shit we don't know. And that wouldn't surprise me. You know what I mean? But like, let these families at least know what you're working on or something. Let these families know what's happening for their children, their cousins, their nephews, their brothers. You know what I mean? It's, it's very
Stacy says you can
frustrating.
get carbon monoxide poisoning inside and pass out outside. Stacy said.
Ain't nobody got carbon monoxide poisoning. That's stupid. Whatever Johnson that is. I'm sorry.
Carbon
They had
monoxide is like
keys in their pockets. They had cars in the front yard. They didn't go outside and get carbon monoxide poisoning.
Alyssa, then this is kind of what I was thinking, and Alyssa like said it for me right away. She's in chat. She goes, the carbon monoxide thing never will make sense as the one guy who remained in the house was completely fine.
Exactly. Bing bong. Oh my God. All those voice clips.
Now I do read I've been getting a lot of
a scientist to figure that out. But this scientist, I think, thinks he's smarter than everybody else. And I think the temperatures and the time delay and all that has something to do with it. I also think that in the Brian Koberger case in Idaho 4, he thinks he's smarter than everybody else. You know what I mean? It's like, maybe it's a pissing competition. It doesn't make sense. None of it makes sense.
Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't make sense until it does. Sometimes they
Yeah.
say it's you know, people make things more complicated than it is, but in this situation with this story, it doesn't make sense. This story, it just stinks. It stinks. 3 people dead at your house, 2 full days, 36 hours. You're in the search groups. You know what I mean? Like was allegedly in the search groups. Don't let me put words into mouths, but I'm gonna say allegedly just for the simple fact that that's what's being put out there is that he knew that they were missing. So you don't look out your windows, you don't see if their cars are parked outside. You didn't step out back.
Yeah, Trev. I mean, and they didn't go to work. Nobody went to work for 2 days. Out of all 4 men that work, you know what I mean? And then nobody went to work for 2 days. All the men with their children, they're the provider. Come on. And then you come to the door in boxers and an empty wine glass. I mean, that makes zero sense. It does not make sense. I wish justice for these victims, because I really think they're victims, and we're gonna find out way more about this dude, just like Brian Koberger with his, whole case. I just think we're gonna find out way more about the sinister actions and planning of these people. 3 victims are dead, just hanging out that they think at a football party.
You are at a
But
football, you're over here watching football, and you're found dead 2 days later with somebody in the house walking out in a robe after the fiance breaks into the house, finds one, has the police come, they find the other 2, and this guy walks out in a robe with a wine glass in his hand, allegedly.
have you ever seen the movie Fractured? If you haven't, watch that movie. That is a very, very good movie. It's called Fractured with Anthony Hopkins, and it's about Devil's Jeopardy and this and that. And I'm just saying that I watch that movie every few months because it's such a good movie. Because Bing Bong, they're gonna get you in the end. I don't care how smart you think you are, the justice system will prevail, and I'm always gonna believe in that. I'm gonna believe in the cops. I'm gonna believe in the justice system. Until it doesn't happen. I mean, sometimes it doesn't happen, but I'm gonna believe in it.
Now, if you're just tuning in, ladies and gentlemen, this is allegedly right here where one of the bodies were found. Again, I got the picture up of this house, and this is out back where the bodies was. Now, hold up. I'm getting confused here with the first body. Was that on the front porch, or was this really on this back? Because I'm getting confused by a few statements that I've heard.
It was on the back porch, but if you look, I think the window or place she broke into was not from the back. And yeah, I don't
That's
know.
the part that confuses me a little bit, because I've seen someone say that they were in the front, and people are confusing the front with the back.
Yeah, but there's a news release or something that we listened to yesterday that said how it was. It debunked whatever and said how it was, where she actually made the injury point. You know what's fucked up though? I'll just say this. I haven't heard it or anything because I don't listen to the TikTok street or YouTube or whatever, but family members were saying that the fiance that broke into the house to try to find her husband, her fiance, was in the wrong, and they're trying to put some kind of twist on that. But I was like, well, I haven't heard that or seen that. I just know that people were saying that the fiance that broke into the house was wrong, and trying to talk about messy stuff. But
Well,
I don't
how much
see
longer
that.
would they would have been there if she didn't break in?
Dude, if I thought my fiance, listen, my first marriage, and this is truth, and I'll be done after this part, but I have always said, I still say, my first marriage, if anything ever happens, that's the first person you should look at. And go break down the walls, because I'm probably buried in there, and the people that know me my whole life know that situation, and it's totally 100% true. It's weird that people say this guy was weird and creepy in high school. People that worked with him said he was creepy. They didn't want to work with him alone.
Mm-hmm.
This guy that is allegedly whatever, he was the sponsor for a party that ended up with 3 people dead.
Absolutely.
You know, like, what the fuck? Get that guy. Something is majorly wrong. Anyway.
No
I'll
doubt.
let other people call in. Rev Gang, T-REV, love you.
No doubt, D.
Love
We
you guys.
appreciate you and thank you again for everything that you do. I appreciate you sending in these files and different screenshots for us to go through that was from the family. It is important that everybody here sees these screenshots and the family reaching out and saying that something's wrong. It's not just one family member that's saying Jordan did this or Jordan did that allegedly. It's multiple family members. Now, you know, it's multiple family members, multiple people in all 3 families, it looks like, are saying different things. So
you're talking about cousins, mothers, fathers, nephews, brothers, sisters.
Exactly.
There's 3 families that have been connected since high school, or maybe less, but at least high school, as far as friends. They've been connected all through their families for all these fucking years. They're 36, 37, 38 years old. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So they've been connected for all these years. And
Unknown,
now
stop
they're
it. Show your
like,
face, not your ways, baby boy.
and now they're like, what the hell? I knew this guy was creepy, whatever. But, you know, maybe they don't have enough to charge him on right now because the scene didn't look suspicious. But I'm telling you, we all know, every single person in true crime, that there is something going on here. That people don't just, a whole 3 healthy men don't freeze to death outside when it's not even freezing weather when you're from that area in Kansas City.
Exactly.
You don't. And you're going to get to your car, you're going to break through a window, you're going to holler at your friend, you're going to call somebody, you're going to do something. But you're not all 3 going to fucking freeze to death. Come on now. Make it make sense. It's us to us. And I love you, Rev Gang. I'm going to let you go. Sorry.
All
Thank
right,
you so
D.
much.
Love and light. Lock your
Okay.
doors. Stay safe. I'll be seeing you in chat. God bless.
Always.
Lock up. Shout out to D. I appreciate it calling. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. What is your thoughts and theories on this situation? I want to hear from you. Do I need to put the timer on, chat? Is that what it is? A lot of people want to get through. Is that what it is? I need to put a timer on? What's going on? 401. What's going on? You're live. 401, can you hear me?
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. You are live. All I need you to do is mute the background and you're good to go.
Yes. I live in Rhode Island, but I have family in Kansas City that the cops said it was 1 homicide, 2, was it 1 suicide, 2 homicides? And they closed the case real quick.
Right.
And like the lady said, the cops weren't doing anything. They're not. They're not going to do nothing. They're just going to close it. They froze. That's all. That's all they're going to say.
So you think that
Kansas City police, if you give them money, they will help you. They're corrupt.
So Kansas City police are corrupt, from what you know?
Oh, I know that. I have family members that have been killed up there. I have 3 sons that's been murdered up there, and they closed them as it was a suicide. Like I said, my son killed his brother and his wife, so they said it was a one suicide, double homicide. But my son is he's left-handed. When he was rapping, he would have his microphone in his left hand. Okay, if he's left-handed, why would he shoot himself in his back of his right ear? Just like them people did in Texas, got shot. My 2 boys were shot like the same way as them 2 got shot in Texas.
This is
So
wow.
if you were left-handed, you would shoot yourself with the right with your right side.
You say you lost your boys?
Yes, in Kansas City in 2011.
I'm so sorry
And
to hear that.
not even a week, the
And
detective closed the case.
oh my God.
It's nothing. And then to this day, the word on the street is they were sat up. They didn't find his phone. They didn't find his jewelry. They didn't find his car keys. They didn't find his wedding bands. Come on.
Wow. And this
Just
hold up,
like they can't find.
that you're saying this, I have to put this comment on the screen here because there's a woman here saying Kansas City Police Department is not doing their job.
That's just like right here. And then they closed the case. That's why I asked the detective. I said, and the detective is a Detective Babcock from Rhode Island. I was talking to him out here. I said, what happened? He said, he just started. And the guy closed it and said, oh, it was a, like I said, 1 suicide or 2 suicides and 1 homicide, or 2 homicides, 1 suicide. And then the other one was, oh, it was an accidental killing or a robbery. No, it was a setup. And it all came out. And I told the cops, I said, no, my son wouldn't do this. They wouldn't do this to each other. They wouldn't. They're so close. And now it's all coming out. It was a setup. And the cops had nothing. They didn't even do no, you know how when you shoot yourself,
Yes,
someone
ma'am.
shoots yourself with the gun, they're supposed to take gunpowder. He said, no, it's too late for that. We closed the case.
So that's crazy. So you're saying that Kansas City Police Department is looking to close cases and shit like that. And this woman is, I believe, one of the fiancés and has a child with one of the victims here in this case. And she's saying Kansas City Police Department is not doing their job. So I wonder if she's feeling that same pain that you were going through.
Okay, where did the person's car keys go?
That's
where
what
did
I'm
his
saying.
wallet go? Where did my son's car keys go? Where did my son's wallet go? Where did his wedding band go? Where did his merchandise? Where did his stuff go to?
Whoa.
Where did all of their stuff go to? They just disappeared, and then the cops say, "Okay, he killed them and killed himself." No, these guys, they were selling drugs. They were making money. You know that's what they do in the city. They were partying. There was more people down there. Like the cop said, there was more people down there, and everybody left, and that's what happened. No, nobody don't leave. And that's not what happened. What happened to their phones? Like the guy said, where's the phones? Where's the wallets? Where's the keys? I want to know where my son's stuff at.
Yeah, Adriana, the fiance of one, I'm pretty sure she's saying we can't find Ricky's keys, wallet, or phone.
Yep, and then they were turned off, so we can't even locate them.
What?
The phone was turned off, so you can't locate a phone that's turned off. So there's something going on with these cops. I don't know, but I don't know why these kids could ride around with all these guns and Uzis and do all these drugs since they were 12 years old, how they're 30 years old and still out there making videos, doing raps now.
Delaney,
Rap
D in chat. Is this Ricky Johnson? This screenshot that I have pulled up for everybody to see right here. Is this Ricky? Is this the father? Because he's saying the guy's name was Jordan that did this. Everybody needs to know that he was just walking around drinking when they arrested him. Sorry, son of a bitch. Now, was this the guy that we watched speak on the news here earlier? Let me see if I can get right back. I'll show you right here. The guy that was on this clip. As a father, it says right here, as a father, You know, family wants answers after their son was found dead in Northland. Now, was this him speaking on this same screenshot?
I'm not sure if it was.
I'm gonna find. I know D knows that because she found a lot of this. She was digging into it real deep. She's probably digging right now. She ain't answered yet. I ain't seen it.
And like my other son got murdered up there. Now he was supposed to get they supposedly got robbed. Okay, now it came out that that was a hit. Someone had that done to him. So when I told the detective, I said, no, that little boy didn't do that to my son. That little boy's only 14 years old. My son just turned 20 years old. I'm at 21. That boy didn't do that to him. I talked to him. I know he didn't do that to him. But the boy took the rap for that kid.
Yeah,
And
what?
now the
Yeah.
kid's out. The kid's out. He only did like 8 years.
Nina Garcia, I'm glad you said that. That comment said arrested him, though. Yes, and I agree with that. What is arrested him? Was he arrested? Because I didn't hear that. So what's going on with he was or they arrested him? Sorry, son of a bitch. What's going on with that part of the comment? Was he arrested? Ricky Johnson said he was the cousin in one of the posts. Okay, I didn't see that.
All right, I'll let someone else call in, but I just wanted to that I was curious, wanted to say something about that wallet and stuff missing. I know the police have that stuff and they're not going to return it.
Now, you going through a case and losing your kids, you lost your kids' lives. They lost their lives out here to gun violence. Is that
yes, I have. Yes,
you didn't get no answers and they closed your case?
They closed it.
Wow.
They just told me, oh, your son killed his brother and his woman and shot himself.
Now, was it in this same? Now, I do see people in the chat like, oh, stop bashing this Northland. I don't know nothing about Northland or anything like that. I don't know nothing about that town, so I can't speak on it in general. Is that a bad town? Was it? Did that case for you happen in the same town, or was it a different place?
It happened in Kansas City, Missouri.
Okay, I got you.
Right in the 70s and 80s area. But it doesn't matter where it happens in Kansas City, Missouri. If you got money, you pay them cops. You'll get what you need to be done. That's all it's about.
Any final thoughts that you have on this case in general? I mean, is this suspicious to you or not?
Yes, it is. It very is. It really hurts me because like I said, I've had 3 people die at the same time in Kansas City, but murdered, and it hurts me, and I see it. That he did this to them.
Why can't we open a petition up for your case to be reopened if they closed that down? That's weird. That's weird. I'd like to know more about that. If you would email me more on your situation there. I would like to hear more details about that. I feel like you should have a petition open to get that case reopened for injustice for your kids. Honestly.
Oh yes, and my other daughter went up there to bury her father. He got murdered in his house, but they said he killed himself. Okay, now just a couple of years ago, I found out someone killed him.
Well, I'll tell you this much. Email me more details on that whole situation. We should get some type of petition open to get your son's cases open. That's weird, especially them being murdered and they just close the case out like that. Send me the deets to my email. I look forward to hearing from you, and I appreciate you calling in and giving us your input and talking on the show, and even having the audacity to share your story too with us. I appreciate you doing that. It takes a lot to do that. Thank you for calling in, and I hope you have a beautiful night full of love and light. And you are not disturbed.
You.
God bless you, man.
I've been watching you from Rhode Island, and you've been doing so good. I will be in contact with you.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. I look forward to hearing from you again. You too. Shout out to her. Very good phone call. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. What is your thoughts and opinions surrounding this case? What's going on? Meant to say law enforcement do see. 2-4, you're in the door. What's going on?
Hey, how you doing, man? I'm out here in Pittsburgh, and I just want to say I've lived in Kansas City, Missouri area. I got shot here in Pennsylvania, and I had to go out there for school. And it got horrible out there, man. Like the weather is horrible. But as I'm looking in the backyard, I'm seeing houses all over. If they could have, if they were not dead or if they were alive, they would have went to the houses and got help. They're not just gonna stand out there and freeze and die.
Right.
And that's
You do
why
me a favor and mute your
definitely
background. You be good to go. You be good to go, my boy.
Yeah, for sure.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good. I just
No,
could
like
hear
I said,
it sounds like an echo sometimes for the listeners, but man, this case this is insane. So you said did you say you were shot in Kansas City?
I got shot in Pennsylvania.
Okay.
Here in Pittsburgh, and I had to move. The area and get my life together. But like I said, I got robbed one time going to Kansas City to buy some weed. It's a bad. It's a city. People don't know the city life, and it's a real deal. But this looks like, you're going to hang out with your buddies. You're watching the game. Maybe they were just partying too much. People get together like to party. The guy might have got scared. You know what I mean? That don't give him the right not to call 911 and save his friends.
Exactly.
But like I said, I seen the houses outside. They should have, if they were alive, they would have got help. And, wouldn't you? You're not gonna be locked out at the house. I'd have broke the damn window and broke in if I had to, right?
That's what the fiance did.
Hey man, I just want to say, man, sorry for all them. We're praying for you. We're out here in Pittsburgh. We're watching you. You're doing a great job, man. Keep on doing your thing, boss. My name is Scarbelly5K. You know what I mean? I got music and all kinds of stuff on YouTube. I appreciate you, boss.
I appreciate you, man. Thank
Keep
you for
going
calling
hard.
up. Thank you for calling up and being a voice in the community, brother. I look forward to hearing from you again.
No doubt, man. Love y'all. Scarbelly.
Yeah, no doubt, boy. Shout out to him. Good phone call. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. Again, who is Jordan Willis? This is the name. You just asked for it in chat, right? I had to go find it for you. Well, here it is. Who is Jordan Willis, the KC man who had 3 friends die in his backyard after a Chiefs game? Now, it specifically says a Kansas City Chiefs watch party became a nightmare when 3 men were found dead in the backyard of a home 2 days later. Jordan Willis, the man who hosted the gathering, said his friends must have frozen to death and seemed unaware they were there. That's insane. Ricky Johnson, Clayton McGinney, and David Harrington, who were all in their 30s, were the 3 men who died. Each one, meanwhile, had been invited to Willis rental home in the northern area of Kansas City to watch the Chiefs face the Los Angeles Chargers, Fox 4KC reported. Willis and the 3 men who died were the only people in the home that day. Adding to several unconfirmed TikTok reports, it was common for the men to gather to watch NFL games and stay the night so as not to drive after drinking. It says one possible explanation for why they did not return home that Sunday night or Monday morning. Hold up, there's a TikTok here. 3 bodies. All right, let's watch this one. Let's watch this real quick.
Was right, and I said, is this a lose-lose for me?
Nope, that's not taking me to the right one. Where were we?
2 of those friends stayed a little bit later than the others, and when those friends didn't show up at their homes or their
I'm not going to
works the next
speak on
day,
it, but one of
and
the
then day after that,
individuals they
started
found
looking for
dead
them.
is a friend
The
of
missing
mine's
friends were
cousin.
Clayton McGinney,
And how
Ricky
that dude
Johnson.
didn't.
Okay, I hear one talking over one. I can't hear that. That's bad, but all right, it's open. I took it. My bad. I had it on Do Not Disturb. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. We want to hear from you, baby. This is wild, man. This is wild. Good caller, Angelica says. Thanks, guys. Of course, there's a reason. I'm trying to find that one for you guys to pull up. I want to pull up the one about the birds because they said the sister posted a picture of 3 dead birds and said you had to call the police. Allegedly. This is all allegedly. Unknown, show your face, not your waist. I do not answer unknown phone calls.
Get the fuck out of here!
We do not answer unknown phone calls around here. I already see you trying. It's not working. You said where? Were they all dressed? I mean, from what we know, from what we know. I would call, but I'm not entirely educated about everything involved. That was her just now. Hold up, let's get back to here. There's another. I want to go back and revisit
Go all
this real quick.
Canada on you again, because tomorrow in my hometown of Winnipeg, north of North Dakota, the high temperature answers, and that is where Malik Jackson comes in. He is a reporter at.
Better not be okay. 916, you're in the mix. What's going on?
Hey, T-REV.
What's going on? What's up?
Oh,
What's going on?
well, you know, I wanted to say a little bit of my input. To me, this really reminds me, and again, I'm going to just start with allegedly, that way I can just precursor all of this statement. But to me, this really reminds me of the Brian Kohlberger case. To me, we have somebody that is very smart. This man's a scientist. He works in molecular biology and vaccines with proteins. He stipulates on his company's page that he's tired of not being able to try new things, that everybody wants to stick with the old ways of trying new things. And if you go back and you read the company's page of his biography, he puts that there, he clearly speaks on this. I think we have a man that's very intelligent. In the Brian Kohlberger case, don't forget, we had that bunny that had the top of his head sliced off, and the bunny actually lived, but he hit that. And then we had the dog that was skinned. Now, this is fact. That was all reported. We all know that if you follow that case, that's what happened. All around the same time as these horrific quadruple murder. And this, I feel that this is going to be a serial killing. I feel that we have 3 dead birds that are, now there was a little bit of confusion on who posted that. It said Realtor Life, but I don't know if that was his sister or just somebody, if that was a property in the area, the 3 dead birds. Do you know that?
Yeah, no, I don't know that.
I'd be curious to know who posted that, because at one point we thought it was his sister.
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't. I can't find the original post. Somebody said this was all that was sent to me about the 3 birds, and yeah, it did come from Ellie. In chat, I did see you mention that it did come from Ellie, but it's not. I can't find the regular source. I want to see the regular source. Is the regular source his sister, like it's claimed to be allegedly? That's what I need to know. I need to know if you know what I mean? Is that his sister that posted this like it's claimed to be?
Correct.
You know what I mean? I want to make that accusation without knowing that. That's all.
Okay, and or if we could find out what the address is of that property, because to me, if that's within the vicinity of where this happened, Jordan Willis's rental, I'd be curious to know what kind of proximity we're dealing with here. If I had, listen, I'm going to tell you what my gut is telling me. My gut is telling me something's really wrong here. We don't have 3 grown men, and that one guy called in, and that other woman that called in, that's from Kansas City, and she said, in Kansas City, you don't go outside without your jacket. You have 3 grown men that all simultaneously, or whatever, freeze to death outside, and I have 3 brothers. They live in cold areas. This just does not make any sense to me. In my opinion, I think this guy, I'm curious to know where those birds died, because I would be curious whether or not that he threw some poison around or whatever he created, just to see how that would work on some birds or whatever animal got to it, and it was birds and they died. I don't even know if he knew that they died, or maybe he did, but and I think that he did something, and I think that he's not a friend of these guys. I don't think that this guy even really cares. And I do speculate, and I could be way off here, but this is my opinion, since it didn't snow, and there wasn't any indication of drag marks, at least not that the police have said, because they're really not talking, so we don't really know. But there is an option. There is that he could have given them something that causes paralysis. Hey guys, I'm gonna grab you guys a fresh beer in the house. I'll be right back. He comes out, they're open. He's got a free in his hand, and he's got it in there. And I really believe this is foul play, and I think this is a serial killer. But that's my opinion.
So foul
And by the
play.
way,
You said
why
foul
does
play. You think he's all right. So you said foul play. You think this is
and
a
I think
serial
I think
killer?
he's a serial killer. That is my opinion. Yep.
So a serial killer is going to be as dumb as to leave 3 dead people in his backyard.
Well, you know, I mean, we got
allegedly, everything you're hearing is allegedly, but a serial killer is going to be as dumb as this mother to leave 3
I'll tell
dead
you
in
what
your
I think,
backyard.
T-REV.
If you're a serial killer,
I'll
allegedly,
tell you what I
all
think.
allegedly
T-REV.
again.
I'll tell you what I think. I think that this guy, when he did something, I think that he was probably a little wasted himself, and maybe was going on a bender or whatever. This is my opinion. I think that maybe he was on a bender and and did something stupid that he's like and it unfortunately it worked. It worked in a way that he probably wasn't prepared and killed his friends. Also, there's been word that he say something to his family prior to the police coming that my friends froze in the backyard, because that was something we heard early on. So if that was a comment made prior to the police getting there, that shows me that he's complicit, that he had this information, he knew he had dead bodies, and he did nothing. Also, he did not respond to the family or the fiance when they were texting him, and we have read receipts, as they have said, we are concerned about the whereabouts of our family. Why didn't he respond? Do you see what I'm saying? We've got 2 cars and still in his driveway, because we know that 2 men went there together. They took 1 car. So we have 2 cars. He's got family blowing him up. He's not coming outside. And we have heard that he said something about telling his family prior to the police getting there that my friends froze outside.
Well, we have, and then we got to also take into accountability. We have Adriana. Jordan killed him allegedly. We have Adam, who comes out and says that, one of them was my uncle. They were laced with fentanyl. Then under that, mom of David Harrington? Mom of David Harrington, Jennifer Marquez, comments under that. And she specifically says, "Oh, I heard the same thing too." Then, I mean, there's those 3. Then you got dad, I believe, of Ricky Johnson. We watched that interview here today. I could play it again if people came in late and you missed it and you jumped straight to where we're at now. I can run that back. The interview I do have still sitting right here. The dad had, I'm pretty sure he has some type of speaking problem or maybe some type of cancer in the past or something and lost his voice, but he's speaking, and he's saying that he's going to get answers regardless. So there's multiple people. We're seeing multiple family members, fiancés, families, and friends discussing the Jordan and every.
I mean,
they're saying super sus. Everybody is now. Are they just saying super sus because?
No fucking way. No
are they
way.
just saying super sus because their loved ones died and there's no answers and they're being told nothing? Yeah, they're mad. I'd be angry too, but it's sus circumstance.
Too many people
100%.
Too many people are saying it that are involved, that live in that community. And I mean, if it was one person saying it, okay, but everybody, there's multiple people that are saying, guys, this is not. And by the way, you have. Earlier you had, I think, 1,200 people, and continuously have at least 1,200 people in your chat listening to this, because you want to know why? We all think it's sus too. So, we're not a bunch of crazy people here. They're not crazy. Something is not right here. I'm just wondering, where in the heck is Kansas City residents not going in front of that police department and organizing a demonstration with signs saying, "We demand answers. We demand answers." Call every news station in that area call them within 2 hours and say, "Hey, listen, refer them to this channel. Let them know that this is getting blown up. We want answers." And you guys, organize a demonstration out in front of that and have the news there to record it so they can see it, and watch the police change their attitudes.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
What's your final thoughts on this for now before I take another
My final
call?
thoughts is that I love the timer when it's on.
Okay.
And
you think I should use it? What, 7 minutes? What do you think?
Well, I think that when you got a lot of calls coming in, I think you should keep it at 5. I think that as they start to dwindle, you can leave it to 6. But I think that's your call.
All right, we'll start using the timer on all the phone calls, maybe because a lot of people were calling. A A lot of
I
people
think some
work
people
on.
dropped off because
Yeah, they will
you
drop
know
off because of the time of the amount of
the calls
time
are too
people are
long.
on the
Calls are
phone.
too long. They get uninterested in what one
Absolutely,
person is saying.
100%.
All right, I'm out of here. Let somebody else call in.
No doubt. God bless you. I
All right,
appreciate
love
you,
you, brother.
Fluffles. Lock your doors. We love you too. Lock your doors. Stay safe. You already
All
know
right.
what time it is. Shout out to Fluffles. I appreciate her calling in. Well, let's watch this real quick because a lot of people said they didn't see about the bird, right? So I'm going to play this video real quick before we open the lines back up. And yes, maybe I should add a timer. I said that before and I didn't add it. But I can drag a timer over here and we could use a timer. 5 minutes. It would kind of let everybody cycle through and get to give their input. So I do, I like that idea. Let's do it. Hold up. This ain't even got
Backyard of their
volume.
friend's house after watching a Chiefs game. I've got some updates about the case where the three friends were found in the backyard of their friend's house after watching a Chiefs game last weekend. I've been in contact with some of the family members and friends of the victims in this case, and so I'm very grateful that they have been open and honest with me and vulnerable about sharing some of the specifics about this case, but I am going to be keeping them anonymous just to respect their privacy. However, the consensus is that they want this story out there because everyone thinks there's something fishy here and they want justice. So just for a quick recap, this is Clayton McGeeney, Ricky Johnson, and David Harrington. They went to this house, the home of Jordan Willis, who is a brilliant scientist out of Kansas City. He hosted a little watch party for the Chiefs game last weekend. The last person to leave the house left at around 11 o'clock. And then nobody heard from these three friends that Monday or that Tuesday. Finally, Clayton's fiance, April, went to the house on Tuesday evening to figure out what the heck was going on. She was banging on the doors. People had been messaging Jordan for days. He was not responding to anybody. He wasn't opening the door for anybody. And then finally, April took it upon herself to get into the house and figure out what the heck was going on, announced her presence, went to the backyard and found somebody laying on the porch covered in snow. One of the men was found on the porch, and then the other two were found in the yard. This is Jordan Willis. He was renting the home at the time, and he said that he assumed his friends must have frozen to death. Now, in my last video, I did raise the question about how this man who had two dogs didn't notice that his friends were laying in his backyard over the course of 2 days. But apparently, his dogs were actually at his parents' house. But that still does not explain why you wouldn't answer all of the calls and messages and people banging on your door looking for your friends, especially when two of their cars were parked in.
Yeah, make that make sense. Make that make sense, right? First of all, I'm going to play that back a little bit so we can fully flow back into what she was saying about the case, because she's got some good information here. Very good information that we, is good to know. Nobody answers the door. You're banging on the door. Nobody answers the door. Clearly, he had to hear that, right? Clearly.
Parked in front of his house. Ricky's.
Now let's go back here and replay it so it can flow back into what she was saying. I'm just saying I found it's interesting that your door's getting banged on, but yet you followed these search groups too.
His parents' house. But that still does not explain why you wouldn't answer all of the calls and messages and people banging on your door looking for your friends, especially when two of their cars were parked in front of his house. Ricky's car was at David's house because the two of them rode together. Clayton's car was at Jordan's house as well. As of right now, there is a search warrant being executed at Jordan's house. The autopsies and toxicology reports are pending, so that will hopefully give us some more answers. And then, as of yesterday, Jordan Willis had a U-Haul out in the front of his house because he's moving out. And to answer this question, I don't know, because this gate was unlocked. So there's not any way that these guys couldn't have gotten to their cars if they wanted to. It's still inexplicable how they all ended up outside and how they all ended up dead. There have been rumors or speculation that drugs were involved. I'm not really going to touch on that just yet until we have more specific information, but it does seem like one of the most plausible theories. And this is so bizarre, but somebody sent this to me. This is a screenshot from Jordan's sister's Facebook page, and I went ahead and blurred.
Now, see, oh, okay, I'm sorry. I got that wrong. I don't know why I said Instagram. Now, they said a screenshot from Jordan's sister's Facebook page, okay? It says, hello, Lee's Summit Police. I'd like to report a mass homicide, question mark, right? It has a question mark to it. There are not one, not two, but 3 dead birds on the back patio of this house I just showed. Send help.
Blurred her name out so that there's nothing.
Again, we'll run it back.
And this is so bizarre, but somebody sent this to me. This is a screenshot from Jordan's sister's Facebook page. And I went ahead and blurred her name out so that there's nothing attaching her name to this post. But a week before this incident happened, she posted this picture of a dead bird on a back porch with the caption, "Hello, Lee's Summit Police. I'd like to report a mass homicide. There are not one, not two, but 3 dead birds on the back patio of this house I just showed. Send help. Hashtag realtor life."
That's so damn weird.
Yeah.
He said that's so damn weird. She's like, yeah. I mean, it is weird. It is weird. Diane unknown at this time. The 3 dead men.
Oh my God. Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Ladies and gentlemen, what? I need to find it. Where's this at? Where's Jordan? Who's Jordan's sister? Because does anybody know? Can you pull up her Facebook page? Is this post gone? Is this post there? Let me know if you find it. If you come across the original, not this TikTok video that shows it. I want to see original post. I'm not saying that this woman's lying about this. I just want to see it for myself on the page. You know what I mean? I want to see that for myself on the page. So if we could find that, I'm going to dig for it too while I'm sitting here. If you find it before me, let me know. I'm looking for it while we're going through different things. And I'm about to open the lines back up. I just wanted to show you this part about the birds because I thought it was super weird. I kind of want to hear it, like, want you guys to hear it again. If you were just coming in and you haven't heard about the bird situation, just listen to this. It's super weird.
Plausible theories. And this is so bizarre, but somebody sent this to me. This is a screenshot from Jordan's sister's Facebook page. And I went ahead and blurred her name out so that there's nothing attaching her name to this post. But a week before this incident happened, she posted this picture of a dead bird on a back porch with the caption, "Hello, Lee's Summit Police. I'd like to report a mass homicide. There are not one, not two, but 3 dead birds on the back patio of this house I just showed. Send help. Hashtag realtor life."
Yeah. So to me, that's just super sus. But anyways, I'm opening the lines back up. 219-885-9693. I definitely want to hear from you guys.
That's so damn weird.
He said that's so damn weird.
Lastly, GoFundMes have been set up for each of the victims.
So there's one of the GoFundMes, David T. Harrington's GoFundMe. Can we find that, mods? Post that in chat. And for anyone, if you want to go unknown and you want to make a donation to David T. Harrington, and even if you don't, to each one of those, if you could find their GoFundMe, please post them in chat. For anybody who wants to silently go over there and donate to these families and help them please do so if you feel like you need to. 360, you're on the show. What's going on?
Did she just say that the picture of those birds was posted a week before?
Yes, ma'am, she did. Yes, ma'am, she absolutely did. 100%. And it's totally weird. Now, that's why I said I want to find the original so we could verify, the original. She did. I get it. I get what she's doing by marking it out and not posting her name in there and attaching it to it. But by just saying sister, it's really attaching her to it at the same time. So post deleted from Facebook. Delana, I knew you would be on top of it. Delana said post deleted from Facebook. So
I was just about to tell you that.
This is our only trail of it is her video.
That is crazy. Like, I'm perplexed.
Yeah, I'm not understanding it either. It is super weird. Cold chills. Need to turn the heater on. Speaking of that is super. It's sus.
It is
creepy.
Hey, stop it! You dry skin. Anyway,
what's your thoughts on this?
It is puzzling, very puzzling, because how do 4 men go to watch a football game, 3 men end up unalive? That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it doesn't at all. Her name to post deleted. So that's wow. So again, this post is deleted and wow.
That is like totally absurd.
Maybe one weird, kind of like BK. Found it. Thank you. At least
It sounds like something he would have done. I'll just say that. Yeah, allegedly. Allegedly. Let me say that right. This is crazy. And this happened when the Kansas City played
the Chargers.
Yeah, the Chargers.
Yep, this happened when they played the Chargers.
Well, I'm happy they didn't play Dallas, you know.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, this whole thing is kind of crazy. Like, I'm sitting here trying to figure out how did this happen, and now, you know, the fiance said they took his wallet, his keys, his phone. They can't even ping his phone. What is it, like, turned off? Has, you know, this is absurd. Like, there's so many unanswered questions.
Oh yeah, I'm laying some screenshots across the screen right now so people can see for themselves the type of things that are being said here by family members, because I think it's very important that people see that.
I think the family should raise hell and make Kansas City do their job. Give them answers. They're entitled. These are their family members. You know, this happened in any other city. You know, are we going to sit back and be quiet if it's our family member? No, we're going to make a big old loud noise. Look, give me answers. Help me know what's going on. If you're investigating, if you have a possible suspect, tell me so I can be relieved. That's what I would do if I was a family member. But yeah, this whole case, like, it's crazy. Totally crazy.
Yeah, no doubt about that.
Well, my dear, I tried to get through earlier, but I gave up for a minute. I was like, well, I'm going to try one more time. But yeah, this whole case is absurd. Absurd crazy.
Right.
But anyway, you know who this is, don't you, T-REV?
I'm trying to remember right now. Off the top, this is Infamous?
Widow!
Infamous?
Widow, yes.
Okay. Well, yeah, I knew who it was. Infamous.
Oh my gosh. When are you gonna play your game again? Because I miss watching you play.
I don't know. I'm trying to. We're trying to help some families out here. This is wild.
Well, you do need to have a mental health moment too. You got to always think of yourself. You're doing good by getting this out there for the communities, for people to say, look, he's bringing light to something we all need to figure out, help get answers. In this case, 3 men need answers. Family members of these 3 men need answers, but you still got to remember your mental health.
100%.
But anyway, I'm going to get off here because you don't need a timer for me, buddy.
Nah.
All right. Talk to you later, hon.
I appreciate you calling in. God bless you.
God bless you too, baby.
I'll talk to you soon. Love and light. Shout out to her. I appreciate her calling in. Shout out to Infamous. My bad. I was focused on putting these together. These little screenshots here across the screen. Take a look at them. I wanted to lay them all across the screen. Hold on. Let's take off the top of that banner too for 1 second. Might as well just lay them all across the screen. Now, does this look like a family that's looking for help? This isn't even showing the other comments by cousins, and this is just is the nephew. One's the fiance here. I don't even have the other mom's screenshots pulled up across the screen, but does this look like a family that wants answers? I want to hear from you. 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. Let me pull that back up too, actually. Where does it at? Boom. And again, I want you to hear this too.
Kansas City's Fox 4 News, and he's been on top of the story since it broke. Look, I don't know how the police are investigating this case, Malik.
Let's put this puzzle together.
I would be really suspect if all the host of the party could say was they froze to death and not much more. What am I missing?
Yeah, it's a story that we really don't understand. It really doesn't make sense. And for full transparency, we've reached out to KCPD, the Kansas City, Missouri Police Department, and they seem to be bewildered too, because as you were speaking about being from Canada and the temperature being low, it has been cold here over the last few days with this Arctic blast that moved in. But that particular Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, the high temperatures were over 40 degrees. So it is really interesting how they would have frozen to death. More importantly, they're at their best friend's house. So if they're at their best friend's house outside, if they get cold, theoretically,
Low
you think you
12.
could go inside of
Low
the
12's
home.
raining.
So
Yeah.
there a lot of questions, Ashley.
And look, we saw the pictures, and it's pretty clear these are not elderly people. They're not disabled people. They're not kids. They're 36, 37, and 38 years old, prime of their life.
Does anybody, is it just me or is it weird, the numbers? I know I'm a numbers guy. I'm sorry. I had to go there with it, but is it just weird? It's weird to me. It's 36, 37, 38. I don't know why numbers just stand out to me, but 36, 37, 38.
The homeowner in this case, has anybody
I'm not
said
sure.
that he might be
Thank
a
you, Low 12.
suspect here? Like, is there at least an
Welcome, Tracy.
investigation where something sounds hinky, so we're doing something about it?
So there is an open investigation, and right now police haven't named a suspect or even a person of interest in this case just yet. We do know that the
337 sent from heaven. What's going on?
Hey, Trav, Rev Gang, what's going on?
What's up, D?
I was just listening to your live right now. I'm from Kansas City. We are used to cold weather. And this is all I gotta say about that. We're used to cold weather. That's no big deal. The temperature that night on January 7th was 29 degrees. That was the coldest. The wind was 5 miles an hour. I have been to Chiefs games in the stadium where my snot was dripping and frozen. I mean, years I was in there doing, we had season tickets way before Chiefs were even good, way before Mahomes was even there. All I'm saying, these guys, these three guys lived in Kansas City, grew up there, North Kansas City, and they all three froze outside. I don't believe that. There's no way I'm ever gonna fucking believe that. I'm a Kansas City person all the way. I've been in all those elements. That's not gonna happen. Anyway, that's all I gotta say. I don't believe that shit. This guy had something to do with something. I don't know what happened that night, but if he doesn't know for 2 days, 36 hours, whatever the time frame is, that his three fucking friends, three of them, not one, not two, but three, are in his backyard dead from elements of the cold elements or whatever. That doesn't make sense. It ain't no three friends gonna die in the cold elements watching a football game. Nothing about it makes sense. Anyway, that's all I gotta say.
It really doesn't, though. It really doesn't.
It doesn't. I'm like super hyped about it because that's my hometown, because that's my game. That's the NFL, Chiefs, I love them, but you're gonna go to someone's house. He took his dogs, I guess, like the day before this happened. It just feels all pre-planned. It feels so pre-planned. And if you look at the windows and from inside the house and out there, like you cannot miss the back fucking yard. You can't miss it. You cannot miss it. That doesn't make sense. One person dead because they were drugged, whatever happened, whatever, would make sense. But three of them that known each other since high school, that doesn't make sense.
Nope.
Anyway.
It doesn't. No, it like a lot of people said, if it was one, okay, I'd get it. But
Yeah.
three? No freaking way.
Three in their 30s. You look at all their pictures, they look healthy. You look at the TikTok by the girlfriend that has, shows all, their relation. I don't know. It doesn't make sense. Anyway, that's all I got to say. Nothing makes sense. There is foul play. Jordan Willis, whether he actually put something into them allegedly or not, don't matter. He didn't report it. He sat his ass there in his boxers, and someone had to break into the house to find their man, and there's no charges anywhere. That's all I'm saying. There's no charges. There's no press release. There's no, local report from the police department, except for the initial, first 2 days. Yeah, 3 men froze to death. That doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. There's gates. They can get to their car. They have their keys. They have their phones. Why would they all 3 men freeze to death? Makes 0 sense. These families need justice and they need answers. And I love you, Rev King. And that's all I got to say for the night. Sorry, I went on a rant.
It's all good. You're good. The perfect time. It ended right at the timer, as everybody wanted. And I appreciate you, D. I appreciate you. If you come across anything else, you already know. I'm looking for it.
Love you, Rev Gang. Good night.
We love you back, D. God bless. Lock your doors too and stay vigilant. 219-885-9693. Tune in. Let's get it. Hold up. They done not. You said what? They not done with the autopsy. So let's assuming. 540. You're on the show. What's going on?
Hey, T-REV, how are you?
Good.
I'm doing well. I've been following you forever because, of course, you're down there in Virginia Beach, and I was up there in Caroline. But now I've actually moved out to Missouri, and I'm like 45 minutes away from where all this happened. My thing is, you got knocks on your door and everything else. You blatantly ignored everybody until they broke in your home, and you're supposedly not guilty of anything. I can't buy that. I can't buy that at all. Why didn't you open your door? And then you're going to reply with, oh, yeah, they froze to death in my yard. Well, as soon as you realize they froze to death in your yard, why didn't you call 911?
It doesn't. And it doesn't make sense because he was allegedly part of the search groups and knew that they were missing from what I was reading and everything that I've seen. So it's not like he was oblivious to them not returning home or anything like that. But
right. Well, his first statement was, well, they froze to death in my yard, but yet you're going to sit there and not call 911 and know that they froze to death in your yard? That's what he stated to the girlfriend.
You got a good point.
So why didn't you call 911 if there was no foul play involved?
Yeah, no, why didn't you call 911? That's a and he walking the girlfriend breaks in, finds one, calls the police. They come, they find the other two. But what they're not only that, before that, they're banging on the door, ladies and gentlemen. They're at this guy's house banging on the damn door.
Oh, and the windows. And the windows. Don't forget, and the windows.
Yep, and the windows.
And he's not responding.
Exactly. And that's the part that is very, very worrisome, that somebody has to break into your house to find somebody.
Before you sit there in your boxers on your couch and be like, who's here? What do you mean, who's here? Why didn't you worry about who was here when they were banging on your windows and your doors? But you worried about it now that they're coming through your back door where all your buddies are dead.
And where's this here? You know, as I have these, ladies and gentlemen, what you're looking at is these are people from the family. And I know there's 3 of them here. I think it's important to showcase these 3 screenshots right here, because she's saying, 1, Kansas City Police Department is not doing their job. Jordan is still a free man. And then again, down here, she's saying Jordan killed them. Now, this is everything that you're hearing here is allegedly. I don't know it to be a fact. Again, over here to the right, I think it's important to display this one. I agree. We can't find Ricky's keys, wallet, or phone. Why can't they find Ricky's keys, wallet, or phone? What's going on with that? Isn't that suspicious, ladies and gentlemen? Last time I checked, if your keys, wallet, and phone were missing, there's something weird going on. But I mean, this story is just so strange. Like Lisa's saying, this whole story is so strange. It is so strange to the fact that it has so much shit like this added to it, with keys, wallet, phones.
And get this,
guy at a house. He's hanging out, drinking wine. He's whining and dining for 36 hours. Know these guys are missing, but yet you don't know there's 3 dead folks laying right out here at your house. You're gonna tell me?
Hold up, Brad. Hold up.
This shit's
You're missing a piece. You're missing a piece.
Break it down.
You're also missing the fact that all the cops did was question him. They've never even searched Mofo's house yet.
Absolutely. And I agree with that.
I'm sorry. I'm from Virginia. They would have tore your doors down and searched every lick of that house.
Yeah, it is. Something's not adding up. What's up with the U-Haul trucks going there? Why is there a U-Haul truck there this past weekend, allegedly, from what's being said? And now I heard that from the news. I didn't hear that.
Oh yeah, it was. They had pictures of it there.
They're saying mad scientists, but again, that's why I'm showcasing certain screenshots of people speaking out from these families. Again, Jordan Willis killed my uncle. He didn't freeze to death. He was laced. He needs to do time. Allegedly, all allegedly again, all allegedly. But this is Jordan Willis killed my uncle. I don't know whose Uncle Adams is, or who his uncle to him is, but the mom also commented on one of his posts, Adam Butchman's post, and said under one of his comments about they were laced with fentanyl. The mom Jennifer Marquez of David Harrington, she reiterated, that's what I'm hearing. So there's definitely a lot more to this story.
Oh, I'm sure. And I'm sure when everything comes out from autopsy, it's going to come out more. But then you got to worry about Joe Blow at the house, you know, saying, oh, well, they did it on their own. And are they going to believe that or not?
It's nefarious, in my opinion. Yeah.
So, and it's holy stupidness that's going on, because Kansas City is sitting there right now not doing crap, why he can clean up all the fuckery before they find anything.
But the thing is, you know, I don't know. It's definitely a suspicious scene. I don't understand how they couldn't obtain a search warrant after. I mean, I'm sure a judge would find it suspicious that there was 3 deaths in the yard for 2 days.
Yeah, that's a suspicious death right there. First off, Sunday night is when they froze to death. Then they were there all day Monday and all day Tuesday. Come on now.
Yeah, even if they find drugs, yes, even if they find drugs, so what? Chad says they better have crime scene evidence. Yeah, you gotta have evidence to back up your claims of murder. You can't just go in and nab a guy with no evidence either. So that's another transparent part that's.
And then let's say he tries to pull off the bullshit excuse. Oh, I didn't know they were in my yard. You didn't notice that big SUV of your friend sitting in your front freaking driveway?
Yeah. No.
Come on.
That doesn't even sound realistic. I mean, what's your final thoughts on this before I take another caller? What's your
My final thoughts are nobody is doing a good enough job of researching this, and I think the guy is guilty as hell.
Wow. Well, I appreciate you calling up, being a voice in the community, sharing your thoughts and opinions. I'm not blown away by that. She said, I think he's guilty as hell, allegedly. Hey, that's what this is. That's why I open the lines, to hear from you guys. I like to hear what your guys' thoughts are on these certain things that you're seeing, the screenshots of, or even if you went, because probably a lot of you that are very curious about this case, I know you've had to go slide on that Facebook and start looking at these comments, and you probably can't.
Oh, you know I did.
I mean, when you're seeing this coming from almost every single person, I haven't seen one that said the opposite. So if you have seen that, show it to me. And these different things that they're bringing up, and you got Jennifer Marquez, Adam, Adriana, and I've seen multiple other people with their names blocked out in the screenshots that were talking more about this dude being weird, allegedly. So I appreciate you calling in. God bless you, ma'am. I hope you have a beautiful night.
All right, sweetheart. You guys be safe, because I know you guys are getting ready to get hit with the snowstorm that we got hit with.
I know. Again, another foot to add on in here, and I'll freeze in this studio. But I'm here all night. As long as we're active, I'm here. As long as we're active, I'm here. So I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for being a voice in the community. I hope you have a beautiful night.
You too, hon. Bye.
A very, very good phone call. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. We think this is very sus to us. Make sure you call in. We want to hear your thoughts and opinion on this case and everything that you're seeing so far. Do people need to calm down and sit back and relax and wait for it to come out? Or do we need to keep pushing for some answers? 928, it's never too late. What's going on? Talk to me.
Hey, this is Tracy from Arizona again. I only want to tell you for 1 minute that I sent you an email article. In the third paragraph, it said that when that lady broke in, she found the first body in a bag.
Oh my God!
Hold up. What is the email? One of the real one? Hold on, let me see it. I don't know which one. I'm trying to find your email specifically.
Crafty Nana Tracy.
See it. All right, I see it. I'm pulling it up right now.
Take a look at that third paragraph. That's all I wanted to bug you about because I know your lines are busy. But you told me if I found something else out, call you back.
I'm looking right here. So I have it pulled up what you sent. It says Jordan Willis obituary.
Yeah, but that's just I don't know why they worded it like that, but keep reading down. I think it's that third paragraph where it talks about where that lady went in there and she found that first body in a bag.
I think
in a bag.
Hold up, but this is saying this is Jordan Willis obituary. Jordan Willis isn't dead.
Yeah, but I don't know why, like I said, they put it on there. It's still talking about the same scene.
Because it says Jordan Willis obituary, death caused to Tuesday, January 9th was a day that shook and saddened the Kansas City, Missouri community. A tragic incident that resulted in the unsolved deaths of 3 friends took place in a tranquil northern neighborhood. The discovery of the bodies of Clayton McGinney, Ricky Johnson, and David Harrington 2 days after they had gone to a mutual friend's house in Northland to watch football cast a pall of sadness over the town. Now, you said go to the third paragraph. This unsettling finding came to light when a worried woman who was supposedly a friend of one of the victims decided to contact her financer in the absence of any communication from him. After knocking on Jordan Willis's door and getting no response, she broke into her home on Northwest 83 Terrace, close to North Overland Drive in the basement. The somber truth hit her when she discovered a corpse in a bag. A tragic event that sent shockwaves through the neighborhood occurred when, upon arrival, officers discovered 2 additional bodies in the backyard after quickly notifying the authorities. But where did that come from?
That's exactly what I'm saying. There's some other crazy clue now
Hold
here.
up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Right here. Hold on. It says it right here. Where did this person, whoever made this, make that up?
I don't know.
Right here it says it, ladies and gentlemen. It says a tragic event sent shockwaves to the neighborhood when arrival. Hold on, where's the bag part? It's like right over. Or she broke into her home. Why? It's even worded wrong. She broke into her home on Northwest 83rd Terrace, close to North Overland Drive in the basement. The somber truth hit her when she discovered a corpse in a bag. This sounds weird. It's already worded weird, saying Jordan Willis obituary, North Kansas City.
Yeah, I know. That's why I was like, let me look at this whole entire article and see what's what. But that right there, I'm like, in a bag? What?
Yeah, there's so many bad things about this article, in my opinion. I agree, Aaron. I don't know that article. I think is fishy, fake one. Like somebody they added stuff, twist and turns to that article. Ladies and gentlemen, if you just seen that article, don't believe a word that's in there because they didn't find a body in a bag. I'm just let the people know. But thank you for sending it in, though. And you said if you found something, you said if I find it, I'm gonna send it. You did. I appreciate you sending it in. Thank you.
Okay, T. Thanks. Bye bye.
God bless you, man. She was just trying to help. She didn't know it was phony, man. She thought she came across something. I appreciate her sending it in. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. That was weird. I knew it was a fake article. As soon as I read like the top, I'm like, nah. And then I started reading this. She broke into her own residence. Unknown, show your face, not your waist. But thank God we got 732. I'm on with you. Talk to me.
Hi, it's Beautiful Messy Ball.
What's going on, Beautiful Messy Ball? Talk to us.
I don't know a lot about this case, but what I do know is we need to be careful with the misinformation. I mean, that article right there was
big information,
prime example of how we need to be careful. Of how much we do not know.
Absolutely.
And like, for one thing, we don't know, like, I know people are saying that when law enforcement got there, Jordan was walking outside drinking a glass of wine. What I want to know is, when the fiance broke in, where was he and what was he doing? Because that makes a lot of difference. Was he passed out in his bedroom, or was he roaming around the house cleaning stuff up? If he's upstairs passed out in the bedroom, that makes a big difference. Because did they all take something
For 2 days though?
and then pass out? Who knows? If it's a new drug, and some of these drugs are just, I don't know. It's suspicious. Yes, it's suspicious. I don't deny that. But I also think we need to be careful about pointing fingers at people. Because look at what people did in the Idaho 4 case.
Right.
With
Absolutely.
pointing fingers at, I mean, everybody wanted to say it was one of the jacks.
Absolutely.
And
Agreed.
lo and behold, none of the jacks were involved. You can ruin somebody's life. And I'm not saying he was not involved.
Yeah, no, I like the
But
point
we
that
have-
you're making though. I do like it.
But we don't know. We do not know. He could have taken something and gone upstairs and passed out and been sick. He could have been, dope sick and just been in and out of his bathroom and not looked out the window. I mean, I lived across the hall from a junkie for years, and she didn't ever leave her apartment, and her blinds were down all the time. So when people are on drugs, they don't act like normal people. They don't react to things the same way that sober, normal thinking people do. Sorry, somebody said, dang, no need to yell. Sorry, I'll lower my voice.
No, you're good. You're good.
But you know me, I get worked up.
I don't think you're yelling.
I just, when we don't know the facts, I think we need to be careful about pointing fingers at people, because you can seriously ruin somebody's life. And is it sus? It's definitely sus. But at the same time, we don't know the details. We don't know where he was when she broke in. And to me, I find it just as sus that when the fiance showed up and saw the guy's car there, and he had been missing for 2 days, and nobody's answering the door, she just busted into the guy's house and didn't call law enforcement.
I mean,
why?
it was her
three
fiance.
people-
Her fiance was there, never came home. I mean, wouldn't you?
Right, no, I
wouldn't you be
get
banging
that,
for
but
your-
I get that, you're worried about your significant other, but for three people have loved ones in their lives, and not one person thought to call law enforcement and report them missing, or call in a welfare check and track their vehicles, and once they got there, call law enforcement and be like, yo, my dude's vehicle is here. I haven't heard from him in 3 days. No one's answering the door, and just bust down the door.
Yeah.
I mean, I had a friend go missing, and he had drug issues, and I mean, I went to his house and I was banging on the door. I would never broken into his house. Did I creep around the back and start wiggling door handles? Yeah, somebody finally came out, thank God, but I wouldn't have broken in.
Yeah, no, but my thing is though, three dead bodies. 3 dead bodies. You know about he allegedly knew about these search groups. You didn't see your friend's vehicles outside or anything? You didn't go to
Did he
work
know
those
about
2
this?
days?
How do we know that he knew about the search groups? And when did the search groups start?
That was put
Were
out. People were talking about that.
Were people searching for them before they were found? And if so, why didn't anybody go to the house? They knew that they were at a party at the house. Why didn't anyone go to the house first?
No, it's all great questions. I love the angles that you're bringing here.
There's more. Is it sus that he didn't that he didn't. The whole thing is sus. And I see people, yes, it's sus. His actions seem sus, but if he was passed out, he wasn't ignoring text. He could have just been passed out or had his phone, like the whole, somebody in Flashbang Barbie said the whole dang story is sus. And I agree, the whole dang story is sus. There's so much sus. Like, if there's a search party already formed and people are, I don't know that, when was the search party formed? Because if there was a search party formed, you would think the first logical place to search would be the house, and you don't wait 2 days
Right.
to find their cars at the house. And wouldn't law enforcement have already been involved and checked the house?
Well, it says here, a spokesperson for Kansas City Police Department is now confirming that officers spoke with the resident at the house after they arrived on the scene the night of January 9th. It says, as Inside Edition Digital previously reported, police were called to the scene after the fiance of Clayton McGinney broke into the home where the men had been watching the Kansas City Chiefs football game on January 7th. Two friends of the men tell Inside Edition Digital that the man inside the house had known the victim since high school and not responded to phone calls from their concerned friends and family members for days, prompting at least two people to go and physically knock on the door or knock on his door looking for the men.
Right. So they knocked on the door. Nobody answered. Why didn't they call the police then? Why didn't they call the police before they broke into the house?
Bing bang.
Like, if it were me, I would have, and yeah, easy to say if it were me, but call the cops and have a welfare check done. You know that the guy's cars are there.
Yeah.
And someone in the chat said he read the text. So how do we know he read the text? Did he have his text rate, like his notifications on that shows that they were read, I guess?
Somebody said, so, yep, thinking he's smart enough to get away with it. Sadly, they thought he was their friend. So very heartbreaking. Autopsy results will reveal much. I don't know what screenshot that is. I see there's a lot.
And someone in chat said because she knew something was wrong, that's why she broke into the house. But if you know something is wrong, you don't break into the house because then you contaminate the scene. But then again, yeah, I'm thinking like a detective and somebody who watches true crime on a regular and knows that you don't want to contaminate the scene. And I'm someone who's found more than one dead body. So
no, it didn't come back. Actually, no, Kiki, no, it didn't. I mean, what's your takeaway from everything right now? Well, with where it sits right now for you, before I move on to another caller, what's your takeaway from this?
My takeaway is I have no effing idea, and I'm not even going to try to speculate right now because
you need more information. You need more results. You need the autopsies. Right?
I need so much more information based on just the fact that there were 3 dead bodies in his yard. I don't know. It sounds like drugs were involved, but whether he gave them to them, or they all did drugs together, my inclination is that there's some kind of drug involved.
Can you explain this for me? Why can't they find Ricky's keys and wallet and phone?
I don't know.
Can you explain that for me?
And that's the other question that I'm trying to get people to answer that nobody can seem to answer is, did they do a search of the house when they arrived?
Well, I mean, 4 days ago, we have Adriana saying that we can't find Ricky's keys, wallet, or phone, but, it's not sus to nobody that they can't find that? I mean,
it's totally sus. But did they search the house? Could they be in the house and they didn't search the house? That's why we don't know enough. Because did he go outside to smoke a cigarette and leave his wallet and keys and phone in the house? He's like, I'm just going out for a smoke, and then pass out. But if they didn't search the house, the keys, wallet, and phone could be in the house. But if they searched the house, then the police would have them, right?
Yes, their cars were out. Their two vehicles, Mucka 77, their two vehicles were outside. Again, the two vehicles were outside. So how did he not see these two vehicles of his friends outside? And now you're going to tell me that, you guys just watched a game. You guys are going into the playoffs. Your buddies since high school. It's obvious that you talk. So you didn't check to see if they got home. You didn't see them leave your own home that night where you live at. You lock your doors where you lay your head down at every night. You're going to tell me that you didn't see your buddies leave?
And we only know that Ricky's wallet, keys, and phone weren't able to be found. Have we heard about anybody else's wallet, keys, and phone?
No, we're only hearing about Ricky.
Right. So, and also, do we know that law enforcement told this person, this relative, that they don't have, that law enforcement doesn't have them?
And this is our guy right here, Ricky Johnson. On the screen.
Right, but could law enforcement have them and just not have told the family that they have them?
I mean, that's a great.
Because if they were in, if they're in your pocket and you die, they become state evidence.
That's a good point.
And I don't know whether law enforcement is required or not to tell the family that. And if they even asked law enforcement that. I mean, I would assume they would ask law enforcement that, but law enforcement might be saying, we can't tell you anything. We can't tell you. Just like, with Steve Goncalves, they've told him there are certain things they can't tell it.
Right.
So they may be saying, we can't tell you what we found.
I don't know. My thing is, though,
I don't know either. That's the thing.
You don't have to. You can't tell the family, "Hey, I have Ricky's keys."
I don't know.
You can't say that to the family. You can't say, "Hey, I got Ricky's keys." That's not fair to me. Come on, they would have to tell you.
No, it does say, but you never know with law enforcement.
Why is this fiance saying we can't find Ricky's keys, wallet, or phone? I mean, it just isn't.
It's the whole thing is sus. I get it. There's more questions than answers, and until without law enforcement putting out some kind of statement or press conference, we're just going to be running ourselves in circles. But to me, the most important thing, I think, is to try not to point fingers too early, because it can be a dangerous game. And yes, it's tough, but we don't know what we don't know. That's all.
Man, I agree. I agree. And I do want to say shout out to you for making those very good points about the Jacks and the different things with Idaho and pertaining to that, because it does bring back those type of memories when you say that. Hearing it brings those memories back. Yeah, we were looking here, we were looking there. But I mean, we have all these different family members. They're not. This isn't like Idaho 4. They're saying names. They are coming out and saying different things. Did you see this one? For instance, let me pull this screenshot up for you. That says right here. Somebody asked.
I don't want to run over my time. I know people there are other people that want to call in.
Well, yeah. Before I get off the phone with you, I'm just saying in general. Ricola goes, sorry for your loss. What do you think happened? And this is one of the, from what I'm following, his baby mother's a fiance is of one of the guys. Jordan killed them, he says. This is 3 days ago.
Right.
Sorry, what do you think happened? She says Jordan killed them. Allegedly. Again, this is allegedly.
Right. That's what she thinks happened. And that's her right to think that. But I still think even as a family member, we would need to be careful.
Absolutely.
About what we put out into the universe, because.
Well, we want to know where Ricky's keys and wallet and phone are at, though. I'm sure. What if
I know that's strange. It's the whole thing is strange. I mean, I was talking to my dad earlier, and I asked him if he had heard about this, and he's like, no. And I told him about it. He's like, where did you hear this? This sounds made up. This sounds like it would have been major news. And I'm like, for some reason, it's not hitting the mainstream media yet. And it's only like the true crime community and a select handful of people that are covering it, and starting with the local. And I sent him an article from, one of the local newspapers. But I mean, I was telling him about it. He thought I was making it up. That's how crazy this whole thing sounds,
It's crazy. Well, beautiful messy boy, I appreciate you calling in. I'm gonna get to some more, but this is wild.
Bless the families, and may something break in this case to bring them peace. That's the biggest part of it, because they deserve answers more than anything.
Absolutely.
And let's leave it at that and lock your doors.
Yes, lock your doors. Stay safe. I appreciate
All
you
right,
calling
take
in.
care.
God bless you. Shout out to Messy Ball. I appreciate her calling in. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. We want to hear from you. This is a wild one. Like I said, where's Ricky's keys, phone, and wallet? Where are they at? Why doesn't she know the answer to that? Family member right here to where her own loved ones' keys are and wallet. Hello, what's going on? 425, you live.
Hey, what's up, T?
What's going on? Talk to me.
Okay, so look, you just put my thing up there. But there's no way in hell that there could be 3 dead people in your backyard and you don't know. And how can you not even think to look out in the front to see, and you see their cars there? Didn't he have to go to work Monday morning?
Right. Exactly.
So, and how can you be so nonchalant to open your door with your boxers and a dang drink in your hand, in a robe maybe possibly, and say, oh, they froze to death? Just real nonchalant. I mean, I feel like he said it nonchalantly too. I could be wrong. I don't know. I wasn't there. I don't know. But I mean, it just doesn't make sense to me. And I was just talking to my son about it. And I asked my son, I said, does this make sense to you? Am I wrong on something here? And my son was like, Mom, what this man do for a living? And I thought it was weird that he said that. And I said, he's a scientist. And he said, well, Mom, he said, I'm real level-headed, but this makes absolutely no sense to me. And I feel so bad for the families. And I think this is crazy. I mean, who does that? How do you not know that there's 3 bodies in your backyard and these are supposed to be your friends? That's why I don't eat at nobody's house. I don't drink at nobody's house unless I get it myself. Because now you cannot even trust your friends, evidently.
Absolutely.
I mean, this whole thing, this whole situation stank more than some rotten tuna.
For sure.
And then I give props to the fiance going and breaking windows and finding her man. I'm about that. But I mean, it's just sad. It's sad. And by the way, I have family in Missouri, in Kansas City, St. Joe, Atchison, and other places. And even before I seen this, the police they just don't care. They don't care. They don't do shit about anything. But I just wanted to just kind of say, it doesn't make any sense. There's no way in hell you don't know that your friends are dead in the backyard. And how do you just go out in the backyard and die, and there's not even, they don't try and rouse neighbors? They don't make a scene that they cold, they freezing. I mean, right. I know when back in my drunk days, I'd be real hot. I'd be sweating like, I'd be sweating. The alcohol had me have the alcohol sweat. But I just don't see how they did not freeze. They did not freeze. They didn't freeze.
I mean, and look at this right here. I got a screenshot that I'm pulling up here. It says, I was going to sleep on this and wait to post this tomorrow, but I can't. This was 6 days ago. This man, Jordan Willis, was inside his home alive while my friends were dead in his yard. for Lord how knows long. They were all hanging out since after the game Sunday. He knew people were looking for them. He read messages of people searching for him on Tuesday. My husband banged on his door for 20 minutes. My friend banged on his door and then busted a window and yelled and announced her presence while she was inside, and still nothing from him. Then the cops came 10 minutes later and he comes out nonchalant in his boxers with an empty wine glass in hand. Nothing is adding up. Dave, Clay, and Ricky need and deserve justice. They didn't deserve this, says Kayla Latier.
See, that's that bullshit. And I did not. I had never heard what you just read prior to you just reading it to me. But I mean, it's on. Oh Lord, my brain just went dead. I'm sorry, y'all.
It's okay.
It just, none of it makes any sense. None of it adds up. And how many people was originally there prior to them three just being there with him? Did they have like a whole party and there was a whole bunch of people there? Or was it just the four of them there the whole night?
Right. They're saying that it was them four, is what I'm hearing.
Okay.
And I want to go through, maybe after, when I get off the phone with you, I'll do a recap. I'll play the two newest interviews that came out. I'll play those two. We'll go through an article. I want to catch, so everybody can catch up. Now, everybody, all the families, they're leaning and thinking that this is foul play 100%. This is one of them right here. The screenshot that I have up. I know it can be hard to see when there's comments on the screen, but
hold on. Let me, because I accidentally went out for a minute. Hold on 1 second, and then.
I mean, feel free, guys, to screenshot the screen, so you have these screenshots and pass them around and share them at different places. I don't care if you do that.
Okay.
You could notch out my stuff. I don't care. Just, we want to get the word out for these families and continue to spread the word on this case.
That's part period.
And not let the police not give these families no answers, because if truly the keys are missing to Ricky's vehicle, if truly there's a lot of those different things going on and they're not getting any answers, which we can see because it was worded that he was cooperating in the investigation that day, or at least he cooperated that day, but it says only for that day. For me, it doesn't say anything past that. So did he get a lawyer? What is going on? Is there, it says death investigation open, but they said 100%, which was weird wording anyways for me to read. How can you 100% guarantee that it wasn't a homicide? How could you even word something like that?
They can't unless they inspect the body. And at this point, I'm wondering if it wasn't put in, they maybe put in their drinks. I'm thinking that maybe, injectables, maybe.
Right.
But then none of them men look real scrawny. So I can't see three grown ass men just letting somebody, stick them with a needle and be okay with that. But I'm glad that you put that on the screen so I could see it, because that brought up another one of my points. My other point is, or my other thought is, what person in their right mind would be getting text messages and phone calls, and you not even have the balls, because evidently he has none, or they still need to drop, to answer the phone and say something to these people that are looking for their friends and their loved ones. Number one. And these people also see that you're reading the messages and you're not even responding, but they see that you have most definitely seen those. I feel like he possibly already knew they were gone, and he just didn't want to deal with the repercussions. And there was also a caller earlier, and the man said that his people was in, he had people in law enforcement and what have you. I don't remember the guy that called, but he made a lot of sense. Why couldn't they have just taken him in for not reporting a death? Because that's a whole damn crime. You can't just have dead bodies laying in your backyard. And I don't mean to sound cold about. I don't remember the men's names. I'm sorry. I'm real pissed off and riled up about this. My hands is even shaking. But how do you not have any kind of respect to answer a call or a text message? And how are these your friends, but yet you leave them laying in the backyard for what, 2.5 days? And how is one of them on the porch and two of them out in the yard?
Hey, look, I go out my backyard daily.
I mean, I live in an apartment, so I look off the deck. But when I be at my mama's house or I be at my son's house, I'm always looking out in the back.
I'm just
I
saying.
always look in the backyard just because I like to look outside. I love the damn nature.
It's, and I see some people do have, somebody said they were having problems with the timeline. Well, I'll get you the timeline. We'll go over that timeline right after this call, because I think it's important. I think it's important to know
It's
the
very
timeline.
important.
January 7th.
It's very important.
Some people are thinking that it was the playoff game. It wasn't the playoff game. It was the Chargers game before the playoffs. And that's when that happened. But again, this comment that we have here on the screen from Kayla kind of explains a really good part of this situation. She's saying that my friends were dead in his yard for Lord knows how long. They were all hanging out since after the game Sunday. He knew people were looking for them. He read messages of people searching for him on Tuesday. My husband, she's saying her husband banged on that door for 20 minutes. He didn't just go there and bang on the door once. He was banging on the door for 20 minutes. My friend banged, yelled, and announced her presence while she was inside, and still nothing from him. The cops come 10 minutes later, and he comes out nonchalant in his boxers with an empty wine glass in hand. I'm sorry, that is sus.
That's callous. That is beyond fucking callous. Okay, me personally, maybe it's because I have a whole heart and I wear my heart on my sleeve. I will cry in 2.5 seconds on a sad movie. Now, let me tell you, if my people's out in the backyard and they did, I'm answering every phone call, every text message. I'm calling the damn police, because you ain't finna think I done killed no damn body. I'm not finna be put up underneath no damn jailhouse for nobody.
Silas, I'm pretty
sure. This man has no heart. He's callous as hell, and that's sickening to me.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody said it was like 39 degrees that night. I think I seen that in the I think I seen that just a minute ago in the comments.
27, or was low 27, high 32. That's what somebody told me, but I don't know.
It said it was 39 degrees that night. Miss Debbie just said it was 39 degrees that night.
39 degrees.
And is that cold enough for somebody to freeze to death? And I'm sure they had on some clothes. I mean, when I say clothes, I mean like a coat. This whole thing, this has me baffled. And that's all I really had to say. None of this shit makes sense. This man, if in fact he has something to do with this, I feel like there's a special place in hell for people like that. I don't feel like there's no space for people that are that ugly and have that kind of ugly and evil in their hearts to be like that. That's just sickening to me. I hold my friends very damn close to my heart, and if anything happened to them, I would just be beside myself. There wouldn't be no just nonchalantly drinking me some damn wine.
Right.
Oh, they froze to death. That's some bullshit. Sorry, my bad. Mm-hmm. I'm just a cussing, but this really just got me worked up.
It's good.
It got me worked up. But that's all I really have to say. Thank you guys. I appreciate y'all kindness in the chat.
Absolutely.
And I'm finna get up off of here. And I appreciate you. I know it's been a long, long time since I called in, but today was that day.
It was nice to hear from you. It's always good to hear from you, and I appreciate you calling in, being a voice in the community, and speaking your piece on this. I really appreciate it. Like everybody appreciates it. I commend anybody who can call in and speak their mind on what they feel about a case. And give their.
I
It
always
takes a
get
lot.
nervous.
Yeah, exactly. Nerves.
I get nervous. My brain goes blank, and I be like all jittery and all that
Well,
kind of
people got
stuff.
to
I just be
understand
like,
that
"Ooh."
it's really people from the chat that are in the chat are calling in too. So it's like when you hear from them and you're hearing their voice, it's different than actually just reading comments. That's why I like opening the lines of really hearing people's thoughts, because it's hard for when you only got 100 characters to work with and you're in chat trying to get your point across. But when you call in, you're able to lay it all out and people hear you. You might have people that disagree with you, might have people that agree with you. It is what it is, but that's what I like about it. I like the old school vibe of like an old school radio show where we get to all work. But this is different though. It's like technology upgraded. We get to all work together, go through emails, look at screenshots of different things, read different articles, watch different videos. And that's what is so fundamental to me about what we do here. It's we come across a lot of information, and I'm sure police are seeing these different things, like the family speaking out. I'm sure if they are even investigating it, which they possibly could be, they could just be saying a death investigation because they're waiting for certain test results to come back. Who knows?
See, that's something else. That's something else for me. It's all these people that went to school with him or were friends of him, or they have had they've been around him and know who he is. Why all of them say that he's a damn weirdo? And not in a good way, not my kind of special type of weirdo like me, but I mean like a type of weirdo, like a psychopath, using the word psychopath and words like he's weird and stuff like that. Why would they say that if it wasn't true? And there's like a shit ton of people who are saying it's not one or two people who just didn't like him. This is a whole lot of people to me that say he's weird, or he's a psychopath, or he just wasn't right in his head. Why would the cops not look at that and take that into account that the people that are closest to this man think that there's something off about him? And that would, for me, sends up a whole bunch of red flags. And then it also goes for me to think this: did those three know where he really was, and why would they trust him enough to be at his house with him? So, I mean, this is a lot of little questions, but I also think that, kind of like the Savannah case, I hope that the police get a little fire under their ass and get this taken care of, because these three men and all their families, they all need some justice. They need some peace. There's never going to be closure because they've lost somebody, but they most definitely need to do what they need to do to make sure that these people get some kind of vindication, because nobody need to lose their life like that. It's not up to any of us to take a life unless your life is in danger type thing. But at the I honestly feel this man had some hand in this, rather it be intentional or non-intentional. He know more than what he say, and I just think that he's a POS, like the dad said. And I'm gonna get off of here because I'm gonna start rambling in a second, and nobody want to hear that.
It's all good.
And oh, by the way, Miss Debbie asked who I was. My name, I go by Sassy Butt 16 in the chat, and my name is Kim. Thank you. Have a nice day.
We appreciate you. Love and light, Sassy. God bless you.
And y'all lock your damn door and stay locked and loaded and stay safe. And if you ain't got something to lock and load, make sure you have some mace or a taser.
Exactly.
Bing bong.
God bless you, Sassy. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you again.
You too.
Stay vigilant.
Bye, y'all.
Lock them doors. I appreciate it. Now we're gonna go. We need to go over this timeline because there is a timeline on this, by the way. They show the timeline on here, and I'm pretty sure it's this video right here.
There are still so many unanswered questions after 3 men were found dead outside of a Kansas City home last week. David Harrington, Ricky Johnson, and Clayton McGeeney reportedly went to a friend's house, all got together. These buddies got together to watch the Chiefs game, and they never made it home. That was on Sunday, January 7th.
Okay, so here's a timeline. Let's jump into the timeline. Let me back it up a little bit. Hold up. So it's Sunday, January 7th. 3 men went to friend's home to watch Chiefs game. Tuesday, January 9th, was when the victim's fiance discovers one body on the porch of friend's home. Police discover 2 additional bodies in the backyard on January 9th. Both of those happened the same day. Wednesday, January 10th, police announced no sign of foul play. Friend is not a suspect. That's the weird part.
And 2 days later, after no luck with getting hold of the man who hosted the gathering, the fiance of one of those men broke into that house and found one of the bodies on the back porch. Police found 2 more in the backyard. The homeowner was reportedly at the house and spoke with police. He was not arrested, not been named a suspect. By the next day, police ruled out any foul play, affirming that this is a death investigation and not a homicide case. But they have not revealed what led them to that very conclusion. And joining us now, we want to bring in Natalie Kay. She was friends with David, Ricky, and Clayton. Natalie, words are failing me here.
Did you guys get to hear this earlier, by the way? The interview with this, you're about to hear
I'm
right
so
now.
sorry for your loss. They have not revealed. In Natalie Kay, she was friends with David, Ricky, and Clayton.
All 3.
Natalie, words are failing me here. I'm so sorry for your loss. Thank you for speaking with us this morning.
Thank you.
What has the last week been like for you after learning the news, and how are you holding up? I know you're close with these 3.
Yeah, thank you for asking. I feel like
I got you. Listen.
Obviously it's 3 people, so this is a huge loss. A lot of family and friends have a lot of questions that unfortunately haven't been answered yet. And I think at this point, most of us are really just hoping to be able to get some of those answers and understand some of the inconsistencies and what happened here so that we can, have peace and understand, what happened.
Yeah. And I think for all of us following this story, whether you knew them or you're like me, you're following this story from afar, something doesn't add up here. I mean, 3 guys don't just get together and freeze
welcome,
to death
Debbie.
while they're watching a Chiefs game, which is what the guy who lives at that home told police. What's your gut check telling you, Natalie?
I think it's important to note that these men were all friends. And so I think initially, no one wanted to speculate that anything intentional or malicious had happened. I think that's fair to the 4th party to state, but I think at some point something went terribly wrong. And, unfortunately there was a party here that was alive and well. And I think that there was a lack of regard, maybe out of fear of consequence, out of fear that it might implicate him. I think that to make a blanket statement that these men froze to death is unfair.
Yeah.
I don't think that that's the case, to be very honest. I mean, I'm not the scientist here, but I feel to imply that 3 adult men with access to a home and access to their vehicles would, all simultaneously freeze to death in 39-degree weather at the same time is highly unlikely.
Yeah. What more can you, when you say this 4th party, I believe you're talking about the guy who lives at the home who told police that his friends froze to death. Can you share any more insight about their relationship, how they knew one another? And also, have you been given any more details as to how he didn't know these bodies were in the backyard, or why he didn't report that they were in the backyard for days on end?
I actually did not know this man personally, was friends with all of the boys, but I only know of him. I've heard he's a very intelligent man. I've heard he is by no means stupid. He's a scientist, I know that they had all been friends for some years. And, I think the big questions everybody has are, the inconsistencies in the story. How can you be in your home for 2 days and not know that, all of these people who they were adults, they were responsible for themselves. But at some point, Tuesday, he was made aware early in the day, messages that he did read, that, at least 2 of these men didn't make it home. So at that point, you have to ask the question, would you not get up and look outside to see if their cars are there? You know, make your way through the house, reach out to any of these friends that were looking for them. And unfortunately, he didn't do that.
Yeah, something just feels off about this whole story. And thank you for watching. Go to NewsNation
All right. Wow. Interesting take from somebody who is friends to one of the victims. I will open the lines back up, but I did want to dive back in to something before we do that. And that is, you guys may have missed this. I want to play this for you again. If you missed this, you need to see this. This is important. This is one of the fathers speaking out, and it's a rare interview that I didn't see. Shout out to Delana for finding this. Before I open the lines back up and we continue this beautiful night where it looks like we may be going for 7 or 8 hours, depending on how we're rolling. Are we staying strong in here tonight? Do we got time? Because I do. I got plenty of time. Shit, I got till about 3 a.m. if I really want to do it, which I do. So y'all rocking with me? Hit the like button, share the stream on Twitter, and we can lock in for a long one. But you got to hear this interview real quick before I open the lines back up, before I take more phone calls, before we go through anything else. You guys need to hear this. Hold on 1 second.
Some winter weather. It's a Thursday.
Want to make sure I play the right one. This one's it right here, 100%. We just got to wait for this ad to play by and it'll come on. Now, again, it says, as a father, you know, family wants answers after their son was found dead in Northland. Now, again, this is, I believe, the father of Ricky Johnson. And this Ricky Johnson is the one with the wallet, the keys, and the phone missing. I believe it is Ricky Johnson's father. I could be incorrect. We're about to find out here in 2 seconds. Here we go.
After 3 men were found dead outside a Northland home, Kansas City police identified the victims today: Clayton McGeaney, David Harrington, and Ricky Johnson. Now it's Johnson's family who is speaking up today, sharing their grief and questions with KSHB 41's Alyssa Jackson. Alyssa.
It's been a tough day. It's been a tough week for that family. Ricky Johnson's parents agree that the circumstances of this investigation leave a lot of questions. While they grieve the unexpected loss of their son, they're also fighting for answers about what happened. After days of not hearing from their son, Ricky Johnson, his father and stepmother knew something just wasn't right.
Monday, I sent to his phone and I was going to go down and make a missing report on it.
Ricky was one of 3 men found dead outside of a home in the Northland, only after a fiance of one of the victims went to search for herself.
But as a father, you know when your kid's gone. There's just some kind of feeling that comes over you.
His mother was able to get enough words together to describe the last several days.
It's been a nightmare ever since.
The family says their son was outside in the snow for 2 days.
You're grieving, but you're also mad.
Wow.
Because you don't know all the circumstances, but you've been hearing bits and pieces, and what you're hearing isn't good. That they were left out in the cold, and then
Linda Johnson
had to wait for their bodies to thaw out for them to do an autopsy. That's something that you don't ever want to hear.
Losing their son leaves a hole in their family they never expected.
He was just a good man. He had his quirks, but he was a very lovable person. And he loved his children to death.
But their grief isn't stopping them from pressing for the facts.
And from police, what do you need from them moving forward?
I need them to do their job. I need them to find out what happened. I need them to find out what in the world these boys were doing out in the backyard.
I'm not going to stand back and let it go. I will go until the day I die to get this figured out, what's going on.
Alyssa joins me now here at the desk. Alyssa, there have been a lot of questions about...
Okay, so I just messaged Linda. I'd actually glad we went back and we revisited this interview here, because now I just sent Linda a message. I said, hey, Linda, hi, Linda Johnson. My name is T-REV 757. I want to help any way I can. The Rev Gang is behind you. And I sent her the link to this stream. So I reached out to her, extended an arm to her. Again, that was Ricky Johnson's family. Ricky Johnson. Let me show you here. So we can show you who I'm talking about. Now here's Ricky Johnson right here. Okay, we got Ricky Johnson right there on his Facebook page. Hold up, where's that one new one that I wanted to read though? Okay, so let's go through this real quick before I also open back up. I wanted to read this the whole time, and it says, who is Jordan Willis, the KC man who had 3 friends die in his backyard after a Chiefs game? Again, it says a Kansas City Chiefs watch party became a nightmare when 3 men were found dead in the backyard of the home 2 days later. Jordan Willis, allegedly the man who hosted the gathering, said his friends must have frozen to death, and he seemed unaware they were there. Now it says Ricky Johnson, Clayton McKinney, and David Harrington, who were all in their 30s, 36, 37, 38, were the 3 men who died. Each one, meanwhile, had been invited to Willis rental home in the Northland area of Kansas City to watch the Chiefs face the LA Chargers, Fox 4 KC reported. Willis and the 3 men who died were the only people in the home that day. According to several unconfirmed TikTok reports, it was common for the men to gather to watch NFL games and stay the night so as not to drive after drinking. One possible explanation for why they did not return home that Sunday night or Monday morning. Is there anything else to this? Now, it does say by Tuesday, however, the 3 men were still missing, and Willis was not responding to numerous phone calls, texts from those close to the men, inquiring what may have happened to them. It says one of the men was engaged to be married, and his fiance took matters into her own hands and visited Willis's home, where she found 1 man dead and covered in snow on the back porch. The 2 other men, also under snow, were in the backyard. It's unclear which man was in which position, or the woman, or it says who the woman was who made the grim discovery. All 3 cars were still parked outside the home. Again, ladies and gentlemen, I find this to be very interesting. It says all 3 cars were still parked outside home.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right. Oh my God.
It says once the bodies were found, the woman called the police, who rused Jordan Willis when the woman who discovered the men had failed to get him to respond. Many TikTok reports say he seemed to have just woken up when the police spoke to him. And when he learned his 3 friends had died, Willis told them they must have frozen to death. No one knows what happens. Family want answers. We've seen that interview. Now it goes, but until the autopsy and toxicology results are revealed, what happened to the 3 men who lost their lives in Jordan Willis's backyard sometime between January 7th and January 10th of 2024 is pure speculation. Given the suspicious circumstances and the unconfirmed reports of Willis's behavior, when he found out they died, may think foul play was involved. The possibility remains, however, that all 4 men were intoxicated. Willis may have fallen asleep while the 3 men went into the backyard for an unknown reason and succumbed to the elements. According to AccuWeather, Kansas City temperatures ranged between 27 and 39 degrees when the men likely died. And as of this report, Willis has provided no public statement about what happened. Fox 4 KC says there were no signs of foul play and that autopsies and toxicology screenings would be performed on the 3 men. The results could take weeks to return, 4 to 6 to be exact, from what I was looking at, and we'll find out more about that. Now, I guess there's another TikTok video about the case. Now, it says Willis, meanwhile, is a senior principal scientist at the International AIDS Vaccine Initiative. According to the not-for-profit's website, otherwise, not much is known about him. After the 3 men's bodies were found, TikTok creators shared photos of U-Haul trucks outside Willis's rental home, suggesting Willis was moving. Other unconfirmed reports allege that Willis was known to use illicit drugs, possibly laced with fentanyl, a potential cause of death for the 3 men. Referring to the case, Jennifer Marquez, David Harrington, a man who died's mother, told Fox 4KC, I'm furious. Everybody is furious. Nobody believes Willis's story. None of his friends, none of the families, none of us believe, allegedly. Now, that I'm pretty sure that's the end of that. Where is this video with the there's a U-Haul truck right here. Hold up, let's take a peek at this.
It kind of looks weird. I know there was talk about a search warrant on the home. I don't know if they did
Take a
that
peek at
yet
this,
or
ladies
if
and
they found
gentlemen.
anything. I was also informed that the police have the cell phones of the 3 guys and they're going through those. What do you guys think about this? I mean, I honestly thought the math wasn't mathing in this case as it was, but now he's moving out.
Look at this. Wow. Now, my thing, I kind of want to re-see this video. Can we play that video back? Dang it. I want to re-see that. I kind of want to see that video again with the U-Hauls. Right? We seen the one video with the birds. Here's the U-Hauls right here.
If you have been following the case of the 3 men from Kansas City, Missouri, who were found deceased in this backyard of their friend Jordan Willis's home that he was renting, it appears that Jordan is moving out. Now, if you don't know this case, here's a quick recap. These 3 men went over to the home of Jordan Willis on Sunday night to watch the Chiefs game. They didn't go home after the game. They didn't go to work on Monday or Tuesday. Finally, on Tuesday at around 10 p.m., Clayton's fiance had gone to the house, went around to the back because Jordan wasn't answering the door, even though she had been banging and hollering out his name and knew that he was home. So she went around to the back. She was able to break in through a window, and then she saw a body on the porch covered in snow. She called police, and after they arrived, they found 2 more bodies. Jordan apparently has no clue what happened and told people they must have just froze to death. This is after he had been ignoring everybody's calls and texts for the past 2 days, asking if he had any idea where the guys were. The police said there were no obvious signs of foul play. No arrests have been made. Autopsy and toxicology reports are pending. So he can leave, but in my opinion, it kind of looks weird. I know there was talk about a search warrant on the home. I don't know if they did that yet or if they found anything. I was also informed that the
No, okay, that's the picture with the U-Haul truck in the back, or I see a U-Haul truck in the driveway.
police have the cell phones of the 3 guys and they're going through those. What do you guys think about this? I mean, I honestly thought the math wasn't mathing in this case as it was, but now he's moving out.
So I'm curious if he's moving out, right? Which clearly right here, it's talking about him moving out in a U-Haul truck. After the 3 men's bodies were found, TikTok creators shared photos of U-Haul trucks outside Willis's home. I want to hear from you guys. 219-885-9693. What is your thoughts and opinions on the way that this man's acting allegedly? If this is true with the U-Haul trucks. Now, where did this come from? Did somebody pull up to his house and see him moving? This is weird. Super weird. I just opened the lines back up. I definitely want to hear from you guys on this. This is super, super, super weird. 740, you're on the show. Talk to us.
Hey, T-REV.
How you doing tonight?
Hey, I'm from Ohio. I'm usually a bushwatcher, but this case got me perplexed.
So what's your thoughts on it? Talk to us.
I'm trying to understand. 4 people in the house. If it was carbon monoxide, everybody would have been gone. Without 4 bodies, this man has no explanation. Right. I'm trying to understand why 2 people are out in the yard, 1 person is on the porch. So to me, that 3rd person was trying to come for help. You know what I'm saying? To me, he had some kind of awareness. Was trying to come for help. I don't know what his explanation could be. I think the officers are waiting to do like the blood work to get the all that back before they make any accusations.
And this article that I just read is very interesting.
Yeah.
This article is filled with a lot of details. Actually, it had a lot of details in there as far as
I
like
think they can't. I don't think they can straightforward until they have knowledge of what was actually in their system, because they're young men, and for them to die of all at one time from, it has to be something more than what he's saying. What's being said.
right, and then for them all three to succumb in your backyard, probably not too far from each other. I mean, if you're just coming in, as I'm on the phone with the caller, this is the lay of the land. This is the property right here as we speak. The newest up to date pictures, etc., that we're looking at right now. Now, allegedly, there was a guy that was found on this little patio here, and two off into the yard somewhere.
Now, he may have been coming for help. The one that was on the closer to the porch.
To the patio, correct, right? Now,
Yeah.
that's kind of how I was thinking too. Let's see a pool back there. This is
It'd be
this is weird.
It's just going to be interesting how this unfolds. Because even if it was an experiment, why would you experiment on 3 of your friends? Why not? I mean, why would you do it to all 3? I mean, I don't know. This is wild. I'm glad you're covering it, and I hope we get some answers to, as you know, what's going on, because this is wild.
None of it makes sense just based off of what they know now. I mean, toxicology will speak. I just don't understand their wording of 100%, not being investigated as a homicide. That's what I don't understand.
They might not see any like injuries, like blunt force trauma or anything like that, but the toxicology is going to really bring to light. It has to bring to light something different.
It's a death investigation. It's open, which means they're waiting for those results, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think in the days to come, you're going to see more of what was in their system. But he didn't beat them, maybe. I want to see if there are drag marks or from them dragging them from the house or anything like that. I wonder if that's going to come to light as well.
He could have moved the bodies out into the yard.
Yeah, I think so. And then one may have had a little life in him and tried to struggle back into the house. So I wonder if those things are going to come to light. This is crazy. I'm glad you're covering it. I appreciate I thank you for everything you do.
The only thing we're doing, we're doing a lot, actually, broadcasting and going through the different things that the families are saying. It's like, I know that on News Nation and when they go to these other platforms that they're given a certain time limit, and you know what I mean? They're not giving much time. Yeah. So it's like, we're looking at it all. We're spending the whole live on it in hours looking at these different screenshots and people from the family out, crying, having a lot of public outcry about this situation and talking openly in the public about, he was laced with fentanyl. And then one mom saying, I heard the same thing to the nephew of one of the guys. So it's like, when you're
we are the people. And I don't think three grown men would have taken the same thing at the same time. And I don't think they would have done that.
Why is a family member saying things like this? Why is a family member saying the Kansas City Police Department is not doing their job?
Yeah, it's sad. And I hope they get justice. I hope they find the answers, because this is really perplexed. It's really a lot. So again, I just thank for your coverage. I'm continuing to listen in, and I hope they get answers for the family.
Well, thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you calling in. I hope you have a beautiful night. Love and light to you and your family. Thank you for being a voice in the community, and lock your doors. Stay vigilant.
For sure. Thank you.
Good phone call. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. What is your thoughts, opinions? What's your take on this case? I heard a lot during the Idaho 4. I see someone just try, but it just completely backed out. 747 sent from heaven. What's going on?
Yeah, I'm calling in. Hi, T-REV. How are you?
I'm doing good. How about yourself, ma'am?
I'm doing really good. Thank you. Are we live right now? Is that right?
Yes, ma'am. You are live on the air right now.
Okay, so here are my thoughts. It could really only be two things, right? Either they all three died of taking a hit of like fentanyl, and as you know, it's 2024, and it's like not unheard of that people can die really quickly from fentanyl, correct?
Right.
You've heard that. I mean, and I've had a couple of friends that have died of fentanyl. And my understanding from like their autopsy reports and like speaking to different investigators is that can happen very quickly. So it's not unheard of. Just like when you go to a party and you're like, hey, you want a shot of tequila, or hey, you want a hit of this, right? And if it's not that, then it's obviously something more sinister.
So
meaning that then, you know, obviously the fourth friend, the gentleman that did not pass away, the scientist, has something to do with it. It's not like they went outside and suddenly they died from the cold because they were asking for help, you know, not three grown men. You would break a window, you would cause havoc, you would yell, you would scream.
Exactly. So
Yeah, those fences,
what were you
those
under the
fences were not
influence of that you couldn't bust through a window or anything like
correct.
that? Right?
Correct. So it's only realistically two things. They died of fentanyl or some other sort of drug and they all decided to do it together, or the gentleman that's alive has something to do with it, which also isn't unheard of, right? Because we've heard, like, at this point in this day and age, you can't rule anybody out anymore because you hear of like doctors, you hear of attorneys, you hear of policemen, you know, drugging, raping, killing people.
Right.
So the reality is that until the autopsies come out, we'll have a better understanding of what exactly happened to those three men. And if they were dragged out, I think that there would also be some details, or there would be things that the police would be able to see. Take, for example, the John Bonet case where it was snowing at that time and somebody broke into her home, right? And there were footprints, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So if they had been dragged, but also I understand that this gentleman didn't report it right away or didn't know. So if that is the case, he had a lot of time to clean up the scene.
And that's my thing. You had all this time was, you know, I don't know, was that people are speculating that they were some type of lab rat in some sense. From what I'm seeing, a lot of the speculations that I was reading through the emails earlier, it said T-REV speculation, read, and I was reading through this one in particular. This person was claiming, I wonder if he did like some test on him with, I forget how they worded it, but it was some type of drug or something, some new examination, and it didn't work out right and killed them all. I was like,
yeah, I mean, that could absolutely be true. I mean, he is a scientist, right? And so who knows, you know, if he works in a lab, what he's able to take home, the type of like different liquids or what have you, you know what I mean, that are not, that we're not able to get, but maybe he obviously would know more about different concoctions than we would, right? Because that's why he's a scientist. So yeah, that's absolutely 100% a possibility. You know what I mean? Like, for example, like I didn't know anything about chloroform until I heard about like the Casey Anthony case. You know what I mean? And so it's not until you start hearing a bunch of different cases that sometimes we as people start getting a little more educated about, okay, what exactly is chloroform, or what do scientists, what can they get their hands on? What can they not get their hands on, right? So I think that's what I think. I think that it could be something as easily as these three dudes went outside, took a hit of something, died. It could be that, you know, that the scientist gave them something didn't think that they were going to die and ended up dying. And so he's just like trying to buy time. And if you think about it too, right, if he did give them something and he didn't think that they were going to pass away and suddenly they pass away,
Right.
a lot of times you don't know how you're going to react, right? He's probably like, oh, should I call the cops? Should I not? What, maybe trying to work on an alibi, right? When by the grace of God, then, the fiance goes by and it's like, hey, knocking on the door or going inside the house, right?
Right. And it's
Yeah.
Shay says, my thoughts are you are only posting certain comments that fit the narrative. That makes me sad. What do you mean fit the narrative? I mean, the only narrative here that we've heard of and seen was we know for a fact that this guy was home allegedly, right? That's what's being said
Right.
and put out, is that this guy was home and that there's 3 deceased people in his backyard. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not really seeing what narrative there is right now besides it's us
Right.
that 3 people were dead in your backyard and you're in your house and don't know and don't see these people's vehicle at your house.
Right.
None of that. So I'm
Yeah.
not
I think
seeing a
the only
narrative
thing
right
that,
this second. To be honest with you, the
right.
narrative is it's sus as shit. That's the narrative.
Right. The thing that we can all rule out, whether you're a police officer, whether you're T-REV or me as a caller calling in, is that these 3 gentlemen
Right.
were like in the backyard. Let's say if they were not intoxicated, that suddenly they just froze to death because the door locked and they couldn't get out of the backyard. We know for a fact that that's not a point of contingency as to why they passed away. Because 3 grown-ass men in a backyard that were not intoxicated, that are asking for help, they would have climbed over a fence. You know what I mean? It's not like they're like in the ocean on the boat. You know what I mean? So we know for a fact that they had to have been intoxicated or something more sinister happened to them in that backyard or somewhere within the vicinity of that home.
Survivor might have, you said Survivor might have asked them to go outside to do the drugs. Just River P2 says Survivor might have asked them to go outside to do the drugs. If they're doing, but if they're doing something like it along the lines of, let's say, Just River P2, like cocaine, I think that you could conceal that more and probably. If you're with your boys doing something like that, and I'm just making up an aspect and speculating in general, you probably all go take a little bump or whatever you're doing in the bathroom, right?
Right.
That's just my opinion, but I mean, you could be right about that. Somebody asked you to go outside to smoke or whatever. Could be whatever. I mean, that's a good point.
Yeah. Yeah, but also if the family's saying that fentanyl was involved and it wasn't just one person, but now it's a couple of different people, right? They're going to have more information than we are.
Yeah, right here. Here it is, right here. The comment that you're talking about. One of those men was my uncle. They didn't freeze to death outside. They were laced with fentanyl. I do find this very interesting.
Correct. So now what's going to happen is now when they investigate, is this the first time they've taken fentanyl? Were they continuously doing fentanyl? Were all 3? Was it just one?
I read a screenshot earlier. From one of the sides of the families that said they didn't do drugs. Period. Their son didn't do drugs. I read one earlier. I'm pretty sure Delana sent it to me.
Right, but there's always a first for everything, right? So let me give you an example.
No doubt. There's no even with them saying that. Even with them saying that, and I agree with you 100%. And that's the first thing I thought about, right? I'm like, okay.
No. Let me give you a good example. I'm 47. I'm well-to-do. I'm very respected. You know, I'm a mom, and my kids do very well. And I swore up and down that I would never try any sort of drugs, what have you. Last year, I tried pot. You know what I mean? So you can never say never. And I think my friends were like, oh my goodness, there's absolutely no way that you tried it, not you, you know?
Right.
And so you can never say never because you just don't know if suddenly you're just like, okay, well, I'll just try it. Why not? You know?
Right.
What is the big deal? Right.
Exactly.
Yeah. And it's what really too is really mind boggling. And for everybody that is listening to you, T-REV, is that I think what we're all learning from this too is that there are a lot of drugs that are now laced with fentanyl. And fentanyl in itself, for those people that don't know, you can instantly die. And there's people that have died from fentanyl that didn't even in their wildest dreams ever think that they would end up 6 feet under. So I think the invitation for society is that if you are doing drugs, know where it's coming from and know that at any point in time, if you do fentanyl, there is a 50-50 chance that you may not ever come back from it.
Correct.
Because let me tell you, I live in LA and I've gone onto the LA County recorder. I looked at my friend's death a couple of months ago, and just out of curiosity, I was just like, well, how many people have died of fentanyl?
Mm-hmm.
Let me just tell you the amounts, astronomical amounts of people that have died from fentanyl. And the second one that I saw was suicide. But let me just tell you, that fentanyl, that really can kill people. And for those that think that that may not be true, I invite you to go onto the LA County Coroner and just type in John Smith, Brian Wilson, and you will see how many people have died of fentanyl.
That's wild. A lot of people are dying from fentanyl, though. My thing is they're definitely dying from fentanyl. That's been happening for a while. Fentanyl's been, they're cutting that shit. They're cutting heroin with fentanyl, and it's been a problem for years. And that's not going to stop. They're also putting fentanyl in these pressed Xanax pills. That's what there's a lot of deaths with that. When people are looking for Xanax bars and they're buying these things off the street, that's what they're running into. They're running into things that are laced with, different.
Absolutely.
Even marijuana, to the point where marijuana is laced with fentanyl. Like it's deep. So, it's a big problem. It's a huge problem. But my thing is with Adam saying what he said here, they didn't freeze to death outside. They were laced with fentanyl. I just want to know personally, where did you figure that out? Where did you hear that from? And where is that? You know what I mean? Like, where did that come from? Where did you hear that from? Because it must be the streets talking, one, especially with you being a family member. I'm just curious to where you heard that from, And if that is true, then it needs to be put out there. It needs to be very, very, very put out there.
Right, exactly. I mean, in many ways, the math isn't mathing, and we understand, but what we're all going to end up getting, like, the truth.
The news isn't talking about this, though. See, that's the thing where I want to show people. Is the news showing you guys these screenshots and talking to these different family members who are saying they didn't freeze to death outside? They were laced with fentanyl. Is the news talking to the woman who's saying Ricky's phone, Ricky's wallet, Ricky's keys are missing? Are the news showing that to you all? I'm curious about. I just want to know if is mainstream media showing you guys that, because that's sus as shit. I'm surprised.
But we all know that mainstream media is going to, you know what I mean? They haven't allowed it amount of time, and they're not going to talk about the nitty-gritty details. They're just not, And so this is why so many of us come onto YouTube. So many of us, listen to you, T-REV, and other channels as well, to be like, hey, I really wonder what's going on with that particular story. Just because other news outlets just hit the very basics of it, right?
Yes. Yeah. There is a pool in the backyard. It shows it right here.
Yeah, that it's going to be interesting to see when their autopsies come out to see exactly what happened. And most importantly, I mean, I guess here's the question too, because I've only been listening to you, T-REV, and I go in and out from work. But was this gentleman questioned, the scientist?
It said that he cooperated. It said that he cooperated the day of. That's what it says.
Yeah, cooperated. Well, I mean, you can cooperate at your front door, or did you cooperate at the police station? Because those are two very different scenarios, right?
It says he cooperated the day of. It doesn't mention anything past that. Like, it doesn't talk about anything after that.
I'd be curious to know if this gentleman, one, has shown up to work. Has he gone to work since? Is he still doing like what, because everybody, if you go to work, usually you have certain habits, right? You leave your house at 8 or 7 or 9. I'd be curious to know what his footprints have been since these three gentlemen have died.
I think it's 7 to 10 days. He said, how long will fentanyl stay in the blood? What, 7 to 10? Or am I wrong? Fent is contagious. See, the family knows, Peach Cobbler says. That's what I'm saying. The family is speaking out about that. It's not like it's being made up.
Right.
You know? I don't understand drugs being laced. So I don't understand.
But also, how would the family already know unless they knew that there was one that's habitual fentanyl, user? Because there's no way in hell that this quickly you're going to have an autopsy. So unless one, they were told, hey, we found these drugs, or two, the scientist was like, hey, they were doing fentanyl. This is what I found.
Somebody said, what do you mean? What do you see? That's what I'm saying. Some people, Macy says, what do you mean his phone, keys, and wallet are missing? Here's the fiance of one saying it right here. Look, I agree. We can't find Ricky's keys, wallet, or phone. This is 3 days ago. Again.
Yeah, that's very suspicious, because obviously if they were at the home and they drove themselves, the wallet should be at the home, the keys should be at the home.
This is her
So
TikTok. I'm gonna take you guys to it. This is her TikTok.
Yeah, see, that math isn't mathing. I mean, unless the police officers, they've been known, you know what I mean, to take into evidence, right, the phones.
Oh, that's his baby mother. Matter of fact, I'm pretty sure this is his baby mother that's saying these things. By the way, this is Ricky Johnson. I see him sitting here. This is his daughter climbing up, going into his lap. I see.
But see, the more that we go down the rabbit hole, T-REV, the more that we are all thinking that this actually may be something way more sinister.
Mm-hmm.
And where's the scientist? You know what I mean? Where has he spoken to anybody? Has he spoken to his friends? Has he even taken time to speak individually to each and every family member of the three gentlemen that passed away? Because let me tell you, if three of my girlfriends died in my backyard and I knew I had nothing to do with it, I would be knocking down doors, right? To be like, hey, this is what happened. This is what didn't happen. Lie detector test, whatever you want. I'm ready, willing, and able to get down to the truth.
Now, this is on, I'm pretty sure, I want to say this is his baby mother. Like, I'm honestly, this is who is making the comments of the keys, the phone. Where's his phone? Where's the keys? Where's the, you know what I mean? That's who is saying this. And I see people asking that question, who is saying that. That's who's saying it.
Yeah. I mean, the reality is that all those articles should have been inside that home, whether it be inside the home or in the backyard.
There's a picture.
Even a wallet.
There's a picture of them together right there. Look, there's a picture of them together right there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And this is her right here saying this, specifically saying, agree. We can't find Ricky's keys, wallet, or phone.
Yeah, that's absolutely crazy. I wonder also too, because a lot of the times in small towns, right? Sometimes they don't have the police power, manpower, right? And they don't maybe have the type of detectives like maybe like the FBI that needs to come in and take a hold of this case, right? Because if you, for example, remember the Brian Koberger case, right?
Yes,
where if they didn't have that manpower and then the FBI had to step in, right? Where you had a bunch of like sheriffs or what have you, and went in and contaminated and what have you, right? So maybe it's a situation where they just have to have the FBI come in and be like, hey, we need help because Joe Schmo over here, although he's a sheriff and all that, this is beyond what we can handle or know how to handle, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, but anyways, those are my 2 cents. But
I appreciate
I
it.
love you too, Rev. I love hearing your. I know that. Listen, we all have a lot of options. We can be on cable. We can be listening to like CSN, right? All types of different medias. Especially now, there's so many channels, so many things that we can all be listening to. And what I do love about your channel is that your authenticity, T-REV, and the fact that you care and and you go above and beyond, even with the smallest details. And I think that sometimes together, collaboratively, we can all come together and help solve some of these cases. And maybe sometimes we can't, and that's okay too. But the fact is that, you know, we love your channel, and in many ways you're educating all of us to, one, be the best versions of ourselves, and to two, give a damn about our society.
And that's what I think we should, without hating each other for each other's beliefs too, because
Correct.
I find that to be a big problem in today's society, is that
Correct.
a lot of us can't hear somebody else's opinion. If it doesn't match our opinion, then we get outraged and throw fits. That
Correct.
we have to be able to accept others' opinions, and whether you agree or disagree, you should be able to respectfully disagree or agree,
Correct.
and still find good in that person. So I mean, that's
Correct.
just how I look at it, and some people may look at it differently, but that's just how I feel. I feel like we're at a point where if we want to stop this ignorance, if we want to put a stop to the darkness, we have to come together and do this shit in numbers. And without that, we won't ever be able to put a stop to it. Are you tired of the bullshit? Are you tired of waking up every day and hearing
Correct.
about people dying and losing their lives over the dumbest shit ever? You know what I mean?
Correct. Yeah.
Over the
Absolutely.
stupidest disputes,
You know, there's a
the most
saying that
funkiest obsessions. People are obsessed with wanting to take people. I mean, this is what fuels the passion inside of me of what makes somebody want to take someone's life. Now, I'm not saying that that's what happened here in this case, but I'm saying in
Right.
general, I'm speaking for true crime in general.
Right. Right. I live by this saying all the time, and I pass this on to my children, where if it's to be, it's up to me. And, you know, I really live by that if we start instilling into, especially our young children, the fundamentals that everybody matters, that there's no color lines, then this will be a better world for all of us. Right. And listen, I have a lot of friends too that are of different races and ages, and they don't always agree, whether it's politics or what have you, but we can still all collaboratively live together, you know what I mean? Be friends, and we can all have different opinions because everybody matters, right?
Absolutely.
And so I thank you, T-REV. I absolutely love your channel, like I said, you know, and I think that you are a vessel for the greater good of all humanity, and you're channeling it through this YouTube channel. So I thank you. You know, not a lot of people are as courageous as you to start up a channel and to try to bring us all together, you know, for the greater good of all humanity. And so I thank you, T-REV.
Thank you, man. I hope you have a blessed night. Thank you for your love and light. I appreciate you being a voice in the community. And I look forward to hearing from you again.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, my name is Leslie. So, of course, T-REV, thank you so much. And thanks for taking my call.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Leslie. I appreciate you. God bless you. Lock your door. Stay vigilant. And I'll hear from you again.
Right on. Likewise.
Good phone call. Good phone call. Love it. 219-885-9693. Again, this is who is saying the account you're seeing right here, Adriana, the screenshots that I've been showing. You're seeing that. This is what you're seeing. This is her talking about this. But she's not the only person doing this. So sad she will never see her daddy again. This guy was a scientist. Do you think he'd have better than fentanyl so they couldn't find it? This guy was a scientist and has access to a lot, in my opinion. I mean, I don't know what he has access to, so I can't speak on that either. Amen. Who wants to live in a world where everyone thinks the same way? We are all different, and that's what makes us beautiful. Love it. Rachel says, true caller. Let's go back. What else did she talk about? Everything will be okay. I've changed so much. So I just want justice. I'm so sick to my stomach. No one deserved to die like this. So that was that post. Let's see this one. Somebody said I have a weird feeling they were doing. Oh wow. Interesting. What's this right
It was
here?
about what happened.
Tonight, a family is pressing for answers after 3 men were found dead outside a Northland home. Kansas City police identified the victims today: Clayton McGeaney, David Harrington, and Ricky Johnson. Now it's Johnson's family who is speaking up today, sharing their grief and questions with KSHB 41's Alyssa Jackson. Alyssa.
It's been a tough day. It's been a tough week for that family. Ricky Johnson's parents agree that the circumstances of this investigation leave a lot of questions. While they grieve the unexpected loss of their son, they're also fighting for answers about what happened.
I've seen this one already.
After days of
Okay, we've seen this one. I actually need to get a copy of this video for when I do the docu-series on this. No, that's not the one I was looking for. I want to bust back into this compressed folder right here. Ricky Johnson now says that we are going to hire a detective. I've hired lawyers to follow everything. This Jordan is going to get what's coming to him. I will never give up. Everybody, please donate to our GoFundMe so we use this money. What was that? What's this one? Says, okay, thank you. I pay for funeral, but going to hire a detective to police are not going to push this off. This is Ricky Johnson. Let's see what else. No new info has been given to us by the police or anything. Nothing has been told to us. We are still in the dark, but we suspect something was done to, as we know, our family member was clean of drugs. Right? Here is a family member coming out saying, we know our family member was clean of drugs. Now it says, we're clean of drugs. I'm trying to read this again. Clean of drugs, or drugs were involved. He did not take them voluntarily. In our opinion, they were slipped in their drinks and they were locked outside, but we have no answer yet ourselves. So that's a pretty blatant. I'm waiting for the toxicology report, right? That's how I look at that screenshot. This one in particular. When I look at this bad boy, that's what I'm looking at. Now, this is from a family member. I'm not going to put out what their name is, but here, let me pull up another one. And it goes, yeah, this same person. Yes, he was my cousin. We want answers. Ricky Johnson was my cousin in my side of his family, and the other side want answers. And then here, thank you. Don't know if I'll get over this. He was a big part of me. If I didn't have Linda, I wouldn't be here. Hard to take a boy you raise and lose him this way. Ricky Johnson, I know you raised him, worked daily, running business together, and your only baby. Hold on to Linda and Ricky's girls tight. We are all here for you. Now, this is all on the family's page where they're talking, by the way. That's how we feel and what we think happened. And nope, he knew there is no way. He didn't. He took his dogs to his mom. He took his dogs to his mom's the day before and then didn't pick them up till after they hauled the bodies off. That's weird too. He didn't want his dogs to find them.
Oh my God. Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
That shit is just weirder and weirder as I'm looking at these screenshots and going through them. Again, this is the family's talking. Do you see this shit? He's slipped in drinks. What if he put something in the cigar? In the cigar. What cigar were they smoking? If that's true, that dude is the worst friend ever. Angelica says, oh, you're talking about someone else. Sarah says they might know some people aren't on drugs. My bad. I was quiet for a second because I was digging through these screenshots. I'm looking at a bunch of these different screenshots of the family conversating. So it's like, how could you not at least peek to what the victims' families are saying and start trying to put a puzzle together? I know you can't go based off of that. And Beautiful Messy Ball made a great point when she called in earlier. By the way, my bad. It was on Do Not Disturb the whole time. No, we're good now, though. You never know. There's beautiful messy ball. Speaking of it, you never know if your family member or friend is clean. That is a great point, too. That is a great point, too. I wonder if someone helped him, Yvonne Garza says. Angelica said, if on the phone, you may have to click out. Oh, okay. You're talking about joining. I hid pot from my family for years. Diane said, maybe Jordan did have stuff, and the three guys, I don't know what you meant right there. Something innocently. They would not know it would kill them. Jordan didn't mean to kill them, but guilt by supplying. Sasha says, not if you're passed out from smoking laced blunts, premeditated, eh? Shay says, T-REV, how do we know who supplied the drugs? Who? That's a good point. Where is the drugs? Where's the drug talk coming from, Shay? Where's the drug talk coming from? The family members are talking about laced fentanyl. So we have Adam talking about laced fentanyl. We have Jennifer Marquez chiming in on the conversation and saying, hey, that's what I heard too, right? That's what I heard. I heard that there was laced fentanyl along with the nephew of, I don't know if he's the nephew to Ricky. I don't know if he's the nephew to David. I don't know if he's the nephew to, forget the other gentleman's name. I'm going to have to get that right. I don't know if he was a nephew to him. So was it Clayton McGinney? I want to get his name right so I'm not wrong. But as we're just finding out these details and seeing the family members speak out, I just don't understand where they're getting the drug, the lace, the fentanyl, all that different, all the different types of drugs that are being talked about, which really isn't different types of drugs. They're really just talking about fentanyl. So, but then you got to think about alcohol. Alcohol is not a drug. Was it slipped into alcohol? Was there something slipped into alcohol? Was it not fentanyl? Was it something put together in a lab that somebody wanted to test it allegedly? I don't know. That's the weird part about it to me. Let me grab a couple more of these screenshots because there's a lot more. There's a lot more. That's just one folder worth of screenshots. Let me pop the other one open. So we did see this one already, right? We seen this one. She says KCPD doesn't care. Again, this is Adriana talking. KCPD doesn't care. I get frustration. I get that. Now it says, okay, here we go again. Dogs were confirmed. Here we go. This is the type of stuff. Dogs were confirmed to be at his parents', but apparently he didn't leave his room for 36 hours. And like said comment that we just read before in the other screenshot was talking about, it was weird how the dogs were dropped off, like the day before, and then after, it was like they didn't want the bodies to be found, or he didn't. Allegedly, all allegedly, by the way. Dogs were confirmed to be at his parents', but apparently he didn't leave his room for 36 hours. Those guys don't look, you said those guys don't look like users. Smoking pot, maybe. Country Diva says the first red flag was the 3 birds dead that the realtor found. And that post is now deleted, though. You can only find that on TikTok, by the way. Alicia says, so was he knocked out in his room for 36 hours? Is that possible? What are the chances of him being knocked out in his room for 36 hours? From 1 out of 10, chat. What's the chances of Jordan being passed out in his room for 36 hours? How do you not leave your room? So he peed in the corner. Speaking of pee, I think I need to go to the bathroom here in a second myself. So we're going to have to take a little break, like a 2-second break. For me, anyways, I do not know of one person that froze to death in my state at a party, and I live in a colder state. Meg thinks it's premeditated. Rachel says antibiotics for at least the past 2 years. What are you talking about? Tracy says my sister can do that. 36 hours isn't much. Your sister can sleep for 36 hours? 0. Eyes on Heaven says 0. Janet says 0. Frozen shock phase.
Oh my God.
We did not just say that. Frozen shock phase. Could have been, or could have a bathroom attached to his room. That's a possibility. Great point. Maybe he just happened to survive. Dogs taken away, U-Haul ready to go. Did this mini X in past before? Or ignores texts, calls, knocks, sus. Yeah, no, I agree. That is the sus part about it. You're not answering. You're aware. Things are being read. U-Haul. Yeah, red flags for sure. Red flags for sure. Victoria said, great call. Oh, you must be behind a little bit. Wow, I thought maybe he had a plan to move and took dogs till after he moved. Let me pull that back up. Where's that one at? I'm looking for it now. I want to dig actually back into that. Where's that bad boy? And then this, you got to go back to referring to this. I was going to sleep on this. No way. I'm not talking to you, unknown. I just don't want to.
Call Dago. Call Dago.
Skill issue.
678. It's never too late. What's going on?
T-REV, I have a couple questions. I'm confused.
Okay. Let's talk.
Okay, so here's my question. We know that he was going to have a party. So perhaps he moved the dogs to his parents' house because he knew he was going to have a football party.
Right.
So it stated in some of your past texts or whatever that came up that that he had people over for a football party, and everybody left at 11 except for those 3. Is that correct?
Well, I just read a new updated article on it that said it was just those 4.
Okay.
So I'm kind of confused on that too, because again, I just read an updated article, and on that updated article, it says that it was only those 4.
Okay, and that article is from the family, or is it from other people that attended the football party, or do we know any of that yet?
No, I no. It says those 4, just those 4.
Okay.
As in Jordan and the 3 victims, or
right. Okay. Another question.
we can't say 3 victims yet because it's not, labeled anything. So I'm gonna say that are 3 people that passed away here.
All right. So even if it was just those 4, he probably planned on having a party, and he didn't want the dogs in a way. So he maybe thought, okay, I'm going to send the dogs off to my parents' house. Okay, fine and good. All right. So another confusion part that I've got is you had brought up an article, and it showed the U-Haul in the driveway. Do you remember that article?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay.
I actually still have that on here pulled up.
Okay.
It is right. The one that you're talking about, the one that you're referring to specifically, so people know, is
Got a little update for you guys. If you've been
right there.
following the case,
There's a U-Haul in the driveway in this chick's TikTok video surrounding it.
Yes. Okay. In this TikTok video. On that one, she says at the end that the police have the 3 boys' phones. Does she not say that?
Mm-hmm.
So they do have the phone.
It said something. She said something about phones. I don't think she said they had their phones.
I thought she said the police.
Oh, let me play it. It's a short clip. I'll play it while I'm talking to you. Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
case of the 3 men from Kansas City, Missouri, who were found deceased in this backyard of their friend Jordan Willis's home that he was renting. It appears that Jordan is moving out. Now, if you don't know this case, here's a quick recap. These 3 men went over to the home of Jordan Willis on Sunday night to watch the Chiefs game. They didn't go home after the game. They didn't go to work on Monday or Tuesday. Finally, on Tuesday at around 10 p.m., Clayton's fiance had gone to the house, went around to the back because Jordan wasn't answering the door, even though she had been banging and hollering out his name and knew that he was home. So she went around to the back. She was able to break in through a window, and then she saw a body on the porch covered in snow. She called police, and after they arrived, they found 2 more bodies. Jordan apparently has no clue what happened and told people they must have just froze to death. This is after he had been ignoring everybody's calls and texts for the past 2 days, asking if he had any idea where the guys were. The police said there were no obvious signs of foul play. No arrests have been made. Autopsy and toxicology reports are pending. So he can leave, but in my opinion, it kind of looks weird. I know there was talk about a search warrant on the home. I don't know if they did that yet or if they found anything. I was also informed that the police have the cell phones of the 3 guys and they're going through those. What do you guys think about this? I mean,
she said I was a good catch, by the way. She said I was informed that they have the cell phone of the 3. Right? But
yeah,
why am I being informed right here? Oh, let me find it. Why am I being informed that by the girlfriend?
Yeah,
saying
yeah.
she
The
doesn't
girlfriend says that they're missing the keys and the phone and the wallet.
exactly. Bang
That's
bong.
where I'm confused.
Exactly. I'm with you on that 100%. She
Yeah,
said that 3-4 days ago. That
yeah, and that's why I'm really confused. And I know that Jordan.
Thank you
Or
for
actually, I
bringing that
don't
to
know.
my
I'm glad.
attention, by the way. I'm glad you
Yeah,
called in and to tell me
no,
that for real.
that's where I got confused. And I thought that I had heard that Jordan was renting the house, which is why he's able to escape so quickly, perhaps, is because, it's been how many days since this happened? He's probably moving out because people are coming after that guy, perhaps.
And you yeah.
But yeah, I wouldn't want to be there either after 3 of my friends just passed away in my backyard. But this is all so weird. And I'm wondering, maybe they were going to smoke some weed. Whoever knows, who knows where they got weed from? Maybe it was laced. Maybe they all maybe Jordan got lucky and survived it. Like one person in the chat might have said that perhaps he survived, went up his room, fell asleep. 3 guys dropped quickly in the backyard because it was cold. I mean, there's lots of snow. There are icicles hanging from the roof of the house. But they would have to have dropped really fast in order to not be, trying to get in the house.
I've seen him do it.
I mean, but also too though, okay, so he goes up and sleeps for 36 hours and's reading messages at the same time?
Well, and I don't know, was he reading them or was he not reading them? I mean, they might have been coming in, but how do we know he was reading them?
That's a good I love the way that you're questioning that. And that's a good way to how do you know he was reading them? Ma'am,
Yeah,
you
I mean,
said
how
that
do we
the
know he was
messages were
reading them?
being read? Did it say read? That's a good question. I love that. I love that you're asking that too, because that is a valid question. That, man, are you saying that he read these messages, or are you saying that because he was at the house? I do like the way that you're asking that. Like,
Yeah,
that's stuff that
yeah,
detectives
I
would
mean,
ask too.
yeah. So how do we know he was reading his messages, and how do we know he didn't come out of his 36-hour binge right as people were banging on the door? And how do we know that he didn't come out of this binge when he heard somebody coming in his house?
Yeah, did it? Hold up. He said, "What about Jordan's employer? You would think his employer would be very concerned about all the negative publicity." Gregory Ward says, "What's going on, Gregory?" Good point. I wondered, yeah.
Which yeah, and was this the game was on Sunday? You said, right?
The game was on January 7th, and it was versus the Chargers.
And that was a Sunday, right?
Yes, ma'am. It was right now. I think it's been 11 days.
Okay, so he didn't go to work if he didn't take the days off, because we didn't know if he didn't take days off. He didn't go to work Monday or Tuesday, or maybe he was in a binge. I mean, you don't know what kind of coma this may have caused him, let alone if his friends passed out and died. Maybe they passed out and then froze when they were passed out. I don't know how long it takes to freeze to death once you're passed out. Because whatever it is must have passed people out pretty heavily.
You would think so, right?
Yeah. So, I mean, if they were passed out cold, they just may not have come out of it. And maybe
But
Jordan
outside
didn't come
though?
out of it.
But outside?
Huh?
No, but I'm saying though, but outside they just passed out all outside?
Yeah. I mean, you think about it. If whatever they smoked, all four of them could have smoked something that might have caused some kind of problem. Maybe the three guys went outside to, shake it off. Maybe they passed out. Maybe one tried to go back in the house. Maybe he never made it outside. Maybe he passed out in the porch in the back. Maybe the two guys made it outside. Maybe they passed out in the back. Maybe they just never came out of it. And maybe they froze to death. And maybe Jordan just went upstairs to his room and just binged and passed out. I don't know. This is all very strange, but I mean, Jordan is a scientist. I get it, but he's a PhD. He's not stupid. And these guys have been friends since school.
Right.
I can't imagine he'd go, I'm going to test some drugs on my friends and kill them. Do you really think that was his intent?
Right. No, I see what you're saying. I can definitely see what you're saying 100%.
I mean, yeah, I see Adrian. Oh my gosh, she must be crushed. These families have got to be crushed. And I would be crushed. And it's so hurtful. And anger sets in. And we start blaming the only person that survived.
Yeah, I mean, why don't police say that then? Why don't police come out and say, hey, this
I don't
this was a
know.
drug
And
overdose. They passed out. You know what I mean?
And that's another question I have is they're saying now that it is not a homicide. They are looking into a death investigation. So obviously, at this point in time, Jordan has been taken off the hook. At this point in time, until the toxicology reports come back. The police must have more than what we're thinking they have right now. It's the only thing I can think of, because otherwise Jordan would be thrown in jail right now.
And there's the timeline
Wouldn't
on
you
the
think?
screen for everybody who wants to know the certain little timeline. There's the timeline from January 7th to the 10th, which is,
Yeah.
on the 10th is when the police announced that he wasn't a suspect.
Right.
They go, they say no foul play and friend is not a suspect on the 10th. So that's immediately the next day. And they were found at, I believe, 9:20 or 9:51 p.m. From what I read, 9:51 p.m. These gentlemen were found at 9:51 p.m. at night. So the 10th of the next day, they're saying police announced no sign of foul play and friend is not a suspect immediately.
Right. So
after.
he's got to have, some kind of a really good alibi.
I wonder what it is, because it doesn't make sense.
I don't know.
Your alibi is so good, but you're at your house with where your friends are dead at in your backyard.
Yeah, I know, but this is what I mean. He's got to have some kind of a really good alibi to be getting away with this right now. I mean, right off the bat, he's got to have something that's really, really good.
So before I move on to someone else, what's your takeaway for right now? For you right now?
I guess my takeaway for me right now is the fact that it's a very angering case. And we want to punish the person that's still around, I think. But I think I bless you for getting everybody together and listening to everybody's thoughts in the chat and on the phone. And I think that it's great that this continues to go forward, because everything we bring on right now is helpful. And I will really enjoy listening and for the next future to see here what's going to happen in this case. And I hope we can all hear from the police and see what's going to happen with this. But thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for calling in and thank you for bringing up some really very, very good points. I thought you tapped into a lot of good points. You brought up a lot of great questions, especially about the part with the phones. I think you made a great point with the part about the phones, and we see that the fiance, or maybe the baby mother of one, I want to say she's the baby mother of him, because she has that video of what looks just like her and him.
Yeah.
Me.
Yeah.
It looks like,
Yeah.
they're kids. So, her saying that no phone, keys. Where's the
No
phone,
wallet, no
keys?
phone, no keys. Yeah.
That's and
Yeah.
then you catching the part on the other video where the woman is saying that the police have all 3 phones. Where do we see that at? Where have we seen or heard the police had all 3 phones? Because that's the first I've heard of it listening to that video, that they had all 3 phones. By the way.
Exactly. So, I don't know. You don't know who's right, what's going on here. So
There she is
you don't
in
know.
chat. I believe this is her in chat. Adriana Juarez. She says, I want justice. I think that's her. She said, I
Oh
want
my
justice.
goodness, it is her. Let's see if we can get her on.
She's more than welcome to call through, but I don't want to force anybody to, do anything. If they want to, she's more than welcome to. If she has any
All right, I'll
messages
let
that
you
she
go.
wants to put
Take
out,
care.
she's more than welcome to. Thank you for calling in. I appreciate you, man. Thank you for your input. Thank you for pointing that out. Like I said, I hope you have a beautiful night. Loving light. God bless you. Lock your doors. Stay vigilant. You know the drill.
Thank you. Good luck, Adriana. We love you.
Yeah. Tell them again. I want to hear from you. 219-885-9693. Crazy case. She's here. She says she's here. I agree with the caller. A possibility. Rachel says, think how we'd all feel if one of the 3 were our loved one. Couldn't be tiptoeing around feelings.
No.
Hello? Yeah, I heard that unknown. I answer unknown, but they didn't have nothing to say. If Jordan was drugged too, it would explain ghosting. If Jordan was drugged too, it would explain ghosting. Huh. 913, what's going on? You're live.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. You are live.
Hi, this is Adriana.
Oh, this is Adriana. How you doing?
I'm hanging in there. Not doing too well, but trying to survive.
I don't know if you could touch up on a few things for me, like as far as what you said, like about the phone, the keys, the different things that you were touching up on. Not only you are speaking out, but there's other family members speaking out and saying different things, conflicting things, is like lace, fentanyl. My uncle was laced. What's going on? Can you fill us in at all on any details?
I can tell you a little bit, but I know his family, is watching and stuff, and I believe he was drugged because Ricky and I talked about this years ago about fentanyl, and it was all over the news and people dying left and right. So I know he would never take those type of drugs, and he was betting himself. He was excited to see his daughter. He was supposed to see his daughter tomorrow, and unfortunately, he won't. He'll never see her again. And Jordan did see the text message when we all were looking for him, and it said read it down the bottom. He didn't reply to any messages at all. I told my friend April to go over there because something wasn't right. Because I lived 45 minutes. I was in Overland Park.
Wow.
So, and thankfully, she went in there and she saw a body sitting down, like he was napping. And he had like snow on him. And that's when she ran out and she called the cops, and she thought it was just one because she was looking for Clayton. She even called his name inside the house and no response. So when the cops came, they said there was 2 more bodies discovered. So it was just crazy. And I thought, my daughter on that Tuesday when we were found out, Tuesday morning, she said she woke up, she wanted to call her dad. And I said, oh, that's kind of strange because she never really, asked for that. She's like, can I call my dad, please? And I'm like, what the, and I called him and went straight to voicemail. I texted him, no reply back through that whole day. This happened last Tuesday. And I'm like, that's weird because he's always responding to me. And then I woke up from a nap that day and I saw 2 text messages from the mom and the stepmom saying, like, have you, talked to Ricky or anything? I said, no, I tried to get a hold of him earlier that morning because Ray wanted to talk to him. She's like, well, we haven't heard from him. I said, okay, well, let me call up some of his friends and let's figure this out. And I was texting April. I said, April, you need to go over there. Something's not right. And she went over there and that's, how it all happened. Later on that day, my daughter said, my dad's cold. He needs a jacket. My dad needs a hat. It's cold. That's when I knew. I just knew right then.
Oh no!
Something happened, and it's crazy because knowing Ricky, we talked about this before. If something ever happened, he wanted me to move on and be happy with somebody, and I believe spiritually he did connect with her.
Wow.
It's just crazy. And I was furious because I was like, I knew something was wrong. And my daughter knew it before me. But it's like, I was just like, no. I mean, and then all 3 of them died. I used to hang out with them, with the boys. I was the one to take that photo of all the Chiefs, like jerseys and stuff with them. That was the photo I took at Ricky's house. And it's crazy because it's like, we never know when's their last day on this earth, and it's just, we want justice because it's just, I don't know. I'm still in shock. I can't believe he's gone forever. And, we need some answers. We need something. And Kansas City Police Department won't do shit about anything.
That's what I'm looking at right now on the screen. I'm seeing you say that. And then I read the different screenshots that one of my admins found. Her name's Delana, and she is super sunk into this case because she's from there. So she sent me like these different screenshots, and I seen where you said something about where they couldn't, or where's his phone? Where is it? Where are these different things? Were they able to retrieve those things? Were you able to find out anything after that, or they still don't know where that's at?
Jordan did apparently have them. So we ended up finding them, and Jordan had them. Okay. And so it's funny because it wasn't wet; it was dry. So why all the 3 boys? Why all the 3 boys, like, their phones are not wet or they're dry. So that's kind of weird. We found that kind of weird. Like, what the heck? Like, what was he doing with it? I think he was coming up with something to do with the bodies, but thankfully, if it wasn't for Reagan doing that, he would have come up with something. He would have probably did something with the bodies.
Now, was Ricky into drugs? Because somebody brought that up to me. It was like, not about anybody being on drugs, but they were saying, some people are in like denial of their loved one, being connected with drugs. But I feel like this is the most important time to be upfront. And I'm sure everybody is being upfront.
Oh yeah. Ricky was getting clean. He drank and stuff with the boys and stuff, but he was getting clean. He told me he hasn't done it in a long, long time. I hang out with him. We talked about this on Halloween of last year. He said he doesn't do that anymore. He drinks here and there. So I don't know what happened.
Did he smoke cigarettes?
Yeah, he smoked.
Okay.
He didn't smoke a lot, but he smoked. But he hates the cold. He just hates the cold. I knew he didn't stay too long outside. He's always like, freezing. Even though he's a big dude, but he hates the cold. He'll just come in after he smokes. It would take not even a minute.
And his vehicle was found at the location at Jordan's house?
No, he rode with Dave.
Okay. But they could have got into the vehicle, correct? They could have got into the vehicle and got warm.
Yeah, they could have. And there were, I think it was just his other friend. His other friend was there too, and he asked for a ride. He asked Ricky a ride. He said, "Hey, let's go." And that was last time. I think he was the last one to leave, and it was around 12:30. And so it might have been like midnight on a Monday. So, and he said they were okay, and that's the last time you heard of them.
And hopefully I didn't get it wrong. And as you were just saying, you think that your daughter had that connection with him. So obviously you are his baby mother.
Yes.
And this is crazy. This is crazy. And you said that she told you that she felt her daddy was cold.
Yeah, she told me that. She told me on that day, she said, "Daddy's cold, he needs a jacket.
Woo.
Daddy's head is cold, he needs a hat." And I'm looking at her like,
Made my body chill with that one. Just talking about it
yeah.
again. Like, that's crazy. That gives me
Yeah,
chills.
it does, because, and knowing Ricky, I knew if something would have happened, he would spiritually connect with her. And he loves his kids so much. Loves his kids so much. He was a great father to our baby girl. We had good relationship with him and I wanted him, take some time. Me and him and I were going through a lot, personally, but we had a good relationship, and it just tears me apart. We went by his house a couple of days ago, and she knew that her dad wasn't going to be there anymore. So it's just,
so
and
sad.
she saw his body, his last time yesterday for the viewing, and she touched her dad, and she was talking to him. So, and I told her, "That's your angel now. He's watching over you." And she shook her head. She's like, "I know." So it's just, it's crazy, because I want to know. The autopsy hasn't come yet. Obviously, it'll take a couple of weeks, maybe months. I don't know how that all goes down, but I just want to get the bottom of it and just figure out, why did Jordan not call the cops right away when we keep texting him? And he did read the text messages, so he was aware of what was going on.
That's
So it's
another
like,
part
it's crazy.
that I wanted to ask you about, and I didn't mean to cut you right there, but that is great that you touched up on that. What he was reading these text messages, he was 100% reading them.
Yes, he was. I was told a lot of friends reached out to him on that day, asking where were the boys and everything else, because that was the last time they were seeing that, and then no response, no calls. They kept calling, no response. So,
What's your
it's
faith
just
level and
frustrating.
what's your confidence in law enforcement possibly getting something right here?
They need to figure out with Jordan first, because he was the last one to be seen with the boys. And I'm just, again, I'm thankful my daughter spoke up, because it's just crazy. Who knows what he could have done with the body? The longer we would have waited, he could have planned something. I mean, he's a scientist. He's a smart boy. I mean, anything could have happened in those times.
I've seen, like I said, I've seen Jennifer. I've seen Adam. I don't know if you know Adam or not. I've seen a few different people, again, speaking about laced fentanyl. They were laced with fentanyl. They were killed. They were different things. And it seems like a lot of you guys are believing that this is foul play.
Could be a lot of things. I mean, if you move the body, yeah, it could be foul play. So, I mean, maybe they were inside and he moved the body. I mean, we don't know. I mean, that's just, we wanted him to speak out. We want to figure out what went on that night. And
now, is he not
I don't know if
cooperating?
we ever will know.
Is he not cooperating anymore?
Not on that night. No, he didn't, apparently.
Okay. So did he ask for a lawyer or anything like that that you heard of?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. He asked for a lawyer. Mm-hmm.
Thank you for confirming that, because that right there speaks a lot too, because we're going off a lot of speculation. So for somebody to call in that has a connection to what I personally believe, in my opinion, is a victim, allegedly, and I don't know that to be true. And we're still, and I stand with them on this 100% until they get the answers that they deserve. Could I be wrong? Absolutely, but this is sus. Three people go over to a friend's house. He doesn't check to see if they got home or anything like that. I mean, if my friends, like I said earlier, if my friends come over to my house, I make sure they get home. I see if they get home. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like, I mean, that's crazy. How do you, they came over, you want to watch them leave and make sure they get in their car safe. Like, I don't get that. It's just, it's all weird. And I heard stuff about Jordan, how weird he is and how it's a weird, creepy vibe. And it's just, ugh, like, I don't, and then I don't know. It's just crazy. It's just,
It is.
I just pray we find justice. And some people I know read on comments, maybe you guys will never get justice. Maybe you will never know, what happened. And it's pretty sad. And I've lost my voice. I've been crying all week and a half ever since this happened. I've been sick, lost my voice. I'm just nonstop crying. I just can't believe this is.
Well,
so
I
real.
gotta ask you this too. Is it true that he walked when said person broke in and found one dead? Did he really walk out in a robe with a glass of wine in his hand, or empty glass wine, or an empty wine glass?
It was boxers, and he was barefoot, and he walked out with a bottle of wine. So, which is strange. And everybody's been knocking and going up there, and all of a sudden the cops knock, and then you're coming out with a bottle of wine, and you're barefoot with your boxers on. I don't get it.
Yeah, I think so too. I am too bear says she's likely still in shock. You probably are still in shock that.
Oh yeah, I just can't believe I'm going through this. It's crazy. And then the fact that the Jordan sister posted 3 dead birds in the back of porch, Lee Summit Department, and all this other stuff. And a week later, the 3 boys are dead in your brother's backyard. Stuff is weird.
Did you see that? Did you see that on hers?
I got tagged a lot of things. I see a lot of people tagging me and said Jordan's creepy and all this other stuff, and it's just crazy, and it keeps getting worse the more I keep hearing about this guy, and it's just ugh.
Well, also to hear from somebody who is close and connected and able and talking to people who are connected with this case, and this being somebody that you were very close to. I mean, this is your daughter's father, and she now no longer, unfortunately, can never contact him, and that's super sad. And justice definitely needs to be served. If there, I don't know how they could say 100% not foul play, but it's a death investigation, so that leaves the gap for it could be opened back up. Homicide, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, I hope they figure out something, because they're not doing shit. They're not doing anything. They're just letting this go. The guy moved out, so he hid all his evidence. Like,
so that U-Haul shit's real?
What?
The U-Haul stuff is real?
Oh yes. Apparently he moved out and he got his stuff out of there or something, and deactivated his Facebook and all this other stuff. And I'm like, and now he left some okay into his house. I'm like, well, everything's empty now? You already, you cleaned up all your evidence? What are they going to find now?
Wow. Was any now I've been trying to figure this out. Maybe you can help, maybe you can't, but I'm wondering why I'm seeing Jennifer Marquez and Adam say, she said that's what I'm hearing too after he said laced fentanyl drugs or they were laced with fentanyl and killed. And then Jennifer Marquez comments right under and says that's what I'm hearing too. And that's the mother of David.
Dave. Yeah, I mean, it could be anything. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if Jordan knew something and then serve it to them. No, I know deep down, Ricky would never did fentanyl. Never. I know he would never touch that. We talked about it and how, obviously everybody knows it's bad and it can kill you right away. So it's just, deep down, I know that he didn't take that. He probably was, something might have happened. It might have been his drink. It might, it could be anything.
The issue is there are meds that cannot be detected. Like, I get some of that too. The issue is there are meds that cannot be detected. I get that. A lot of people are thinking maybe possibly there was like a test or something. I'm like, man, I don't know. Without the toxicology and seeing all the different tests that they're gonna be conducting on this, toxicology will tell everything, Daniel. But they
Oh
can't.
yeah,
I guess that's what the standby is right now.
yeah. We're just waiting on it and just figuring this all out. And I pray we get justice. That's all I pray for. I mean, I'm angry. I'm sad. I'm upset. I'm just all kinds of emotions right now, and it's killing me inside because I mean, so many cases are so like unsolved, and it's just. I hope my case is, this case is not one of them.
We definitely, hopefully it's not. And I want to pull this one back up because this is yours. This is your TikTok. And this is the video that you had put up here. I'm going to play that for everybody that's in here now, full screen. This is the video that you put up with him with his baby girl.
Mm-hmm.
And you are in here also. So if you are just tuning in, we have Adriana, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
We have Adriana on the phone with us. That is her connection here. Is she is the baby mother of Ricky Johnson's daughter.
Yes.
And she is shine. I mean, I thank you for shining a light on the things that you could shine a light on. Him moving the U-Haul, so he is now completely
He's
out of
officially
this
moved
location.
out. Yeah, he's officially moved out. He's already got his shit out and everything, and the cops waited too long. They shouldn't have did it that night. They waited too long, and it makes me angry. I didn't know Jordan well. I just heard of Jordan. I know he's a creepy guy. He gives off weird vibes. That's all I know of Jordan. And
Wow. So you knew him?
I heard of him. I didn't. He lived in Colorado, I think, here and there, and sometimes he'll visit, but I'm not quite sure.
I got you. This is making me cry for her. Burning Angel says, I don't understand why law enforcement let him move before searching the house. Where did Jordan?
I don't know either. I don't know.
Where did Jordan work?
I don't know where he worked at. All I know is he's a scientist or something. Which is obviously pretty smart to do that. So he was probably figuring out what to do with the bodies next.
A lot of people, carbon monoxide. A lot of people.
No, it's definitely not that because he was inside the whole. I don't know. So I got a lot of comments on that too. I can clarify it was definitely not that. So no foul play. So they have to do some blood work.
I want to ask you this, and I want to extend this for everybody too, and as for all the families, like including yourself. What can we do to help you guys? Keep spreading the story around, keep sharing it with everybody, keep
sharing. Somebody's got to know something. Somebody's got to know something. I just want everyone to keep sharing because so I'm just praying someday we'll get justice and we'll figure this out. And then, I mean, that's what I want to do. And they're not doing their jobs. KCPD is not doing their jobs. They're letting this shit go. And the longer they're letting this shit go, the longer it's just, we'll never get anything.
Well, I'm going to be making, maybe I can get you for a segment because I'm going to be making a docu-series just on the bit of everything that we have now with this to put out the story even more, to extend it to more people and maybe reach a further audience too, on top of what we do during the live stream. So I will be working on that. Maybe I can get an interview with you on there of just talking about Ricky and who he was as a person and why this is odd to you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just wanted people to keep sharing and get this guy because it's just all weird. It just keeps getting more weird every time I hear stories, and people will message me like, "Oh, I went to high school with Jordan. he's weird, and this guy gives off all vibes, and apparently I don't know if you saw this TikTok, Lacey Lee or something. She dated him in college, and just a lot of people are making videos of him. So it's like, oh, they're letting this guy to be free, running around. Who else knows what he's doing?
It sounds more like poisoning than drugs to me. And the birds, question mark. Honky was talking about the birds. Now I couldn't find, so allegedly that post has been deleted as far as
Yeah.
from the realtor sister, allegedly.
Mhm. Yeah, that's weird. That is so freaking weird. I think it was True Crime Kelly. I know she reported something of that too. If you go back and see that.
True Crime Kelly.
I
I watched the one about the birds. She actually had the birds up there. I think that's who you're talking about.
Yeah. I couldn't believe that. I thought it was like, no, there's no way. And they're like, no, his sister posted that a week before all this is happening. I'm like, what? Like 3 birds? Like that's, and then 3 bodies? I'm like, it's just mind blowing. It's just crazy.
Yeah, they said people left at 11 p.m. Then later these bodies were discovered. They said people left at 11 p.m. Then later these bodies were discovered.
It was probably around 11 to 12:30 is what that person told me. So he said that they were okay. They were fine, but he didn't know if they died 5 minutes after or later on that morning, supposedly. And then that's when Tuesday morning, my daughter asked to call her dad, and that's when that happened. So I'm thinking about what my daughter was saying, and then went from there.
So did they have a pic of Jordan? I'm pretty sure this is him, the guy I have on the screen, the IAVI. I want to say this is him.
Oh.
He's got this website here. I was reading through it. It's all written by him too. Jordan R. Willis, PhD, Senior Principal Scientist, IAVI Neutralizing Antibody Center, Chief Lab, Lojala. What is that? California and Kansas City, Missouri.
Mm-hmm. Someone say he's back. I don't know what that means. Like, what do you mean he's back?
You said he was inside the whole time, Tracy said, and if they're gathered for a game or if after party.
When they hand out the games and stuff, they all, play. After the Chiefs game, they were playing games. So I don't.
So you said after the Chiefs game they were gaming?
Apparently from that person that left, yes. That they were all fine, and then they were playing a dice game or something.
Oh,
that's what I was been told.
Okay.
So he said he's not quite sure it was 11 or 12-ish. He said they were fine, and that's when that person asked Ricky if he needed to ride back home or something. He said no.
So they were playing. So they were gaming or playing a dice game, like you said, and then okay. So there was more than just 4 people. Why is it? I just read an article that said it was only them 4. So they're wrong about that.
Yeah, there's just a friend left, and
so there was a 5th, or how many? Do you know how many people were there all together?
I'm not quite sure. All I know is the last person left because he had to go to work the morning. I know he had to leave early. Well, it's not really early, but yeah.
You know that 5th friend, he's cool?
Yes, I know. I know other guys that pretty much, except for Jordan, only because he said he was weird and off. I didn't want to see the dude if he's, weird or something. I'm like, well, I don't want to meet him. Yeah. And he barely came around that time when I did live with Ricky. So I think he was traveling a lot in Colorado. This was kind of his rental house, the one in Kansas City. But I do find it kind of weird that his dogs weren't there. And his dad has Alzheimer's or something. I'm like, why would you leave your dog with your dad if he has Alzheimer's? That's what I just didn't get.
Yeah, no, that doesn't make sense.
Nothing makes sense. Nothing. I don't get it. It just keeps getting worse the more people are reaching out to me and stuff. It just keeps getting worse. It's like I'm not getting any answers.
I know when I read it, when I was reading this earlier, I was like, whoa. I seen you say Jordan. You were like, Jordan killed him. That's
I 100% think he did. He's the last person, and you're inside the house. How do you not know there's 3 people inside your house? And I believe Jordan's a smoker too.
So
why
he's
can
a
you
smoker
go outside? And it's weird because it's like, okay, 36 hours he didn't go in the kitchen and get any food. It makes no sense. You know, like.
Yeah, that's. I told y'all there was more people there, Shay said. Yeah, no, I don't know why, but it said in the last article, it did say the 5th, that there was, or 4 people. I'm sorry. The new article that I read, it was like, it was only 4 people there that night. Sister of, okay, I see your sister's here too.
Yeah, she's here.
Jordan is 100%.
We've all been sharing his stuff. So, I mean, the more we share, the more we're going to hopefully get some more details. Maybe someone knows more than I do. Maybe we can, if someone knows anything, please message me, please. Like, I just want to get this off because the police department aren't going to do shit. So we're going to do the work for them.
Got you. Yeah, this one just doesn't even. I'm telling you, it just when I read this story, it just didn't make sense of the sense that 3 friends are found at a location where somebody is alive and moving, and they were at your location watching a football game and allegedly hanging out afterwards, hitting dice, and now all of a sudden they're found 2 days later by a furious fiance who is looking for their loved one and happens to come across someone that's passed away. And that's just insane. So imagine if nobody went into the location.
Yeah. The birds were not at Jordan's house. No, the birds were at his sister's house. His back porch.
It's like, sounds
and
like
it's just weird later on, a week later, your brother. I still can't get over that. That's just.
I think there's a lot the media doesn't know. That's what I'm saying. I said this earlier. I'm saying, like, I was like, man, the media doesn't. They're talking about certain things, but they're not talking about. Not only is one person from one certain family saying that this is sus, pretty much a person from each family is saying that, on top of multiple friends, cousins, nephews. I've seen so many different people from all sides of families speaking out, saying that this shit is sus. We want answers. This, it doesn't make sense. And I agree, it doesn't.
No, and it's just, they keep saying the 3 bodies, 3 bodies. Okay, let's talk about what's really going on in that house. Let's talk about all this stuff here. We're not going to get any answers to keep, you keep saying it.
Somebody was.
And I'm just waiting for Jordan to talk. Like, speak up. Let's see your side of the story.
Yeah, it is. Tox results could take forever in a huge city. So if there were others there, anyone could have given drugs to them, Patricia says. If there was others there.
He could possibly give it to them, yes. He could lace them with fentanyl. He could have put something in their drinks, mix it up when they're outside smoking. That could be a possibility.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt, Danielle. My heart hurts so much for my sister and my niece. I can only imagine. This is insane. It doesn't even make sense.
My poor little girl would never get her to hug her daddy anymore. I remember when she saw her dad, she would ran up to her and she would give like the biggest hugs to her dad. She was definitely a daddy's girl.
Yep, and we got that pulled up on the screen right now.
She loved her daddy. That was just all around. And she said today, I miss my daddy. I miss him. And a 4-year-old girl to go through that's a lot. And I just pray, and I pray for justice, because about these 3 beautiful girls need that.
Absolutely. Answers. Valid answers. Valid answers. It's hard to accept, hey, they were found here and he's not a suspect, but this is a death investigation. And next thing you know, what do you hear? Case closed? And that's what you're supposed to accept?
Exactly. You know what? I'm going to keep going. I'm going to keep fighting. I'm not going to give up. Whether it's 6 months from now or 30 or until the day I die, I'm going to keep going. And people, I think, when I see, they said, did Jordan think the guys left and went home? Oh, he knew that they were there. 2 cars was out in the parking lot. He knew that they were there.
Justice will be pushed, and I told you guys earlier, in numbers, it works. It always works. We've did it here before. We'll do it again.
Yes. You guys keep sharing. Please help me out. These 3 girls need justice, and we need you guys' help, because the police department is not doing anything about it, and they're letting this go. And the fact that he moved out of the house where there's evidence there, they could have done fingerprints, they could have done anything, but no. I bet he cleaned it. He probably bleached everything. And it just pisses me off. Like, why did you let him leave?
It said, I have a niece addicted to fentanyl. She smokes it and nods out, wakes up, smokes some more, nods out again, and does that for days. So yeah, Jordan could be out for 36 hours.
No. That doesn't sound right. He looked at the text messages and stuff and saw what was going on. And they're asking all the 3 guys, where the 3 guys at? The last time they were seen at your house. And it showed that down the bottom, he read that text message.
Yep. So it's showing that he's reading these messages and not responding, and is aware that there's a search going on, correct?
Oh, yeah. He was fully aware that something was going on. He knew that. And that there were a couple of friends went into the house, because we all were worried. We're like, where's the boys at? And knocked so many times. And then the cops came and they knocked, and all of a sudden he was like, oh. And he came out, the boxers. I mean, you see cops, you see, through the window, you'll see the lights, but yet you grab the bottle and then you went outside. Like, it just doesn't add up.
I bet they are watching them. Peach Cobbler says, are watching him. I did see that Lacey Lee TikTok video about the dude. Danielle, I don't believe that we're on your side. This guy needs to be watched and held accountable. So sorry for your loss. Jess 68 says. Any reasonable explanation you can offer? It's canceled out by sketchy as fuck. In facts.
It's definitely sketchy.
Yeah, how can law enforcement stop him from moving hockey? I mean, that's a great question too. He's got the freedom to move or whatever if he's not, and she said that he lawyered up. And the way that I read earlier and yesterday was that he cooperated that day. So when I read that he cooperated that day, that indicated to me that it was only for that day and he got a lawyer. So it's like,
yeah, he didn't on that day. He did, because I know that somebody was there, and he said he didn't talk to the cops. He asked for a lawyer because he knew he was guilty.
Oh my God!
He knew he was guilty, so that's why he asked for a lawyer. because he wasn't saying anything. He wasn't, supposedly, because some girl watched him, and she was hearing his voice. I want a lawyer. He wouldn't cooperate with anybody.
So he didn't talk to the police at all.
Supposedly, he was in handcuffs. I said, "You guys didn't handcuff him?" Like, no. Why should we? You probably should question him a lot.
Oh man, I agree. It's implying he's not anymore. With police, it's not what they say; it's what they don't say. That is most important. Shut up. This goes to show. Shut up and lawyer up and move if you need to. You smell jealous, says. Ask her how his other 2 daughters are doing. He has 3 total, right? Shay asked.
Yes, they do. I don't think the mom wants the kids on social media a lot. I know she was strict about TikTok, so that's why I don't bring up the 2 other kids.
Right.
Just for their protection, because I mean, the oldest is in high school, so yeah, we know how that goes.
Yeah, absolutely.
I want to protect the 2 girls.
I don't blame.
But he loves all of his 3 kids equally. He loves his girls.
I'm sure the police are working the case. They aren't going to show Jordan their hand. K. Dougie says.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe I don't know what word they have gotten. If they have gotten any word back from the police, I'm sure they are calling every day. I'm sure everybody's calling.
Oh yeah, we've all been talking. We all been calling up there. Still nothing. He's a free man, and for now, I would say for now.
Yeah, they gotta get that. They gotta get their evidence. They gotta build a case if they have one.
And it's gonna take a couple weeks. I mean, I don't know how long that takes, but.
Is there anything else that you think everybody should know, like as far as surrounding this? So, is there any other weird things that stood out to you that were just like, wow, that's a red flag, and people need to know this?
So far, all I can think of just I don't know where Jordan's at. I don't know where he's. I don't trust the dude. He shouldn't be out. Who knows? He's at the bar. I mean, we don't know. I mean, he could be possibly a killer. We don't know yet.
Yeah, everybody's asking, like, where did he move to? Where did he go to?
Exactly. Where did he go? Where, what's his next,
Do you know who this is right here that I have pulled up on the screen? You'll see. It says Adam Butchman. Now he goes, one of those men was my uncle. They didn't freeze to death outside. They were laced with fentanyl.
Yeah. Yeah. They probably were laced with fentanyl.
And then Jennifer, the mom of David Harrington, chimes in right away and says, I'm David's mom. And that's what I'm hearing too.
Yeah. You could have mixed with a lot of drugs in there and put them in a drink. You could have done a lot of things.
So this thing, did you ever see this?
Yeah, I did. I watched get a lot of tags and stuff, and people messaging me, letting me know what was going on and stuff. Because none of the 3 boys would ever take fentanyl. They would never take fentanyl. Yeah, so we believe, they could have been laced with something.
Angela said, just him having the phones is suspicious as fuck.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Why did he, the cops would have found it in the pockets. And all of a sudden he had it?
Hold up. So, all right, let's break this. You're saying that he had all 3 of their phones?
Yes. He had all the stuff in his house.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Whoa, that is crazy.
And then the dad asked, Jordan, where's the stuff at? Where's the stuff? Didn't get a reply. He had all the 3 of the stuff.
Whoa, no. That is creepy and crazy to me. I didn't know. I seen somebody say that in the comments, and I'm like, is that misinformation? And that's why I asked you that.
I don't know.
He had that shit. That's crazy.
He did, because they were looking for it.
Whoa.
And I think the cops said something to the dad. They didn't know. They didn't know where that's at.
Whoa. What, the keys and the wallet? Lady P asked. The
Yeah,
keys?
they didn't have it. I'm pretty sure they couldn't identify the bodies. It took them like, I think, almost 2 days to identify the bodies. What's my?
That's insane.
But he had it. He had the stuff.
That's insane. Oh my God. So he went outside and took it all from them.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, he could have done, if we would have waited. If my daughter had not said anything about her dad, who knows what he could have done the body. Okay, let them freeze outside. Let me figure this all out. Yeah, Jordan had the phone, the keys, the wallet. Yes, he had Ricky stuff.
His prints will be on it all, says Daniel Johnson.
Yeah, this is. He had everything. Yeah, we were looking for it, and obviously the cops would have identified their bodies if they had their IDs. You know, but the fact that he didn't have it on him, and they're trying to figure out where is it at.
So they didn't have none of the stuff on him. So he had their keys, phones, and wallets.
Yeah, as far as with Ricky, I know. Yes, he didn't have the phone, the wallet, the jacket, or something, and just they're always at the house, which is weird. Because why would you go to somebody's friend's house and have all that stuff out? You know, like.
Yeah, that's.
I for sure wouldn't have my wallet out at somebody's house. So he stripped them of their identity. Yeah, it sounds like it. It sounds like he did strip them before.
Time, crime, and change. This is a baby mother. This is the baby mother of Ricky Johnson. Ricky Johnson is one that was found here, passed away, unfortunately. And she just wants answers. She wants, her daughter now has to not have a father no more because of this bullshit. So she wants to find out answers. She wants to know why, and I don't blame them at all for wanting to know why. And obviously she's not the only one with questions and thinks that things are, there's red flags here. You got Adam Butchman, you got Jennifer Marquez, you have I seen another account from a cousin, Ricky Johnson. They're hiring PI investigators. You got all different people from all sides of these families yelling red flag, red flag, red flag. I'm getting a lawyer, I'm hiring this, I'm doing that. So it's not just one person from one side of Ricky Johnson's family. I mean, this is multiple people from the families all in general. So
yes, and one of the moms, I'm gonna say because that's for her, she did hire a lawyer. So we're not gonna let this go. We're gonna keep fighting, but we need more answers. And you guys solved Savannah and Matthew's case a little bit. You find those people who did that. Now let's help me out.
Absolutely. We covered that case extensively here too. I made a documentary on it, and I'm gonna do the same with this case. I'm gonna make a little docu-series with everything that we all know so far and continue to follow it. This case is just the suspicion around the way that the bodies were found and where they were found was somebody that actually lived there and they were alive inside. To say that person never checked out their backyard or check to see if their friends made it home or anything like that. I mean, it's red flags all day. The police haven't even did a presser or anything explaining.
No,
nothing.
They didn't do anything. Nothing. That is strange. That is strange to me. Why could they need to be? They shouldn't have been out there on that day. They shouldn't have went, to media and talk. News reporters should have talked on that night. That happened. They do to other cases. Why they couldn't do it to that case? This is 3 bodies on the back of the porch. How is that not a big case in Kansas City?
C. Vanderhoof said, I can't believe that guy is not in jail.
I can't believe it either. Like, this is crazy.
I'm with Tracy on this one. And with this case, I can't buy this story. Just can't. The story's crazy. I'm with
It,
you. I'm
it
with
is. It is crazy because you just never know. Like, I just never thought a million years that this will ever happen to me, but it did, and it's my poor baby. I got to see the two other girls yesterday, and it just broke my heart. And I saw his body yesterday, and he was left out. They said that he was left out too long, and I was just angry inside.
You said you saw his body yesterday? I'm sorry that
Yeah,
I'm
the
sorry.
viewing, and
I'm so sorry that you guys are even have to go through that right now. Our hearts go out to you, and we will continue to push this story forward. And I do commend and push forward to every content creator. Keep spreading the word on this case and putting it out there, because these families need answers about what happened on January 7th when they went to Jordan's house. They need to know what happened. They need to know if their lives were stolen from them. Whatever circumstances they were, they need to know the answers, or they're never ever going to be at peace, and they still are always going to have a gap in their heart for this. But please keep spreading this story around. Share the news stories from News Nation. There's TikTok videos. I got a live from yesterday that we did. It's at about 25,000 views now. So a lot of people seen the story. You guys been here tonight. We started with about 11 to 1,200 people in here. People are seeing this story. We have on the phone the baby mother of Ricky Johnson, Adriana, correct?
Yes.
Make sure you're saying your name right. Adriana, and her sister is in the chat supporting her also. So anything that you guys can do to help, and I did see she said something about a GoFundMe. That's
Yes, I do in my bio. Please help my daughter out, please. My little girl needs a lot of support right now. A 4-year-old girl, it's just her dad reached out to her. And I don't know. I know a lot of people don't believe in that and stuff like that, but it's crazy how she said that, and that's how he died. It's just that's why I know spiritually he was connecting with her.
Wow. And I'm a very spiritual person, so I
Yeah,
am a
I
super,
am too.
super spiritual person. Very,
Well,
very.
his
That's
funeral
I have a whole
is,
different channel pertaining to spiritual stuff.
oh yeah. Well, his funeral is tomorrow, and it's last goodbye and stuff, and I'm just can't believe I'm going through this, and it's
Our
sad.
heart goes out to you. Everybody in chat. I do see it.
Someone says Spirit Box Tim. I don't know who that is.
They're talking. They must be talking about what I do on my other channel.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's many answers. I know detectives sometimes in the past have used psychic as well. Someone
I
said Spirit
did
Box.
some stuff. I did some stuff on the Idaho case and gotten somebody from that worked with Zach Baggins on Ghost Adventures that invents all their instruments. He reviewed one of my clips before, and I asked what was the name of the person responsible, and you can clearly hear the female come through and say Brian, and and literally, like, when he reviewed it, he heard what I heard, which blew my mind, because the guy literally invented what the the spirit box that I was using on the episode that I did it on. I did like a 5-hour live on it when the Idaho just happened. So when I had got that response back, it was kind of like it blew my mind. But I never take anything from the paranormal side 100%, because you never know what it is. But
What it is, yeah.
to hear the response that I had got back was kind of it was just mind blowing. So I do believe, long story short, I do believe in spiritual stuff like that. So your daughter saying, "Is my daddy cold?" or what? My daddy cold? How did she say it?
Yeah, she said my daddy's cold. He needs a jacket. My daddy's head is cold. He needs a hat.
Oh my
Ricky,
God.
the thing is, what freaks people out? Ricky was bald. Ricky was bald, and he always wore hats. But I believe when he fell, his hat probably, was off. And he probably didn't, have his jacket. I don't know if he did or not. And it's just weird. it's just all weird and stuff. And my daughter, the fact that she told me, telling me stuff like this, it's crazy. It's beyond crazy. But I'm gonna get off of here. I gotta prepare for tomorrow, and it's gonna be tough to see the girls going through that. And
well, I appreciate you calling in. Like, honestly, I definitely want to talk to you more. I'm going to keep in touch with you. We're going to keep pushing this story out there. God bless you. I know tomorrow's going to be a hard day for you.
Oh yes, it's gonna be hard, and I just pray for justice. So please keep sharing. Let's just make this go viral, and let's do this. They did it to Savannah and Matthew. Let's do it to this case.
Absolutely. And I'm going to push. I'm going to reach out to my buddy. I'm going to reach out to a few people and continue to push this story forward. Thank you for calling in and clarifying some things with us, like with what you said about, just some of the different details here in the case with their phones, and clarifying some of the, I had your comment pulled up earlier where you were talking about, where's the phone, the car keys, and or I forget exactly what you said, but you said the phone, his wallet.
Yeah, the phone, his wallet, car keys.
Exactly. Yeah. And when you mentioned that in that comment, that's what, and I'm glad you called in because you answered everything and more. So thank you for doing that. I appreciate that. I really do.
Thank you.
And I hope that tomorrow goes well for both of you. And I know it's not, but in general, I really do. Hold your head up tight. Be strong for your baby girl. God bless you, your sister, your family. I'm going to keep in touch. The Rev Gang family is going to keep in touch and let us know. I'll probably hit you up after tomorrow because I know tomorrow's going to be a rough day. It's going to be very rough for you.
Oh, yes, I agree. We could use a lot of prayers to right now. Anybody or whatever you guys pray to, just please help us out. And especially those little girls, they need it. They need it so badly. But thank you so much. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you for calling in again. And thank you for clarifying. And I'll keep in touch with you. God bless you. I hope you have a beautiful night. God bless you and your baby girl, your sister, your whole entire family. And I'll be hearing from you soon, okay?
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Keep your head up.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye.
Shout out to her. Great phone call, by the way. And I'm glad she clarified a lot of those things. She did. She clarified a lot there. Wow. Hold up 1 second. So wow, this dude, their phones. Now, after hearing what you just heard, hold up 1 second. Just saving this thing there. Okay, after hearing what you just heard, what are your thoughts and opinions? 219-885-9693. I want to hear from you real quick. What's going on? Prayers to you and your family. Adriana, when is the baby's birthday? Sarah asked. Comfort and peace. We are all praying for you, Midwest Hearts. Azabella, how you doing? Nice to see you, by the way. Victoria, I want to send presents. Sarah said, I want to send presents. I think he may have locked them out on purpose. Maybe an argument took place over the game and they didn't have their keys. Alcohol and the cold temps they succumbed to. I believe this. Please keep us updated. Always thoughts for the families. Peach Cobbler will be judged as we have judged. It's crazy. 90% of the guys keep their. I'm kind of thinking about doing. Should I? T-REV, there was a lot she didn't know. Only speculation. I say that because she said I don't know a lot. Definitely drug related, April says. She is great. Did Jordan have wife, girlfriend, or kids? Not that I know of. That's a great question. Not that I know of or heard. Not that I know of or heard. CL3. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate everybody who came by this channel tonight. Make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you keep spreading it. We're not done talking about this story. I think there's more to come here. I think there's a lot more to come. make sure you share this story around. I know, there's a lot of speculation. There's a lot of possible misinformation. Everything that you heard here tonight is allegedly. If you haven't heard it from law enforcement, it is not true. Speculations and different things that you heard here, again, is allegedly. We do not know this to be a fact whatsoever. This is us sitting around and having a conversation. So again, allegedly, in my opinion, etc. And that goes for all of my phone callers, even. Love and light. And I'll see those who show up on the second channel. I'll see you guys there. I got some work to do. Said that it's, that's him 100%. I mean, without me hearing his voice, I'm like, it's unconfirmed. But if you got friends that knew him and grew up with him saying it's confirmed, then I gotta say, hey, yeah, this is probably Brian Koberger. But I did send it into the FBI. I did clip that. I also went through 80,000 phone calls, found the number, sent it into the FBI as well, and they have that, and hopefully they get down to that information.
Good. Do you know that they are in receipt of it? Did they come back to you at all?
I know they have it. I've never got an email back yet.